Welcome to Simplilearn's complete Excel course. In this course, we will start by covering the basics like navigating the Excel interface and using simple formulas. As we progress, we'll dive into more advanced concepts such as data cleaning, which is crucial for effective data analysis, and creating professional charts to visualize your data clearly. You'll also learn how to use advanced Excel functions like SUMIFS and AVERAGEIFS to analyze data with multiple criteria, as well as how to import data from external sources like Power BI or the web. So whether you're looking to enhance your data analysis skills or streamline business tasks, mastering Excel will help you efficiently manage and analyze data. By the end of this course, you'll be able to produce professional reports, automate workflows, and make data-driven decisions with confidence. So let's dive in and unlock the full potential of Excel. Also, if you're interested in a professional certificate course in data analytics, begin your learning journey with Simplilearn and IIT Kanpur's Data Analytics Certificate course. Explore our learning management system, track your progress, and meet completion requirements. Learn to understand data and enhance your analytical skills through live sessions with industry experts, hands-on lab, and masterclasses by IIT Kanpur faculty. You can check out the link mentioned in the description box and in the pinned comment. So, let's get started.
What is Microsoft Excel? So, Microsoft Excel is a software product designed and developed by Microsoft for storing data in an organized way, that is, rows and columns. And Microsoft Excel is also capable to manipulate data through some mathematical operations. Followed by that, Microsoft Excel is also used to extract the insights from the data and represent it in the form of visually appealing graphs and charts. Now we have a basic understanding or an overview of what a Microsoft Excel software product is. Now moving ahead, we will understand the fundamentals of Microsoft Excel. So following are some fundamentals that you need to know before getting started with Microsoft Excel. So basically, when you install the Microsoft Office in your computer, you will have various Microsoft products, out of which Microsoft Excel is one of the products. So we will be dealing exactly with that particular product, that is Microsoft Excel. So when you get started with Microsoft Excel, this is what you will see in the first page. So this particular page is called as Microsoft Excel homepage, where you will be having various varieties of sheets. Microsoft Excel will give you some suggestions based on the type of sheet you want to work with. We will see this in a better way through the practical session. So once you get started with the sheet, you will have some more options. So this particular option is called as the toolbar menu. You will have the file, home, insert, draw, page layout, formulas, data, review, view, and help. So these are the tools that you will be using to work on your data using Microsoft Excel. Furthermore, we have a toolbar ribbon. So when you select some or the other option from the file, home, insert, draw, page layout, formulas, data, review, view, and help buttons, you will have a ribbon. So for example, you can see that I have selected the home tool here. So when I press on the home tool, this is the ribbon which Microsoft Excel gives me. So this ribbon has some options in it which can perform various operations. Now in a furthermore detailed way, we will have toolbar groups. So when you see in the previous slide, we have a complete toolbar ribbon. So this particular ribbon is segmented into groups. So you can see the first group as paste, cut, copy, format, painter, etc., etc. And the second group is the font, the size of the font, and to increase the size of the font, to decrease the size of the font, bold, italic, underline, etc., etc. And here you can see the text alignment. So each and every group has separate functions. So each set is called as a group. And I think you can see a small arrow option over here. So this arrow option is used into the toolbar groups when the group is not able to fit all the operations or all the functionalities in one single provided section. So when you click on this particular arrow mark, you will have another dialog box. So this is called toolbar more options. So you can see that when I clicked on this icon, you can see a new dialog box which opens me a new set of operations which are not able to be fit in this particular group. So we will also see more about this in a better way in the practical session. Now moving forward, we have cell and address. So when you open a Microsoft Excel sheet, you can find boxes. So each and every box is named as a cell, and each cell has its own address. For example, the highlighted cell over here has an address B3. So B is the column name and 3 is the row name. And apart from that, you can have the sheet tracker in the bottom left corner of the Excel sheet, where you can navigate through different sheets. And in the bottom right corner, you have an option of increasing or decreasing the sheet size. So these are the basic fundamentals of Microsoft Excel that you need to keep in mind before getting started. So we will have more on this in the practical session.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
So now we enter the demo inventory in Microsoft Excel. So we will be using Microsoft Excel to create a sheet of the employees in a company. So basically, an employee in a company has employee ID, name, and designation, salary, etc., etc. So we will be trying to create the same table using Microsoft Excel. But before that, let us understand the fundamentals of Microsoft Excel through the practical demo first. So I have started my Microsoft Excel, and this is how the home page of Microsoft Excel looks like. So you have a blank workbook over here. If you want to create a new workbook, you can select new option. So Excel will provide you with various variety of sheets. You can see money in Excel, adjustable meeting agenda, streaming show list, small business cash flow, and many more. If you're not able to find what you're looking for, then you always have an option of selecting the particular type of sheet what you're looking for. So you have various options. If it's business, if it's personal, if it's planners and trackers, lists, budgets, charts, etc., etc. So let's imagine that you wanted something from business. So just by clicking at business option, the Excel will load a variety of sheets related to business options. So this might take a while. So you can see that the Excel is loading few types of sheets. So you can see that Excel has provided us with some online varieties of sheets. For example, any calendar, business expenses, channel marketing budget, budget summary report, blue product list, etc., etc. You can see construction proposal, invoice, you name it, Excel has got it. So Excel will provide you with some variety of options based on your requirement. Now for this session, let's get started with a blank workbook, which looks something like this. Since this tutorial is based on the fundamentals, we'll go with the blank workbook. Now over here, you can see the toolbar that we discussed earlier that has the file, home, insert, draw, page layout, formulas, data, review, view, and help. So this is the toolbar, and under the toolbar, I have selected home, and you can see this is the particular ribbon what we discussed about. This particular ribbon belongs to home page. And when you select file option, you'll get back to home. And if you select insert option, you'll have another different ribbon with different groups, etc., etc. So every particular tool has different ribbons in them. And remember the extra options that we discussed when you press over this arrow key, this is it. So when you press the arrow key, you'll have few more settings which cannot be fit in this particular section of groups. So you can have some variety of options over here of changing the font, changing some effects to the text, font size, and font style, etc., etc. Apart from this, we have also discussed about the cells in every sheet. So this particular cell has an address. So you can see the address over here, which is B3. So B happens to be the column name and 3 happens to be the row name. Now we also had a discussion about the sheet tracker. Right now we just have one sheet. If you want multiple sheets, you can just feel free to select on the plus option, which will always create you some extra sheets. And you can navigate through sheets just by pressing on the sheet name. And when you get back to the bottom right corner, you have an option of increasing and decreasing the cell size or the sheet size. Now let's keep it default with 100%. Now these are the few fundamentals that you need to keep in mind before getting started with Microsoft Excel. Now that we know the fundamentals of Microsoft Excel, let's get started with a practical session which is about the employees details in a company. Now let's select this particular cell and let's type in employee details. Yeah, we have the cell. Now an employee details table will have the information related to employees. So the information will be about name, it will be about employee number, it will be the designation, and maybe salary, and maybe blood group as well. And let's take another one, which is phone number. Yeah. So far so good. And you can see that we have some problem with this particular column. The designation, the name of the designation is practically good, but it is not visible. So when you're not on that particular cell, you can see that the name is incomplete over here. So you can always fix that. You can just manually change the size of the row or cell, or you can also feel free to double click on that cell, which will automatically set the size of that particular cell. And same goes to the blood group. Just let's try to double click on that, and same goes to phone number. Great. So you can see that the employee's details are just confined to the first two cells. It's supposed to be somewhere in the middle, right? So no problem, we can do that as well. We can select all the cells, and we have an option of merging them. You can just select this one, which will help you with merging and centering that particular data to the center part. So that's how we do it. Now let's get started by adding the names of the employees. Let's add the names: Joe, John, Mary, Mark, Susan, and then Jennifer. Let's type in Mike. Let's type in Tim, Jeff, Jeffrey. Yeah, we have a couple of employees. Now let's type in the employee numbers. Yeah, we have the employee numbers now. Let's type in the designation. Okay, let's choose Joe to be the CEO of the company and John as the software developer. And Mary as tester. Mark in finance. Susan also in finance. And Jennifer in testing. And Mike in marketing. Same goes for Tim. And again, Jeffrey into software development. And Morgan into testing again. Now let's click on C so that it gets resized according to the length of the text. Now it's done. So let's get into salary. $10,000 and $15,000 and $19,000. Let's increase the salary of a CEO. So let's keep it $1 lakh. And finance again, 20,000. So yeah, the salaries are allocated. Again, the blood group. Yeah, we have the blood groups. Now let's type in the mobile numbers. Yeah, now we have typed in some random mobile numbers as well. So yeah, this is how you can add in some data into your table. And now let us imagine that you forgot to add or remove a column. So let's imagine that we wanted to add a serial number as well, but somehow we forgot to add it. Now you can always add a new row or column. For example, here we wanted to add a new column. So we just have to right click on A, select the insert option. Here we have a new row now. Now let's type in serial number. And let's type 1. Now can you see the small box option over here? If you just drag it, you can copy paste all those over here. And now let's right click and fill series. Now we have the employee number starting from 1 to 10. That's how you do it. And apart from this, you can also change the font of the entire row. You can change the font to say Aroni, and you can always also change the font. And same goes to the employee table. You can select it, bold it, and you can also increase the size, and again select a color for the text. Maybe a different color, green would be better. And you can also select the entire cells and align them to the center. Looks more good. And you can select or double click the row names, so you'll have the proper spacing between all the rows and columns. So we have double click on the column, right? Yeah, so basically that's how you make things happen. Now let's save this. So I'd like to go to the save option and AMP data. Let me save this in my local location and just save. It's done. So that's how you work on your Excel file with some basic data. And to learn more, don't forget to get subscribed to Simplilearn's YouTube channel, and don't forget to hit that bell icon to stay updated. So you are the first person to get an update on any technology, not just Excel.
Now we are on the Microsoft Excel, and this particular spreadsheet is related to employee details. Yeah, now the screen is visible a bit better. Now let us imagine that this is our confidential data, and you want to edit only two columns, that is the designation column and phone number column. Now let us imagine that the company has finished one annual year, and now there are some promotions happening in the company, and let us also imagine that the phone numbers of the employees provided by the company have undergone some changes. So now the minor edits that you want to make are related to the designation column and phone number column. Now you can see that all the columns, that is the blood group, new salary, salary hike, current salary, and name of the employee, serial number, employee number, everything is editable. So in such kind of scenarios, when you pass on this data, there might be a possibility where your colleague or subordinate might end up making some mistakes, right? So you want to avoid that. So you can do that by locking the cells. Now let us rename this sheet. Now the sheet has been renamed successfully. So now you can lock the cells by the following process. So in this process, you have two major steps. First one is to lock the cells, and the next one is to protect the cells by a password. Now when you select all the cells in this particular sheet, you can just click on this edge here, and you have all the cells selected. And now right click somewhere on the sheet, and you can see an option called Format Cells. So in this particular option, you have some options provided, which is number, alignment, font, and you want to go into the protection part. So you can see by default, Excel keeps all the cells locked. Now we want the phone number and designation to be unlocked. Okay, so let's cancel it for now and get back to the sheet and select the columns D and I. And now let's right click and go into Format Cells, and in the protection option, make sure that you uncheck the locked icon. Now select OK, and now, okay, so you cannot include the merged cell. Fine, we have a cell here which is merged. Okay, let's remove that. Okay, now again select the entire column, right click, get into Format Cells and uncheck the lock option, select OK. Now we have finished the first part, that is locking all the cells which you don't want to get edit and unlocking the cells where you want to make some edits. Now the second stage is protecting the sheet. Now right click on the sheet name and you can see an option called Protect Sheet. Click that, and now here you can see select locked cells and also select unlocked cells. So let us provide a password here. So let us use some simple password so that we don't forget that. So I'll be selecting 123 and now select OK. Re-enter the password to proceed. Now let us type 123 again. Now select OK, and now the sheet is protected. Now we have successfully locked and protected all the cells in Excel. Now let us verify that the cells you wanted to protect are really protected and locked or not. So we have unlocked phone number and designation, and everything else is locked. Now let me try and edit the blood group. So when I double click or try to edit this particular sheet, then I'll be receiving a warning from Excel. It says the cell or chart you're trying to change is on a protected sheet. To make a change, unprotect the sheet. You might be requested to enter a password. So it says that this particular cell is locked and you cannot edit it. Now let us try to edit the phone numbers which we kept as unlocked. So you can see I can really edit the unlocked cell here. Now let me try to change this phone number. Let me enter some random phone number. So you can see the cell is editable. Now let us go through the designation column and try to edit this particular column. Now since I said that there's a promotion happening in the company, so the deputy CEO is now the current CEO of the company, and the software developer happens to become the senior software developer, and the tester as well. Let us imagine that he will become the senior, and so on. Okay, so this proves that this particular sheet is editable. Not the entire sheet, but only the cells that we kept in the unlock mode. Okay. Now this is how you lock and protect your cells in Excel. So to understand the page setup in MS Excel, we will go through a demo inventory in Excel where we'll be considering some restaurant data. Now without any delay, let's get started with the practical demo. Now we are on the Excel sheet and this is the data I was talking about. The restaurant data where we have the first column, that is rank, and next we have the restaurant name. Followed by that we have the sales happening through that restaurant, and then we have the segment category. That is what kind of service does that particular restaurant offers. Now this is the list what we made, and what if we wanted to represent this data in the form of a printed paper, right? So I guess you can see all the columns and rows here. So you can see that we have almost like 250 rows. So there is no chance, or there is no way to print all those 250 rows in one page. Of course it is practically possible, but when you try to read the content, it will be so tough to read because all the rows will be clubbed together so closely so that you cannot read it. So you need to print them page by page. So, and you need to also take care of the data is aligned properly according to the page size, everything, and even you need to take care of the margins of your page, right? So that's what page setup basically means. So we had a detailed overview of our data and what actually we're trying to make. Now let us see how page setup is possible in MS Excel. So to go to the page setup menu or go to the page setup options, we have three methods. Let's start with the simplest method. So the simplest method is by just clicking on File and go to Print option. And you'll see all the page setup options right over here. And you can also go to Print menu by pressing a shortcut method, that is Control P. So you'll directly end up on the page setup options. Now let's look at the second method. So the second method is, you can see the toolbar over here, right? Which has File, Home, Insert, Draw, Page Layout, Formulas, Data, Review, View, and Help. So the second method, we can use Page Layout option from the toolbar. And you can see when you click on the Page option from the toolbar, you have a new ribbon over here. So this ribbon is all about page setup options. So it will offer you margins, it will offer you orientation, size, print area, breaks, background, print tiles, etc., etc. Right? So all these options or menus in this ribbon belong to page setup. Now let us look at the third method. So the third method is something similar. You have View option on the toolbar. So just select View, and you can see we have few page setup options over here as well. The normal, page break, page layout, custom views, and we have grid lines, formula bar, heading, zoom in, zoom out, select to zoom, freeze certain panes, right? So all these are also the page setup options. So we have the three methods to enter the page setup options. Now we are familiar with those. Now let's get started with the practical mode on page setup. For that, let me use the simplest method, that is holding the Control key and pressing P, which navigates me to the print option. Now we have various set of options here. We have no scaling, normal margins, letter, portrait orientation, collated, print active sheets, and note 1 for Windows. You can see this option is the printers option. For example, if you are connected to a printer, which is the hardware printer, then your MS Excel will show the printer's name here. So other than printer, you can also make some other arrangements where you can just directly print your complete data in the form of PDF, and then you can export your PDF to your recipient. That's also possible. Okay, now let's get started with the first option, that is print active pages. Okay, to understand this better, we need to create a new sheet. Not a problem. So you can see that we just have one sheet over here. So let us kind of select all the items and create a new sheet and try to paste it over here. Or let's try to paste it over here. Okay, now let's try to extend these. Yeah, this should be fine. Now let's rename this sheet. Or let's rename it as restaurant sheet 2 for our reference. Now let us get back to the print sheet option. So I'll use the shortest method, that is holding the Control key and press P. Now you can see that here we have 6 pages in total from the active sheets. So the current active sheet is the top 250 sheet. So this particular sheet is the current active sheet. So if we print the entire data in this particular sheet, then we will end up printing 6 pages. Now let us select the other option where you have to print the entire workbook. Right. So now you can see that there is a change in the number, that is 12 pages. So what is a workbook? So basically workbook is the collection of entire sheets in your Excel homepage. So in this particular Excel homepage, you have the first sheet, that is top 250, and the second sheet, that is the restaurant sheet 2, right? So the combination of these two sheets make up a workbook. So when you select the entire workbook option, you'll have 12 pages. So that's how we use this setting where you select the active sheets, the entire workbook, and there is another option where you can only print a selected item. So if you want to do this, then let's get back here. Now
what if your customer or what if your client wanted the top 10 restaurants only? So you can select the top 10 restaurants by doing this. Now you have the top 10 restaurants. Let's go to print. So you can see Excel has automatically selected the selection only, print the selected content only. So you can see we have only the top 10 restaurants or top 11 restaurants that we have selected in our sheet, and it is ready to get printed. So this is how we use the first option. Now let's get back. Let's not select that and let's make the pages normal. Now get back to the print option again. Now you can see the next option, that is collated. Right, so in collated you have different options, that is 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 and 1, 2, 3. And the next one, which is uncollated, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3. So why are these numbers present here, and what does collated mean anyway? So this is your question, right? Now the answer for this question will be a little similar to your examination hall. Okay, let us imagine that you are in examination hall and you are the invigilator and you have 10 students in your room. So you wanted to provide question papers to all the 10 students. Okay, so you have your question paper distributed into 3 sheets. That is, you have marked questions and your questions are fit into 3 papers. Right, in this scenario we have 250 rows and all the data is split into 6 sheets, that is sheet 1 or page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4. Right, now if we wanted to print 10 copies, then the arrangement of papers will be page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6 in continuous order. Right, that is collated. If you wanted 10 copies of different ways, where you wanted to print the first sheet first, then you wanted to print the second sheet second, and the third sheet third, that is, you'll have 10 copies of first page, 10 copies of second page, 10 copies of third page, and so on. That particular approach is called uncollated approach, and if you're printing the pages in continuous order for 10 times, then that particular approach is called as collated approach. So this is what we had to learn about collated and uncollated. Now let's get back to the third option. Now let's press again print. Now we have our data over here. There's something wrong. Select all the elements, Control P. Yeah, now we have our data back. Now we have the third option, that is the portrait orientation. Okay, so when we click that, we have 2 options, that is portrait and landscape. So you might be having a good idea, like when you try to click a picture in your phone, we have 2 modes as well, that is portrait mode and the landscape mode. So when you click on the portrait mode, this is how your data will be looking. Now to understand the difference, let's click the landscape mode. So when you click the landscape mode, this is how your data representation will change. You'll have a wider page to print. So this is why we use the page orientation. For now, let's keep the page orientation as portrait orientation. And we have now the fourth option. So what is the fourth option? We have various sets of options in here, that is letter and A4 size. There are also some more page options over here where you can select the page types you want to print. So basically you'll be having few more options, that is A4, A5, A3, etc. But here we just have 2, that is A4 and letter. So basically you'll get those options, and followed by that next we have margins. So here you can see we don't have any margins for our data. Okay, so now we can add some margins by setting up this one as an option, like last custom setting, or you can also choose normal, wide, narrow, right? So your page will be changed according to your margin size. Right, so this is how you can change the margins. Now let's keep it as default. Let's set the normal one. Now we have the next option, that is scaling option.
So here you can see we are trying to fit the page. So when you're trying to print these sheets using no scaling, then the actual size of the page will be printed. Now you can also modify that. You can fit and print these sizes. So you can remember the first option that I said of printing all the 250 rows in one single sheet. This is how you can fit it. So fit the sheet on one page, where you can see all the 250 rows are fit into one page, but the data is not readable. So, but we don't want this type of an approach, right? So let's keep it as the default one, which is no scaling. So these are the variety of options in print. Now, if you wanted to print all the 6 pages into the PDF format and mail it to your client, you can also do that. I think I have explained it in the first place. So you can see we can do it by just selecting this option, where you can print all the 6 pages and into PDF format, and then you can mail them to your client. And you can also select the number of copies you want. You can increase the copies to 2, 3, and any number of copies you want. For now, I'll keep it as 1 copy. Now let's print this. Now let us select the location, rename it, and publish. Now let's get back to documents and see if the page is printed or not. Here you go. Here we have the restaurant data in the form of PDF. So we have our entire 6 pages of data in the PDF format. Now we are back on the home page. Now we had some limited functions in the print function over here. We had tried to export the data. So you can also export the data or try to print it from the print option over here. You can just select that as well. You can modify PDF to. Yes, the pages are printed now. There you go, we have the restaurant to PDF data. So that's how you can print all your data. You can either choose the export option or you can either choose the print option. Now when you see into the print option, we have limited number of page setup options over here. Now let's check out what we missed. So we are in the page layout here. So we had gone through the margins, we had set all the margins, and then we have also gone through the portrait and landscape. Now you can see the size. When we were in the print menu option, we had only A4 and letter. But here you can see there are a wide variety of options. That is, other than letter, we have tabloid, legal, statement, executive, A3, right? We have A5 and many more other options. And if you want some more paper options, you can go to more and you can always select a few more options. That's how you do it. And yeah, we didn't have the break option. So remember when we had been through the print option, we did not have the break option there. Let's select this to normal A4. So you cannot see the break option over here, right? So here we have the break option. So what does break option does, right? You can actually break the page. Remember we spoke about the top 10 things or the top 10 rows. You can always do that. So you can just keep the top 10 restaurants in your first page and then break the remaining. And to set page breaks, you can select the cell. Now I need the top 10, so I'll select this particular cell, which is in the 11th position. And now I'll try to implement the page break. Insert a page break. And now you can see on my sheet, there is a thin line which is separating the 2 pages. That's how you can see the indication of a page break implemented onto your page. Now how do you say it? You can say it by selecting Ctrl P, where you can see the first top 10 restaurants being printed on your sheet. So there you go, we have the first top 10 restaurants printed on our sheets. So that's how you use the page break. Now let's try to eliminate all the page breaks. So you can select breaks and reset all page breaks. So the page break has been eliminated. Now you can always choose a background for your data as well. You just, if you want, you can add a picture to your background. I think that's not
available for now. Okay, you can work offline as well. Let us select this one. So you can see that we have added a background to our data. We can select all the text files and then we can change the color so that the text becomes a little visible. Yeah, that's how you do it. Now if you don't want the image to be added on your file, you can also remove that, delete page background, and there you go, all the images are gone. Now the next important part, that is the print titles. Now why do we need print titles? For that, let's try to print this. So now you can see the first page. In the first page we have the title, rank, restaurant, sales, segment, category. But if you go to the second page, you don't have that title, right? You don't have the title, rank, name of the restaurant, sales, and their service category. So if we want that, then we need to add titles. Now for that, let's select the print titles option. Now let's select the rows to repeat on top. Now for that, we need the first row. Select the first row and this particular row will be repeating into all the pages. Now let's try to print it. So yeah, now you can see the titles are being added to all the sheets. You can see the page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5 and page 6. So you can see the titles added to all the sheets. So that's how you use the print titles option.
So now we are on the Excel sheet. And you can see that in this particular Excel sheet, we have some student details. We have the serial numbers, names, roll numbers, class, blood group, and some subjects like math, science, computer, statistics, social, GK, and the final marks obtained, percentage, and total marks. Right? So let us imagine that a company has come for an interview. So all these students are going to attend an interview, and the minimum percentage to attend the interview will be like 75%. So you can see that we have 75 here and all the students have got above 75 except for the one student, which is Mike. Right? So for Mike to attend the interview, he needs 75% or above. So he can make some modifications in one of these subjects, right? So there is always an exam after the exam called as improvement exam. So if you can like to score some extra marks in the subjects which you have scored less, so that you can make up to the percentage what you're expecting, you can do that. So here in this particular sheet, Mike has 6 subjects, right? And in 6 subjects, you can see he has scored 76, 91, 45, 71, 94 and 62. So out of these, he has scored less in one subject. Compared to all the subjects, one subject is really low, that is computers. So what if he can give an improvement exam and increase his percentage to 75, right? So that can be done. So we can do some brute force methods, like we can change the marks like 55 and then check this particular one, so it's getting 74, right? So using the brute force method will be a little bit lengthy. So you can do this because it is just a small table which has least number of data and you just have one single cell to modify. So that can be done in small tables. But what if you had some table with hundreds of rows or thousands of rows? That will be time consuming, right? So for that, we have some inbuilt functionality in Excel that is called Goal Seek in Excel. So for now, let's eliminate the marks here. So we have eliminated the marks and the upgraded percentage is 65. Now we need the target as 75. Okay, so let's write it as Mike's target, right? We need Mike. So Mike's new target as 75. Okay. Now to make sure that we need a mark here which can get Mike to 75%, we will use the data operation. So here on the toolbar, which has file, home, insert, etc., we have one other option called as data. So when you click on data from toolbar, you'll have this ribbon, and in this ribbon we have various options. So when you come into forecast group, we have an option called What If Analysis. When you click on What If Analysis, you'll have a set of options, out of which we have Goal Seek. Now for Goal Seek, we need to select a table cell, that is this particular table cell, that is M9. So we need the value 75 here, right? So what is the cell that you need to change here? For that, you need to select this one and select this particular cell here, right? And now you can select OK. Now you can see that Excel has automatically run all the permutations and combinations and has come up with a number, so that the overall percentage of Mike will be 75%, right? So the expected marks that Mike should be getting in his computer's improvement exam should be equal to 56 or greater than 56 to get the final target as 75, so that he can attend the company's interview. So this is how we use goal set or goal seek in Excel. So here you can see columns and rows. So especially the fourth row and the column C, right? So currently we have data on our spreadsheet, and it is exceeding the number of rows currently visible on our screen, right? So when you scroll down, you can see that the header or the headers of all the columns are getting vanished or scrolled up along with the data, right? And you might want to keep that so that you'll have reference to every single aspect of or every single cell data you're referring to, right? So for that reason, you might want to freeze this. And also you might have a doubt, what if even I had this data in the column section, right? And what if I had to freeze that, and when you scroll this and keep that data set on the column as it is, right? So we can also do that. Let's look at both of them. So there is a simple process to do that. All you have to do is select the cell for which you want to set the or freeze the column adjacent to it or the row adjacent to it, right? So currently I want to, let me expand it. So currently I want to freeze this particular row, right, and this particular column. So the cell I would be selecting is the first cell here, that is D5, right? So when I select this particular cell, I can be able to freeze this particular row and this particular column. So now you need to navigate to the toolbar and then select the view menu, and inside view option, you can see there is an option of freeze panes, right? So click on the drop down. So you can see three different options. As we discussed earlier, we can either choose to freeze an entire row, that is the second option, or you can freeze the entire column, that is the third option, or you can freeze both, that is the first option, right? Freezing rows and columns. So let's select this one and see if our rows and columns are frozen or not, right? So now let's scroll down and you can see our row is successfully frozen there, right? And similarly, scroll towards right and you can see our column has been successfully frozen, right? So this is how you freeze rows and columns, or you can freeze panes in Excel. Now let's quickly get onto the practical mode, where we will have some datasets over which we will be trying to apply the charts. Now there are various types of charts in Tableau, and those are the pie chart, the column chart, the bar chart, column versus line, pivot chart, and sparkline charts. So we will discuss one after the other. First, let us discuss about the pie chart. So as you can see, we have a small dataset on my screen, which I have personally created, and this deals with the companies and this deals with the shares of the automobile industry. So now for this, let's create a pie chart. Select all the data and then get into the toolbar, and inside the toolbar you can see various options, and inside that we're going to use the insert option. And when you select the insert option, you will have a ribbon here, and inside the ribbon you can see groups, tables, illustrations, add-ins, and here you go. These are the charts. So now we needed a pie chart. So select on that icon and you have various types of pie charts. You have 2-dimensional pie charts, 3-dimensional pie charts, donut type of charts, etc. Right? So I would like to go with the 3-dimensional pie chart as it looks a little more appealing and easy to understand. And now there you go. This is the title of the chart and these are the legends of the chart, and this is the chart area and these are the values. Now we can kind of add the data labels as well. So you can just have to press the plus icon over here and you'll have the options. You can add the data labels, which will give you a lot more interesting values. And you can also turn this around. As you can see, on double clicking any part of the pie chart, you'll get this option which is called as format data point. And let's imagine that you wanted to show the information related to this particular one, which is Volvo, which has the biggest share. So this is in front right now. Now what if you wanted to show the information related to Tata, which is over here, right? For that, you can select this particular arrow key and you can just twist it, and there you go, it is coming in front. This will be a great way of presenting your data to your clients, right? Yeah. And there is another option where you can directly explode this, like you can pick it out. You can see this, right? Point explosion, where you can split it out and you can show that, especially like you can highlight it and show it. So that's the a great way of presenting your data. So that's how you can work with pie charts in Excel. Now let's quickly move to the next one, that is the column chart. And in the column chart, we have the data related to some company and the profits of that company based on a year. So you can see that the year has started from 2008 and it has gone until 2021, and these are the profits of that company year after year. So since we are dealing with column chart, I'll tell you the simplest way to create a column chart. There is a shortcut key for that, which is Alt F1, and there you go, you have the chart right on your screen. Now you can expand the chart just by dragging it like that, and you can see that there is some problem with this chart. That is, we have numbers here instead of years, right? You can see that the first column is the years, which is 2008 to 2021, but here you can see we have 1, 2, 3, 4, which is not proper, right? So to change the axis, that is, you can see the axis which is 1, 2, 3, 4, from 1, 2, 3, 4 to the years 2008, 2009, 2010, 11, etc. You just have to make one change here. And also you can see I have pressed the plus icon over here, which will open the option where you can include the axis titles if you have, and data labels, everything, right? So for now I think I'll keep it as it is. So you can include the data table as well as it is here, and you can include that in the chart. There are various options that Excel provides you. So now let's focus on changing the axis from 1, 2, 3, 4 to the years. For that, you need to select the chart design, and inside the chart design you have an option called select data. Press that, and here you have various set of options. You can see profits, you can see years. Now we'll select years and we will remove that. And now you can see the edit option here, right? Select that, and now it will ask you which column to be selected for the axis range. For that, let's select this, and now let's select the years here and press OK, and there you go. Again, press OK. So there you go, you have the years over here instead of the numbers which you had in the first place. So that's how you create the column chart. And we have the next type of chart, which is really simple. Now, you kind of change this chart directly into bar chart. There is no big deal in that. So for that, you just need to select the change chart type option over here. You're just changing the chart type and you can get the bar graph over here. Column and bar graphs are completely same to each other, only that you can see these bars in the horizontal way rather than in the vertical way. Now, let's do that. Let's not create a new thing for that. So yeah, there you go. When you select the change chart type option, you have various set of chart type options on the menu bar over here. So what we needed was the bar chart. Now let's select that, and there you go. Let's select OK, and you have the bar chart, right? And if you want, you can include the data labels, which look a little bit more interesting. You can also include the data table as well. Okay, for now I think we have to expand the chart to get the clear view. Yeah, that's how you do it. right? Now let's move into the next type of one. Yeah, we dealt with the bar chart, so we'll directly enter into the column versus line chart. So we have similar kind of data. We just had year and profits in the previous part. Now we also have included the expenses, right? We needed another column to showcase the line chart compared to the columns, right? So for that, I've included a new column, that is expenses as well. Now just let's select the data and let's select the option Alt F1 to create our chart. Right, now automatically Excel has provided us the column chart. We have the columns of expenses, we have the column of profits, and we also have years. Now let's change the data as we did before. Select year and remove it, and then edit. Select edit and select the year, that is from here to 2021. Select OK, and we have the years over here. Now what we needed to do is change the chart type, right? Select the change chart type option, and since we wanted to create a column versus line chart, it is a combination. Whenever you want one or two types of charts included in one single chart window, then it is a combo option. So here we need to select the combo option, and inside that we have various types of combination charts. We have clustered column, we have clustered line on secondary axis, we have clustered stacked areas, clustered column, and the other one is custom combination. So let's go with the first one, that is clustered line. Let's select that, and there you go, we have the line graph with the column. So that's how we create the column versus line. And if you want, you can include the data labels, and you can include the data table as well. Yeah. Okay, I think we need to expand the canvas a little more to get a clear view. Yeah. So you have legends over here, you have the data labels and axes, everything, and chart title. You can always change the chart title. So for now, let's rename it as profits versus expenses. Yeah, that's how it goes. Done. Okay, I think I made a spelling mistake here. Yeah, it's clear now. Now the next type of chart we're going to deal with is the pivot chart. So we have dealt with pie chart, column chart, bar chart, and column versus line. Now pivot chart is a little bit different. It's like you're going to create some active chart which responds to the variations you're making to your data. So to understand that better, let's create a practical chart over here. Now select all the data. Okay, yeah, I have selected the data. Now to create a pivot chart, let's select the insert option from the toolbar, and inside the ribbon we have charts group, and inside that we have pivot chart. Now let's select the pivot chart option, and there you go. Now it's asking for range, and we have selected the range over there. And we are not going to create a new worksheet for the entire chart. We are going to create the chart inside the existing worksheet itself. So for that, let's select the area where we want to select the chart to be present. Now for that, let's select this, and yeah, select OK. Okay, there is some error. Let's cancel this and try again. Let's select the data and pivot chart again. We have selected the range. Yeah. That's how you select the range. And now select the position where you want to create it. Existing worksheet. We have selected that. And press OK. Yeah, that's the way. We've got our pivot chart over here, and you can see our pivot chart is completely blank. Right.
Now it will respond to the changes you make to your pivot chart. For now we have serial numbers, and these are the names of the guys who have, okay, so these are the names of the guys who have some dealerships for various car makes such as Ford, Ferrari, Honda, Kia, Alfa Romeo, BMW, etc, etc. So we're gonna change, or we're gonna see, we're gonna make some charts of the persons who own the cars or the car brands or dealerships in various regions. So we're gonna work on that. Now let's drag in the name, and let's drag region and cars and units. Yep. So we have our chart over here, column chart, which has the different names and the dealerships and sum of cars over there, right? So you can see that we can also change some values over here. What if we wanted to know only the details regarding Jennifer? You can do that. You can unselect everything and you can just select Jennifer and press OK. Now you'll have the details of only Jennifer of having the car brands. So we have the regions as well. So Jennifer owns dealerships in 2 different regions, that is South and West, and the sum of units and count of cars as well. So that's how the pivot charts are used in real time. And now let's select sales and drag the sales as well. Yeah, it's been dragged, and you have the sales of Jennifer, the details of her sales. And let's move the chart a little bit, and you have the plus icon where you can include the data labels for a better information. Yeah, so that's how you use the pivot charts. So we are on the last type of charts, which is the sparkline chart. Now to create a sparkline chart, we need to get into the insert option, and inside we have the ribbon, and inside the ribbon we have the group, that is sparklines. Now to generate a sparkline chart, we need to select this particular column and then select the type of sparkline you want to create. So now let's create the column type of sparkline chart. Yep, we have to club these cells together first. I forgot that, because we're going to insert the sparkline chart right above here. Now for that, let's merge the cells. Yeah, so we wanted to create the sparkline chart of column type, and now it's asking for the location where we want to create the sparkline chart. So this is the location. Now let's select OK, and there you go, we have the sparkline chart right over here. Now you can see that we have a negative point here, so if you want, you can change that from negative to positive, and it will automatically update that. And if you want to add the axis to this particular chart, you can select the option sparkline, and there you go, you have certain options like high point, low point, and if you wanted to add some margins, then you can also do that. Add data type axis, and there you go, you have the axis. Show axis, yeah, you have the axis now, and you can have the high point and low point for that as well, which is the the biggest change and the smallest change in this particular segment, that is furniture. Yeah, furniture had the highest sales in January, and home appliance had the lowest sale. And you can also change the color, and let's change the color again. Yeah, we have a different color over here which resembles a little bit more better, or you can also go with this one. And if you wanted to add the same to all these tables, you can do that just by dragging it, and you have it for all the 6 months. Now if you wanted to add some new data in this row, or you wanted to add a new complete row, then you can do that as well and change that and bring that change implemented in these charts as well. Now let us try to add a new row here which includes the miscellaneous. We have that data right over here. Let's select that, copy, and let's paste it over here. So there you go, we have the extra row here. So yeah, now we have added the miscellaneous row, and right now we have the Sparkline chart for only 4 columns or 4 rows, that is furniture, technology, home appliances, and office needs, and miscellaneous is missing. Now to add that as well, let's select Sparkline, and inside Sparkline just select edit group location and data, and now let's select the entire data, and now select OK. There's something wrong again. Sparkline, edit data, select range. This should be helping. Yeah, there you go. We have all the 5 rows now, including furniture, technology, home appliances, office needs, and miscellaneous.
As we speak, you might wonder what it takes to become an expert data analyst. If you are an aspiring data analyst with at least 1 year of domain experience and looking for online training and certifications from prestigious universities and in collaboration with leading experts, then search no more. Simplilearn's postgraduate program in data analysis from Purdue University in collaboration with IBM should be your right choice. For more details on this course, head straight to our homepage and type in postgraduate program in data analysis, or simply click on the link in the description box below. With that in mind, over to our training experts.
So conditional formatting is a method to visualize your worksheet. We already have the charts in Excel to visualize our Excel sheets in graphical form, but what if you had to see or visualize the data in your worksheet as it is? So that is where the conditional formatting comes handy. Now let's get back to the Microsoft Excel and try to implement some conditional formatting. Now we are on the Excel worksheet. This particular dataset is based on a store. Now we have various columns in this particular dataset. We have row ID, order ID, customer name, etc. And finally we have quantity, discount, and profits. Now let's go to profits. Let us imagine that we have provided this particular store with a target of minimum 15% profits. Now let us find out the stores that have hit the 15% target and the ones which did not. So for that, let us select the entire column. Now you can find the conditional formatting option in the home toolbar, and in that ribbon, the ribbon with styles has the conditional formatting option. Click on that and you have various options over here, highlighting the cells, top bottom rules, data bars, data scales, and icons. So data bars are actually the bar graphs which highlight themselves on each and every cell if you implement them. And these are the color scales. If you want to implement some colors, you can go through that. And if you want to represent your cells with icons, you can also do that. For now, let's highlight the cells. So select that, and inside this, select the greater than option. And here you can provide the percentage. That is 15%, and the cells or the stores which hit the target should be highlighted with the green color, and select OK, and there you go. You have your stores that hit the 15% target and the ones which did not hit the 15% target. Now if we want to highlight the ones which did not hit the 15% target, you can highlight them with the color red. So conditional formatting, highlight the cells less than 15% with color red and text dark, and there you go, it's done. Now let us consider another example. So this particular example is based on train dataset, and here we have the passenger ID, survived, passenger class, name, etc. Now we have a train accident incident over here. Now 1 is indicated that they are alive and 0 is indicated that they are not alive. Now let us use this column and conditional formatting, highlight the cells containing the text as 1 with color green. Okay. And highlight the cells that contain text 0 as red, that indicates they are not alive. And let us select the icons. Now we have the icons over here. The X indicates that they are not alive and the green tick mark indicates that they are alive. Now that is how you use conditional formatting in Excel.
Now here on my spreadsheet you can see some data. So this particular data has some color markings. So we have used color codes to mark the designations of all the employees with different colors. So for example, blue for manager, purple for senior, and so on. Right. Now our duty is to count the total number of employees present in a company based on the color code. This can be done using filters, but let's try with color codes. Now we don't have a readily available function in Excel to count cells based on their colors, but we can make use of macro. Now to make use of macro, you might want to enable the developer options. So by default, these will be disabled in Excel. To enable them, right click on the toolbar and you can see this particular option. Click on the customize ribbon option and you will be provided with various set of options. Now on the right side, you can see developer options. So make sure the checkbox is clicked to enable developer options and press on OK to completely enable developer window. Right. Now when you click on developer options, you can see various options here. Visual Basics, macro, etc. Now click on the macro to create a macro. Now just give a name to the macro function. So I'll give Simplilearn and press on create to create that particular macro function. So we have already created a macro, that is count colored cells, which we will be using in our current spreadsheet for counting the colored cells. Now let us erase the newly created function. Now getting back to the original code. So how does this particular count colored cells works? So let us understand the function first, then we will try to make use of it in the spreadsheet. So the function name is count colored cells, as you can see, and this particular function will have two parameters, current cell and spreadsheet area. So the current cell will be the cell address where the color you want to count is present, and then the spreadsheet area. So what is the range of cells where you want to locate that particular color and count the number of repetitions? That is the spreadsheet area. And then comes the variables used, colored cell range, color code, and color cell count. So the colored cell, which particular cell is having that particular color and what color code is involved in that colored cell, and colored cell count. So what is the total count? What is the total number of colored cells you have in that particular range? That is colored cell count. Now let us consider color code is equals to current cell interior color, that is current cell dot interior dot color. So this is the function which will identify the interior color of a selected cell. Let us imagine that initially color code is equals to the current cell's color code. Okay. Now we will have the for loop, and that for loop will include colored cell, which is the current cell in the spreadsheet area. And if the colored cell, the currently selected colored cell dot interior dot color is equals to the color code that we have selected, then colored cell count, the variable which is used to count the number of colored cells, is equals to +1. Initially, by default, it will be 0. In case if this particular if condition is true, that is the current cell color and the color code given is equals to same, then the value of colored cell will increase by 1. And this particular if loop will run as many number of times the condition is true. So let us imagine that the condition will remain true for 5 times, then we have obtained 5 similarly colored cells in the given range of cells in a spreadsheet. And once the condition fails, then the latest value present in colored cell count variable will be displayed, which will be a final result. So this is how the macro function works. Now let's close the macro window and get back to our spreadsheet. Now let us try to make use of the macro function that we just created. So that is equals to count colored cells. Press tab to select the macro function. And the first one is the current cell. So this is the current cell where the current color is being provided, comma, this cell range.
So our cell range will be from C2 to C31. Right? So this is the range where we want to count the similarly colored cells, that is sky blue colored cells. Close the function and press enter. Now you can see the function has identified 6 repetitions of sky blue color in this particular range of cells. Now you can drag the same formula across all the cells and it will be providing the results of the same. So 6 senior colors, that is pink or purple color, then 2 repetitions of this particular color, 2 repetitions of trainee color, 5 for dark blue and 6 for green. Right? So this is how the macro function works. And the key point to remember here is this particular macro will work only for manually colored cells. So there are situations where we have used conditional formatting to color a single cell. Let us imagine that we have used conditional formatting to recognize the employees with salary above 30,000 as green color. And if we try to use that particular green color to be counted by the color count cells function, no, it will not happen. It will not consider that color as a feedback or an input. Now in future we will also try to design a macro which can recognize the colors made by conditional formatting as well, but this particular function will be exclusively used for manually colored cells only. So what is data validation in Excel? So it is a feature by Microsoft Excel where it can restrict data entry into certain cells by using data validation, and it will prompt the users to enter valid data in the cells based on the rules and restrictions provided by the creator of that particular sheet. Now this would be a little confusing to understand, so to understand it in a much better way, let's get back to the practical way where we will start entering some data validation rules to our Excel sheet and try to enter data into it. Now we are on the Microsoft Excel and this particular sheet is based on employee ID, employee name, employee department, employee salary, fiscal year and work timings of the employees. Now we will be applying some data validation rules to each and every column and try to enter data based on the rules we have entered. Now for the first one, which is the employee ID, we'll enter rules based on the employee ID number. So to apply the data validation, you need to go into the data tab on the toolbar, and inside the ribbon you can see data tools group, and in the data tools group you have the option of data validation. Now select the entire column, go to the data tools group, select data validation option, and you will have this particular pop-up menu. And here you can see different types of options. So since we are entering employee ID, it would be a whole number. So let us select whole number option. And now here you can see the option of between, not equal to, not between, greater than, less than, etc. So let us select between, and let us assume that your employee ID has 5 numbers and it should be between 10,000 to 11,000. So let us provide 10,000 and 11,000. Now select OK, and now the new rule has been applied. So now the minimum value of each and every employee ID should be equal to or more than 10,000 and less than 11,000, and it should have 5 digits. Now let's try to enter a wrong employee ID, that is just 1. There you go. You can see that Microsoft Excel is not allowing you to include a wrong number. It says this value does not match the data validation restrictions defined for this cell. So now you can press retry and try to enter some number which is in between 10,000 to 11,000. Now it is 10,901 and this will take the entry. Now let us assume that because I am the creator of this sheet, I know what should be entered here. But what if I give this sheet to you and you are the person who is trying to enter the number and it shows the error and you don't know what was the error, right? To avoid this kind of confusion, what you can do is you can do some ways where you can provide the message to the user. So that can be done by, okay, let's select the sheet again and go to the data validation, and here you have the same settings. Now here you have another option saying input message. So before input message, let us go to error alert. Now here, the error title would be data entered is not valid. Please enter. This is the error message. Please enter EMP ID between 10,000 to 11,000. Press OK. Now, when you try to enter the wrong number, it will show that particular error alert message. See, data entered is not valid. Please enter employee ID between 10,000 to 11,000. Now, this is fine, but how long this will be, what if there is an option where you just hover over to this cell and it automatically tells you to enter the value between 10,000 to 11,000 without having to face the error? Yeah, even that can be done. So you can select the entire column, go to data validation, and here, this is the input message. This is where you can do that. So here you can write the message name, valid data. Please enter data between 10,000 to 11,000. Now, when you hover over to any cell in this particular column, it will automatically show you this message where you can avoid all the errors. Just select OK. See, when you select any cell in this particular column, it will automatically tell you, please enter data between 10,000 to 11,000. So here you don't have to face any errors, right? Now let us try to enter the valid data. 10902, and it will take it as the correct value, and again 10903. Now in case if you try to provide the wrong number, it will show the error. See, so that's how it is. Now we have finished the whole number part. Now let's get into the employee name, where we have to provide the second type, that is text length. Now let us imagine that in your company you're trying to provide ID cards to your employees, and you know that ID card is really small, and inside that ID card you need to include the employee photograph and your company name, employee ID, blood group, phone number, address, everything, and also you need to include the name of the employee. So what if there is an employee with very lengthy name, like 30 characters, 40 characters, yeah? In India, it is really possible that you might have a lengthy name. So what you can do is you can provide the text length where the text is limited to like 15 or 20 characters. So you can include that name in the ID card. So you can do that by allowing the data validation criteria with text length. Minimum can be anything, so minimum can be 1, and maximum here you can provide 15, and press OK. Okay, minimum will change it to at least 2, and yeah, let it be 1. So minimum is 1 and maximum is 15 characters, and press OK. And let us also provide the input message. Enter character type, character data. Please enter valid name. And error alert. Invalid data. Please enter valid data. Okay, please enter characters less than 50. Press OK. Now let us try to enter a random name. Okay, we'll enter characters more than 15 here. QWERTY 0. Yeah, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 11. Okay, now this is more than 15. Okay, I think it's not more than 15. Let's try to enter a little bit more characters. Yeah, Now we have entered more than 15 characters and it is showing please enter characters less than 15. So now we can retry and try to enter some valid name. Now we have characters less than 50, so it will take as the proper name. Now let us try to enter another name. I'm just entering some random data. So another name maybe. Great. Now the next type of data validation is also done. Now let us get into employee department. Employee department is something really superb. So I'll tell you about it. It's actually a list. Now let us finish the other ones first. That is employee salary, fiscal year and work timings. After that we'll learn about the list one. Now let's come into employee salary. So salary is something where you have to include decimal points. So now let us go to data validation, and inside the values we have already dealt with whole number, text length. Yeah, now we'll deal with employee salary, that is decimal. Now minimum is, okay, what is the minimum can be 1.00 and maximum can be 1,00,000.00, or let us put that as 10 lakhs. Press OK. Okay, not just then. Enter valid salary. Okay, now let's change it to minimum as 10,000. So the employee minimum salary will be 10,000 and input enter valid salary. Enter salary between 10,000 to 10 lakhs. Let us include a comma here too. Now error alert, invalid salary, please enter between 10,000 to 10 lakhs. Press OK. Now the message and the data validation conditions are applied to this column. Now let us try to enter some invalid data first. It will show the error. Now we need to enter the valid data. Yeah. Now it is taking the valid data. Let us provide 20,000 and this has 35,000. Now the next one is fiscal year. Let us imagine that we wanted to work on the employees for current working year, that is 2020 to 2021, and or you can consider 2021 to 2022, not more than 2021 and not less than 2021. For that you can provide the year option as well. So for that you need to select the entire column, go to data validation, settings, and inside here you have an option of date. So let us provide the date option as between, and start date is 01/01/2021 and end date is 01/01/2022 and input message. Let us provide data as current fiscal year, current financial year. Enter date between 2021 to 2022. Let us copy this and go into error alert. Error message will be seen, invalid date. Select OK. Now the error message and the data input message and the data validation rule has been applied for this column. So let's try to enter some date here. You can enter 02 of February 2021. It will take as the correct data. Now let's try to enter some wrong data which is apart from 2022. 02 2022. It will not take this. It will throw error. So that's how it works. Now let us try to enter as 2021 and this as March. It will take it. Now another data, 04 this time and 2021. So that's how your data validation will work. Now coming into the next type of data validation, that is time. So we have time here. Let us imagine that you are providing some work timings to your employees. That should be from 9 AM to 5 PM, not more than that. So you want to keep your work life balance for all your employees. So you just want them to work between 9 to 5 and that should be fine. And anything apart from that time should be invalid. So you can do that by selecting time option between. It should be in between and the start time will be 0900 and this should be 17. That is 5 PM in the evening. And input message, please enter time between 9 AM to 5 PM. This should be the input message. Now error alert, invalid time, error message. Okay. Now, okay, work timings. Now this should be okay. We can do this as 2 columns actually. Let us cancel. Let us copy this and paste it here. You can do it as login timing, and this should be okay. This should be as log out. So this should be okay. So this will be considered as login and log out times. Now let us provide the login time. This should be the right time. And let's try to provide wrong timings, 08. Now it will not take it. It will throw as error. So it's working fine. Let us provide 10. Now let us provide the logout time. It should be below 5 PM. So let us provide 5. It will take it. Okay. Let's try to provide something just 1 minute less than 5. That is 59. Okay. There is some problem in this. Let's check it. Okay, it is taking 3, that is including seconds. Okay, let's provide seconds as well. Zero 5 0 0 0 0. Okay, still there is some problem. Okay, we have entered 4. We are supposed to enter 24-hour timing, right? 14. Okay, it should be 17. I think this will work. Yeah. Now we are following 24-hour timing here. So let's provide another timing, that is 16:30:00. This will be valid, and 15:30. Yes, this is also valid. Now we have finished almost all types of data validation things. That is, we have finished with any value, whole number, decimal, date, timing, test length, and the last one is list. So this is where things get interesting. Now let's cancel this. Now select the employee column. Now if you're running a company, then definitely you'll not have only one department in it. You might have multiple departments, right? So let us consider that you have a software development company. So in that, the basic departments will be software development team and software testing team. So what you can do is you can provide a list. So using that list, you can just hover over to that cell, select the drop down menu, and inside that you can select the option. So we will try to work something like that. If we have selected the entire column, selection, okay, yeah, let us select the entire column again. Go to data validation. The selection contains some cells without data validation settings. Do you want to extend data validation to these cells? Yes. Now let us provide the list option, and here source you can provide as developer and tester. Press OK. Okay. Now input message, select one, error alert, invalid data, select from drop down only. Press OK. Now when you select the cell, you can see small drop down icon, right? So when you press it, you will have developer and tester option. So you can select developer for first one, and for second one you can select tester, right? Okay, this is good for one or two options, maybe three, or even maybe like 5. But what if you have more departments? Okay, let's go to this second sheet where we have the department data. So here we have like 15 departments, or 15 employee type names. So the first one is CEO, second is developer, tester, quality analyst, system analyst, finance, human resource. So many options are there. So you cannot keep on typing all of them, right? So here it is 15. What if you have like 25, like 50 departments, right? It will be tough. So for this, you have another option. So let me select all this data and copy this from this sheet to our employee sheet. Let us paste it somewhere here. Let's expand this. Okay, now we have our list over here. Now let us remove the data validation from this column. Clear all. Okay, now everything is cleared. Let's select OK. Now let us erase this data as well. Now let us apply the list data validation again from scratch. Go to list. Now here we can select the source. Select this particular cell and drag it until here, and it has been loaded. Now go to input message, data options, select one from the menu or the drop down, copy, error alert, select only from the drop down menu, invalid entry. Yeah. Now let's select OK. Fine. Now you have the icon here. You have all the provided options. You can scroll down and select any one out of these. You can select knowledge transfer for the first one, and second one would be system analyst, and the last one would be human resources. Now in the list everything is fine. Okay, this is showing you the menu options and everything. So but what if you provide this sheet to your new joinee or new employee in your company, and by mistake he messes up something like deleting this? Okay, so we have deleted systems analyst, and when you click on the options, here you don't have systems analyst. In that place you have blank space, right? So there is a way where all your data can be messed up. So to avoid this, what you can do is you can actually save this data in a different sheet, like I did here, like department data. You can hide this sheet, or you can protect this sheet with password or something, so that nobody can mess this up. So now let us get back to the employee data and select this column and clear everything. Press OK, and let us also clear this and this as well, and this one too. Now let us eliminate the rows or cells, the employee, everything. Okay, now we have basically removed this data from here. Now let us try to apply the data validation once again. Now here let us select as list, and here let us provide the option. Let us go to next sheet. Let us select all these options and press OK. Okay, let's provide input message. Data options or department options. Now let's select OK. Now let's hide this sheet. Now the sheet has been hidden, and you still have the options. Developer, or let us provide CEO. Then we have developer. Then we have tester.
What is Excel VLOOKUP? VLOOKUP stands for vertical lookup. VLOOKUP lets you search for specific information in your spreadsheet. It allows you to search for a particular value in a column and returns another value from a different column but of the same row. VLOOKUP takes advantage of vertically aligned tables to quickly find data associated with the value the user enters. Now, let's look at the syntax to write a VLOOKUP function. So VLOOKUP takes 4 parameters or arguments. You can see it here. There are 4 arguments in the VLOOKUP function. So the first argument is called the lookup value. The lookup value represents the value that you are searching for. Next is the table array. The table array represents 2 or more columns of information. The third argument is called the column index number. Now this represents the column number in the table from which the value must be returned. The first column is 1, the second column is 2, and so on. And then we have the fourth parameter, which is called the range lookup. Now this parameter is optional. Now range lookup is used to find an exact match. So if you want to find an exact match, you need to enter false or 0. Meanwhile, if you want an approximate match, you need to enter true or 1.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Now, let me give you a brief overview on what's going to be in our demo. So for our demonstration, we'll use a sales dataset. You can see the dataset on the left. Using this dataset, we'll understand how VLOOKUP performs an exact and approximate match. We'll see how VLOOKUP is case insensitive. Then We'll perform a wildcard character search. We'll understand how to handle errors when a match is not found. And finally, you will look at two-way lookups. Now here is a small example of how VLOOKUP works. So we want to find the units sold by Morgan using the dataset on the left. So here you can see I have the dataset. It has some rows and columns. So these are the columns which are order date, region, there's a representative column, item, units, there's unit cost and total. And from this table I want to find the units that were sold by Morgan. Now, if you look at the table, at the bottom you can see the representative name Morgan, and Morgan has sold 30 units. Now I want to find this value using the VLOOKUP function. So here on the right you can see I have my lookup value, which is Morgan, and this is my VLOOKUP formula, and using this formula I'm getting the result as 30. Now let's go to our Excel workbook and perform all the demos one by one. So this is my Excel workbook that we are going to use for our demo, and here is the data set we'll be using. Now this is the same data set that you saw a while ago. So this data set has 7 columns. You have the order date, the region, representative's name, item, there's units, unit cost and total, which is basically the total or the amount of sales that was generated. Now we are going to use a chunk of this data set and perform our VLOOKUP analysis. So let's see our first example and the problem we have at hand. Let me go to the exact match tab. Alright, so here I'm going to use this chunk of data which is actually taken from the original data set. So we have taken the first 11 rows from the data set. You can see from row 2 till row 12 is going to be our data set that we'll use. So we have a question here. We want to find the items sold by Thompson. So here Thompson is my lookup value, which means looking at Thompson I want to find the item that he sold. So if you consider our table here, you can see we have the representative's name Thompson right here, and from the table you can see Thompson sold pencil, and I want to get this value which is pencil using my VLOOKUP function. So let's go ahead and write our VLOOKUP function. I'll consider this as my lookup value, and here under item I'm going to write my VLOOKUP formula. To write the VLOOKUP formula, I'll write first equal to, and I'll write VLOOKUP. Now if I hit tab, it will auto-complete. Alright, now let's give the parameters. So first is going to be the lookup value, which is nothing but Thompson. So I'll just select this cell, which is J17, comma. Now it's asking to give the table array. So the table array is the table from which you want to retrieve a value. One thing to keep in mind is that the value you are looking for should be the first column of a table, and you can select the table array till the end of the dataset or till the column which has the value you want to find. So here I'll select my table array starting from the representatives column till the end of the item column, which is going to be my table array. Then I'll select the column index number. So the column index number is based on the table array you have selected. In this case, my column index number is going to be 2 because we have selected just 2 columns, and the value which I am going to find is in the second column. So I'll give 2, comma. Now the range lookup I am going to give is false because I want to find an exact match. So either you can hit tab or you can write 0, which means false. If I close the bracket and hit enter, it will return me the item that Thompson had sold, which is pencil. You can verify from the table that Thompson had sold pencil. Alright. Now let's try to change the table array and see what result are we getting. So this time I'll slightly change the table array. So again we are trying to find the item that Thompson had sold. So I'll write my formula equal to VLOOKUP. I'll hit tab to autocomplete. I'll give my lookup value as Thompson, comma. This time I'm choosing my table array starting from the representatives column till the end of the dataset, which is till P12. Again, my column index number is going to be 2 because If you consider this table array, the item column is the second column in the selected table array. So I'm going to write it as 2, comma. The range lookup I want to give as false because I want to find the exact match. If I close this and hit enter, you can see it has returned me the same result that we saw earlier. Now suppose, let's say this time I want to start my table array from the region column, which is this column. So I want to select my table array starting from the region column. Now this is going to show me an error because your table array should always start from the lookup value column. So if you consider Thompson as the lookup value, my table array should always start from the representatives column. So let's just try this example. So I'll write VLOOKUP. My lookup value I'm going to give it as Thompson, comma. The table array, as I mentioned earlier, I'm going to choose from the region column. And let's say I'll select till the item column, give another comma, and this time my column index number is going to be 3 because since the table array has 3 columns and my item column is the last column, so I'm going to give my column index number as 3, comma. I want to get the exact match, so I'll give 0. If I close the bracket and hit enter, you can see it has given me an error. Okay. Now let me just show you another method to use VLOOKUP in Excel. So here on the top you can see there's a formulas tab, and under formulas tab under function library you see we have an option to select lookup and reference. If I click on this and if I scroll down below you can see there's an option called VLOOKUP. Let's choose this. Alright, now here you can give your lookup value, your table array, column index number, and the range lookup under this function arguments dialog box. So here I want to select my lookup value as Thompson. My table array is going to be from the representatives column till let's say the end of the data set. My column index number is going to be 2. I'll write 2, and range lookup I'll write as false because I want the exact match. Now if I hit OK, you can see it has given us the exact same result. So this is one of the other ways to use VLOOKUP in Excel. Now let's move to the next sheet, which is regarding approximate match. Okay, so sometimes you might have cases where you don't have the lookup value present in the table. In those cases, you can tell VLOOKUP to return an approximate match. Now one thing to keep in mind is that your lookup value column should always be sorted in ascending order while trying to get an approximate match. So here we are going to use this table, and my lookup value column, which is going to be the representatives column, is already sorted in ascending order. And let's see the question we have here. So I want to find the item sold and the unit cost for Matt. So my lookup value is going to be Matt. Now if you see this table, I don't have the representative's name Matt anywhere in the table. Now using an approximate match, I want to find the item and the unit cost. So let's do it. So here under item, I'll write my VLOOKUP formula. So I'll type VLOOKUP, I'll hit tab to complete it. And this time my lookup value is going to be Matt. So I'll select this cell, comma. My table array I'll select from the representatives column till the end of item column because I want to find the item value for Matt. I'll give a comma. My column index number as per the table array is going to be 2, comma. My range lookup this time I'm going to give is true or 1. So I'll write 1, close the bracket, hit enter. Alright, it has returned me binder was the item sold by Matt. Now let's try to figure out why VLOOKUP returned binder as the item. Now let's say you were asked to insert the name Matt to the representative column in alphabetical order. So where would you place it? Ideally, you should place between Kivel and Morgan. Since this column is already sorted, Matt should appear before Morgan and after Kivel. So in an approximate match, VLOOKUP will consider the previous highest value. In this case, the previous highest value before Matt is Kivel, and hence VLOOKUP returned the corresponding item purchased by Kivel, which is binder. Now similarly, if you wanted to find the unit cost for mat, again VLOOKUP will return the unit cost of Kivel, which is 125. Let's just try it out. So I'll write VLOOKUP. My lookup value is mat, comma. My table array for this time is going to be from representatives column till the unit cost column I'll consider. I'll give a comma. Now the column index number as per the table array is going to be 4. I'll give another comma, and this time I'll double click true because I want an approximate match. If I close the bracket, hit enter, you can see it has returned me 125, which is actually Kivel's unit cost. Okay, we have another question, and this time I want to find the units sold by Rob. Now Rob is going to be my lookup value. If you see the representatives column, we don't have Rob. Now let's see what VLOOKUP is going to return as the item for Rob. So I'll write VLOOKUP. I'll give my lookup value as Rob, comma. My table array is going to start from the representatives column. I'll select till here. I'll give a comma. My column index number is 2. I'll give another comma. I'll double click on true. So I close the bracket, hit enter. You can see VLOOKUP has returned me pen. Now let's understand why VLOOKUP returned pen for Rob. Now if you are asked to insert the representative's name Rob into this column, so ideally Rob would appear somewhere between Morgan and Sorvino, because since this is sorted in ascending order, Rob is actually greater than Morgan and is less than Sorvino. So as you know, VLOOKUP in an approximate match returns the previous highest value, which is Morgan here, and the corresponding item for Morgan is pen, and hence VLOOKUP returned pen for Rob. Alright, now moving to the next sheet, which is another property of VLOOKUP, which tells VLOOKUP always looks to the right. This means that your lookup value must always be on the left, and the value you are going to find out should always be to the right of the table. Now consider this scenario where your lookup value is on the left. In this case, it is the representative's value, and I have taken Sorvino for an example, and we want to find the order date for Sorvino. Now if you consider this table, your lookup value, which is Sorvino, is actually this column, the representatives column, and we are going to find out the order date. So your representative's name is on the right of the table, and the value we are going to find out is on the left of the table. Now as per the property, VLOOKUP only looks to the right. So if I use the VLOOKUP function for this example here, I'll write VLOOKUP. I'll give my lookup value as Sorvino, comma. My table array I'll consider from the order date, because I want the order date, till the representatives column. I'll give a comma, and this time my column index number is actually the first column, if I consider my table array as the first 3 columns selected, and my range lookup is going to be false. If I close the bracket, hit enter, it returns me an error. The reason is VLOOKUP always looks to the right, and this time the value we were trying to find out was to the left of the table. Now if you consider the opposite case, suppose you have the order date and you want to find the representative's name, you can do that easily, because your lookup value, which is the order date, is on the left and your representatives column is on the right. So let's just try this. I'll write VLOOKUP. My lookup value is going to be Sorvino's order date, so I'll select it from the table. I'll give a comma. My table array will start from the J column. Let's say I'll select the entire table, comma, and my column index number will be 3 if you consider these as my table array, comma, my range lookup is 0. If I close this, hit enter, you can see we have got Sorvino corresponding to the order date. Alright, now let's move to the next tab. Now this tab says VLOOKUP returns only the first match. So we have a question at hand. The question is, find the units sold by Jardine. If you see this table, we have the representative's name Jardine twice, you see here, and if you look down, we have Jardine here as well. But the item sold by Jardine at the first instance is pencil, and at the second instance it's desk. Now as per the property, VLOOKUP always returns the first match. Now ideally, when we write the VLOOKUP function and look for the units sold by Jardine, you will see VLOOKUP will return 36 instead of 3. Let's just try it out. I'll write the VLOOKUP function. My lookup value is Jardine, comma, my table array I'll select from the representatives column till the end of units column. I'll give a comma. My column index number based on the table array is 3. I'll give another comma. Now I want the exact match, so I'll select 0, close the bracket and hit enter. Now as you can see, it returns me the first match of Jardine, which is 36. So VLOOKUP did not consider the second match. Now similarly, if you consider this table, we have Jones repeated thrice. So you have Jones here, we have Jones here for the second time, and also we have Jones for the third time. And let's say you want to find the unit cost for Jones. So if I write the VLOOKUP function, I'll consider my lookup value as Jones, comma, my table array I'll select from the representatives column till the end of unit cost column. I'll give a comma. Based on the table array, my unit cost column is at the 4th index, so I'll write 4, comma, the range lookup is 0. If I click on this and hit enter, you can see it here. VLOOKUP has returned the first instance of Jones and it did not consider the second and the third instance. So our unit cost for Jones is 1.99 because VLOOKUP only returns the first match. Okay, moving ahead to the next example we have here is VLOOKUP is case insensitive. If you consider this table, I've added another row in green. So if you see here, I have a representative name called Gil, which is in proper case or popularly known as sentence case. Here I have added Gil's name in capital letters or all in uppercase. So I want to find the total revenue generated by Gil. The total revenue is basically the total column. Let's do it. I'll write VLOOKUP. My lookup value is Gil, which is actually in uppercase. I'll consider my table array from the representatives column till the end of total column or the sales column. Based on this selection, my column index number is 5, comma, the range lookup is false. So I'll just double click on false. If I close the bracket, hit enter, you can see it here. Our VLOOKUP function has returned the total as 539.73, which is actually the value for this row. So clearly VLOOKUP did not consider Gil, which was present at the bottom of the table in uppercase. So this shows that VLOOKUP is clearly case insensitive. Alright, now moving to the next example. The VLOOKUP function supports wildcards, which makes it possible to perform a partial match on a lookup value. For instance, you can use VLOOKUP to retrieve values from a table after typing only part of a lookup value. To use wildcards with VLOOKUP, you must specify the exact match by giving false or 0 for the last argument, that is range lookup. Now we have a question here. I want to know how much sales did the representative whose name starts with KI make. Now here sales represents the total column actually. So I want to find out the person whose name starts with KI. So if you consider the representative column, I have one representative whose name starts with KI, that is Kivel. So using KI as my lookup value, I want to find the total. So let me show you how to use wildcard characters and find the value using VLOOKUP. So I'll write my function VLOOKUP. Okay. Now in lookup value, I'll give KI. After that, I'm going to write ampersand followed by double inverted commas, then I'm going to write a star and close the inverted comma. This means the value starts with ki, ampersand actually represents concatenation, and star represents anything followed by ki. So this is going to be my lookup value in total. I'll give a comma. Next, I'll select my table array starting from the representatives column till the end of total column because I want to find the sales. I'll give another comma. My column index number based on the table array we have selected is 5, comma. The range lookup is 0 because I want to find an exact match. I'll close the bracket, hit enter. You can see it here. VLOOKUP has returned me 999.5, which is actually Kivel's total. Now there's another way to do it. Instead of selecting the cell in which we have the lookup value, I can directly write it in the VLOOKUP function. So I'll write the VLOOKUP function something like this. So my lookup value, I'll pass ki within double inverted commas because ki is a character value. So within double inverted commas, I'm writing ki followed by ampersand, which is for concatenation, followed by a star within double inverted commas. So this is going to be my lookup values. This in total means anything that appears after ki will be considered as the lookup value. Again, the table array I'll select as these rows and columns, comma, my column index number would be 5, comma, the range lookup is 0. If I close the bracket, hit enter, you see we have the same value. So this is another method or another way of using VLOOKUPs. Okay, now moving ahead, let's explore another feature of VLOOKUP. So if the VLOOKUP function cannot find a match, it returns a #NA error. Now if you want, you can use the IfNA function to replace the #NA error with a friendly message. So suppose you want to find the region in which an order was placed on 10th of May 2018. Now if the order date is not found, I want to return a message that is invalid date. So if you look at the order date column, we don't have any value for 10th of May 2015. You can see these values. We don't have any value corresponding to this date. So if my VLOOKUP function cannot find this lookup value, I'll return invalid date. So let me show you how to write this. I'll type my VLOOKUP function. I'll give my order date as 10th of May 2015 as my lookup value, and then I'll consider my table array starting from the order date column till the end of region column. I'll give another comma. My column index number would be 2 this time based on the table array we have selected, comma. I want an exact match. So I'll give 0, close the bracket and hit enter. There you go. It has returned me an error. Now I want to convert this error to a friendly message saying invalid date. So let me show you how to do it. I'll do it here. So to return a valid message, I'll use the IfNA function. And within IfNA function, I'll give my VLOOKUP function. So let me type IfNA. I'll hit tab. Now for the value parameter, I'll use my VLOOKUP function. So my lookup value is going to be the order date, comma. My table array I'll select from the order date column till the end of region column, comma. My column index number is going to be 2, comma. My range lookup is 0. I'll close the bracket, give another comma. Now if this expression results in an error, I want to display a message that is invalid date. So I'll put invalid date within double quotes since it is a text message. I close the bracket, hit enter. You can see the result, which is invalid date. Now moving on to the final section of the demo, we have two-way lookup. Now in the VLOOKUP function, the column index parameter is normally hard-coded as a static number. However, you can also create a dynamic column index by using the match function to locate the right column. And this technique allows you to create a dynamic two-way lookup matching on both rows and columns. Now let me first show you how a match function works. So suppose I want to find the index where unit cost column is present. So here I'll use the match function. I'll give my lookup value as the unit cost column name, comma, suppose I'll choose my lookup array starting from representatives column till the unit cost column, comma, I'll give my match type as 0 for exact match. If I close the bracket, hit enter, it returns me 4 because my array was selected from the representatives column till the unit cost column, and in this array unit cost is at the 4th index. Alright, now using this idea, let's solve the following problem. I want to find the cost of each item sold by Morgan. So let's write our VLOOKUP formula. I'll write VLOOKUP. My lookup value is J5, which has the representative's name as Morgan, comma, my table array I'll select from C2 till F12. I'll give a comma, and this time I know that my column index number is at 4, but I'll be using the match function to find the same. So I'll write match. My lookup value is unit cost, comma, my lookup array is from C1 till F1, comma, my match type is 0. I close this bracket, give another comma, and I'll give my range lookup as 0. Close the bracket, hit enter. You can see for Morgan the unit cost is 19.99. You can verify from the table. For Morgan the unit cost is 19.99. Alright, now we have another question here. I want to find how much sales did Andrews make in the central region. So here I have two lookup values. One is central, one is Andrews. Now looking at these two values, I want to find the total. To solve such problems, let me first create another table. I'll place the table somewhere here. Okay, so let me just paste the table here. Alright, now I'll create another column where I'll merge the values of region and representatives. So here, let me create another column. Okay, I'll just name this column as region rep. Alright, now this column I'll use the concatenation operator. So I'll select East, use ampersand, and then select Jones. I'll hit enter. Now the same thing, I'll just duplicate it for the other rows as well. So I have my new column created. Now using this table, I can easily solve the problem. Now to find the total, I'll write my VLOOKUP formula. So my lookup value will be a combination of J11 ampersand K11, comma, while table array will start from the region rep, which has the values of region and rep combined, till the last column, and from this table array my column index number is 5 and my range lookup is 0. If I close the bracket, hit enter, you can see for central region, which is this one, and for Andrews representative, the total is 149.25. Alright, now we are done with our demo. Let's have a quick glance at what all we did in this demo. Okay, so first of all, we saw our data set, which was a sales data set that we used. Then we started with our first example to see how VLOOKUP performs an exact match. We also saw how using the formulas tab and lookup and reference you can write VLOOKUP in another way. So you can use the function arguments to give your VLOOKUP parameters. Next, we saw how VLOOKUP performs an approximate match. So we had mat and raw which were not present in the representatives column. After that, we saw an important property of VLOOKUP, that is VLOOKUP only looks to the right, followed by VLOOKUP only returns the first match, following which we saw that VLOOKUP is case insensitive. So here we had added a new row where GIL was present in uppercase, but still VLOOKUP found the total revenue for GIL which was in sentence case or proper case. Next, we saw how we can use wildcard characters to use VLOOKUPs, and here we saw how to use an if and a function along with VLOOKUP, and finally we saw how to use two-way lookups.
Choose from over 300 in-demand skills and get access to 1,000 plus hours of video content for free. Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Now we are on the sheet of Microsoft Excel, and here you can see some data on my sheet. That is employee name, employee ID, and salary. So here we are going to perform our horizontal lookup, but before that, let me show you that this particular drop-down menu. So this particular drop-down menu has all the names of the employees in this particular table, and we have created this using data validation in Excel. If you want to create the drop-down menus just like these, then feel free to check out our data validation in Excel tutorial, link to which is in the description box below. Now let's try to implement HLOOKUP in Excel. So here we have employee name, but we want to find out the employee ID. So for that, let's create the HLOOKUP. Now for that, equals to HLOOKUP. Now the first one is the lookup value. So this one is the cell which is the employee name. Now after that, the table array, we have to select all the table arrays here. Now the row index number. So the employee ID is in row index number 2 according to the table. So for that, provide 2 and close the bracket. And before closing brackets, you might want to give the exact match. So for exact match, select false and close the bracket. Press enter and there you go. And if you select Jack, then you'll find the employee ID of Jack. And if you select Jerry, you'll find the employee ID of Jerry reflecting here. Now similarly, let's find out the salary of all the employees using HLOOKUP. So equals HLOOKUP and lookup value, that happens to be the name of the employee. Now the table array, and next we have row index number, that is salary happens to be the third row in the table, so 3, and exact match. Close the bracket and enter. So now if you change the values in this particular drop down menu, you'll find the employee ID and their particular salary. So Jack happens to be carrying the employee ID as 1001 and his salary is 10,000. So similarly, let's try to find out Peter's employee ID and salary. So there you go, 1005 and 50,000 as salary. So that's how you use HLOOKUP in Excel. Here you can see the first chart. So this particular data is converted into a table format to avoid confusion while you're fixing the data. So here you can see the name of the employee, employee ID, department, salary, and date of joining. And here you can see the salary column and the bonus percentage of each and every employee based on their salaries. Now coming to the new data table, and here on the table 2, which is an updated table, here you can find we are going to find out the department of the employee and the current department of employee and the bonus percentage based on his or her salary. So why are we finding current department again? So here you can see that we have an intern, Emily, who was joined in the year 2020, but recently she got promoted as a developer. So her department has been changed from department intern to department developer in 2021. So that's what we're going to find out here in the current department using XLOOKUP. Now let's start to implement XLOOKUP. So for that, equals to XLOOKUP. And for lookup, you can see we need to find out the lookup value, lookup array, return array, and all the other two are not important right now, but you can use them to get some exact matches in the future. We'll also use that in the future. For now, let's try to use the first 3 parameters, that is lookup value, lookup array, and return array. So the lookup value is the name of the employee, Mary, and lookup array is right here, which is this one. Now we're going to select the lookup array, then comma, and we're going to look up the department. So this is the department lookup array, and that's all we need. Close the bracket
and press enter. Okay, I think we missed out the lookup value. So the employee or the lookup value which we required was missed, so I've added it here. So that is the lookup value, the first one, which is Mary, and there you go. Press enter and you have the department here. Now let's add it to all the rows, and here you have all the rows and all the data related to all the employees. Now we will find out the current department. As you can see, here you have Emily as intern, which is the older data. But what if you needed the latest data, that is the developer in the year 2021, right? For that you might want to work the XLOOKUP formula a little bit. So let's try that. XLOOKUP, lookup value, which is the same, and comma. Now where you have to look for the array, that is lookup array, this one, and the return array, which happens to be this one. And next, you can find the exact match for this one, so that's all right, exact match. And here comes the important part, where you have to search last to first. By default, XLOOKUP searches for first to last, that is like this, in the starting place to the last place. So that's the reason why we had Emily as intern. So now if we give last to first, then it retrieves the latest data, where Emily will be shown as developer. Now select that, and now you can close the brackets and press enter. So let's add that to all the rows. There you go. Now you can see Emily, Clark, Peter and James, all they have got their updated job profiles. As you can see in the original data, Emily is a developer now, so is Clark, who was originally a tester, and he got promoted to development team in 2021. Similarly, Peter became a senior finance executive in 2021, and James the manager of sales. Now let's try to find out the bonus for all these employees based on their salary. So this one is quite simple. So XLOOKUP. Now the lookup value is their existing salary, comma, and the bonus part. So the lookup array is the salary range. Then here is another important point. So here you might want to find the exact match, but finding an exact match will not help you here. You might want to declare another type of value where you can get exact match or next smaller item. So you'll understand it why I'm selecting that. So now let's close the bracket and enter. So now we have the bonus values. Now let's add the bonus value to all the factors, all the rows, I mean. So you can see we have different variety of salaries, that is 38,000, 22,000, 39, etc. But here in the ranges we have provided 10, 20, 30, 40 and 50. So what if the value is between 30 and 20? That's when you want the less number, right? That's when you want the number which is equivalent to 30 or less than 30, which happens to be 15%. So that's how it has worked here. That is 0.15% bonus to the actual salary.
Now we are on our Excel sheet. Here you can see the employee names and employee IDs of different employees from different zones. Let us imagine that the blue one is from East, green one is from West, and the black one is from, or the purple one is from South, and the orange one is from North. So this data is a little small, but what if we had a data with hundreds or thousands of rows, including all the employee names, employee IDs, or another relevant data type like sales of an employee and his employee ID. And you were supposed to combine all the data from all the 4 different zones into one single sheet. It would consume a lot of time, right? So recently, Microsoft has released some latest updates based on arrays and data. So one of those is vstack function in Excel. So how to use it? Since it is a latest function, I recommend you to go to the file menu, and in the file menu you can navigate to account, and in the account you can see the option of update options. Then you can select update now, and your Microsoft Office will be updated to the latest version, and you'll get access to the latest functions in Excel and all the other Office related things like PowerPoint presentation, etc. Now we are going to implement the vstack function in Excel. It is completely simple. All you need to do is equals to stack and then select the data. Remember to select the data from column A and cell 2 or the row 2. We are not selecting the employee name and employee ID. We are just selecting the data. Now separate them by comma. Then again, this one here, this set, and again this one, and again lastly this particular last set. Now close the bracket and press enter. And there you go. You have all the employee names and their respective employee IDs all together in one data set. So this is how you use VStack function in Excel.
As we speak, you might wonder what it takes to become an expert data analyst. If you are an aspiring data analyst with at least 1 year of domain experience and looking for online training and certifications from prestigious universities and in collaboration with leading experts, then search no more. Simplilearn's postgraduate program in data analysis from Purdue University in collaboration with IBM should be your right choice. For more details on this course, head straight to our homepage and type in postgraduate program in data analysis, or simply click on the link in the description box below. With that in mind, over to our training experts.
Some PDF data into Excel. Now you can see the PDF document which I am looking to convert from PDF to Excel. So this particular PDF document has a table. So this is the state-wise GST collections that happened during March of 2020. Now we need to convert this tabular data from PDF format to Excel format. Now we are on the Microsoft Excel. Now to initiate the process, we might want to choose a blank workbook for this. So now we are on the blank workbook and the complete sheet is empty. Now let's go into the data option in the toolbar. And in the data option of the toolbar, we have the ribbon of Get and Transform Data. In this ribbon, you can see Get Data option. Select that and you can see various options here from File, from Database, from Azure, from other sources, etc. Now we need the first option, that is from File. And in that we have a drop down, and in that drop down you might want to select the PDF. If you have a JSON file, you can also choose from a JSON. And if you have the data from XML, you can choose that, and even you can extract the data from text or CSV as well. Now we need the PDF option, so select the PDF. Now navigate where your file is existing. So my file is on the desktop, and now let me select the PDF document. Select import. Now Excel will automatically analyze the tabular data in the PDF format and give you the results. Now according to Excel, there are multiple tabular formats. Table 1, Table 2. So basically this table is one and the same. So all the 29 states are fixed in one table itself. But since the PDF is divided in sheets, this particular document is considering the first table as a separate table and the table which is present in the third page as a separate table. So we have Table 1, Table 2. And there are a few more tables which Excel is assuming that it might be table, but it's not. And another table which is page number 002, it is a table, and another one is right here. Now there is an option of selecting all the tables all together at once, or you can select only one table which you want to select. So if you select multiple items, Excel will automatically give you an option of choosing your tables. You can just tick and select the tables you want, or you can directly select the table you want on your Excel sheet. So right now, let's try to select multiple tables. So I'll be selecting 1, 2, 4, and 5. And this particular one is not a table, so I'm eliminating that. Now you might want to choose the load option. So Excel is now loading the data. Now all the data has been successfully loaded. Now, it is giving us a notification that all the data has been successfully loaded. And now just right click on it and here choose the option Load To. And here select Table option. And if you want the data to be loaded to a new worksheet, you can choose that and select OK. Now you can see all the data is being successfully loaded in the form of tabular format in the new Excel sheet. Similarly, let's try to load another page. In the table format, new worksheet, select OK. and the third sheet. Now get ready to impress your boss by converting all the PDF data into Excel sheet just in a matter of few seconds with few steps. And there you go. All the 4 tables have been loaded successfully in the form of Excel in just a few steps. Now this is how you convert PDF to Excel. Now for this particular tutorial, we will be using the student dataset. Now let's get back to the practical mode and start our Microsoft Excel. Now we are in the Microsoft Excel, and as you can see on my sheet, okay, let me expand this. So as you can see on my screen, we have the dataset belonging to students. So we have 10 students and every one of them has name, roll number, class, blood group and marks, etc. And at the end we have the percentage. And as you can see, we have the percentage in terms of float values, and we have a lot of decimal values like 8 and above. So what if you wanted to just have 1 or 2 digits after the actual percentage, like 80.6 or 80.66, right? It would be a little bit more or good to read, right? So that's what a round off actually means. So now let's work on having rounded off values for the percentage. Now let's create a new column. Let's name it as round off percentage. Great. So to actually perform the round off formula, we do have a predefined method for that. For that, you just have to type in equals to round, and there you go. We have round up and a round down. So both of them perform the same operation. Let's select a round up, and this is the M column and the row number is 3. So we'll have to press M3 and the number of values after the decimal point. For now, let's select 1, and there you go. Press enter and the value should be rounded off. Now 80.66 is being rounded off to 80.7. Now when you drag the cell to all the rows, then you can see all the values will be rounded off. Here you can see 75.16 has been rounded off to 75.2 and 82.33 has been rounded off to 82.4. So we end up with having rounded off values. So for example, let us imagine that you wanted to create one single cell for all the employees in your company, which stores the first name, second name or last name, including their email IDs at one place, right? If you want to do so, like let me show you how it looks like. So let me copy this here. Then that's the first name. Now it's your second name along with the email ID. Now let us imagine that you wanted to store all the employees in the same way, right? So you can do this by using combine operation in Excel. Now all it takes is just a simple formula, that is equals to, and the first cell address, that is A2, and you can use an ampersand sign. Now you can use the next cell reference, that is B2, and then colon and the last cell address, that is E2. Now press enter. So when you press enter or tab, you will get this particular answer. But this data is completely in a state where you can't understand it, right? The first name, last name and the email ID has got combined all together. So you want to use some spaces, right? So all you need to do is just make a little modification to this particular existing data. So you can press another ampersand and include spaces. And then you can separate the email ID and the name with some colon. So now we have separated the first two cells, that is the first name and the last name, with a space using the ampersands. And then again we have used an ampersand
to include the colon, and see that we have also included a space between the colon marks so that it gets separated cleanly. And now let's try to press tab and see the result. So there you go. The first name and the second name is separated by space, and the email ID and the complete name is separated by a colon. Now you can use this to all the cells, and there you go. All the first name, last name and the email IDs have been printed here. So that's how you use the combine operation in Excel.
Let's get started with our one-point agenda, that is stated if function in Excel. Now we might have to switch to the practical mode for that. Now we have started our Microsoft Excel, and here we have our empty worksheet. So dated if function is majorly used to find the differences between two individual dates. So it is also called as dated if by a few people, and a few people also reference it to date diff, that is date difference. So anything is good. Now to find the difference between any two dates, let's select a few dates. So the first date would be, let us imagine that you're an employee and you wanted to find out how many years that you've been working with an organization. So for that you might want to need today and the date where you joined the company, right? So it might be date of joining and today. So what's the difference, right? So let us imagine that you joined the organization somewhere around 2010, 01/05, 2010, and today. So for today, you can give any particular date. Let us imagine that today is 1st of January 2021 or 2022. Now we have both the dates, that is the joining date and the current date, which can be the current date. So the day can be anything, so you might be watching this on a different date as well. So the date of that day for today would be a little different. So we'll imagine the today's date as an imaginary date. Now we might want to find the difference, that is in terms of years. So you wanted to find the difference in terms of years. So here you can find the difference in terms of years, days, and months as well. So currently, let's try to find out the difference in terms of years. So for years, you might want to specify the third parameter in the dative function as y. If you wanted months, you have to give the m as the third parameter. And if you wanted to find the days, you might want to give d as the third parameter. So we have discussed the third parameter. So what are the first two parameters, right? So the first two parameters are the first date and the last date. So the first date in this situation is your date of joining, and the last date or the final date, which you want here is your today. So let's find the difference. So for that equals to, so it can be dated if or date diff. So date if and the first date, which is the A2, and comma the last date, that is B2, and your parameter, third parameter in terms of years, that is y, close the bracket and press enter. So there you go, you have your date here. So it's been like 11 years that you're working with your organization. So that's how you find out the differences. So we have 11 years because we did not finish the 12th year completely. So if we had given the month as maybe 6, where we have finished our total years, then it will automatically change to 12 years. So you can see on my screen, we are on the Excel spreadsheet, and on my spreadsheet, you can see dates in column A and different formats in column C, D, E, and F respectively. Now by default, the data type or the data present in the A column will be considered as general. And there are a few situations where even if you try to format the date in your format, like the customized format, you may not be able to do it because it's still under the general data type. So for that, for being on the safer side, what we will do is select the data and navigate to the data toolbar. And in that, you have the text to columns option. Press that and remember to have the delimited icon. You might be having the dash as your icon or slash as your icon for the delimited thing, and select that, and next, and here you can see, right, it's in general mode. So you can press on date and DMI will be your date format, that is date, month and year. Now click on finish. So it's been formatted now. Now let's copy the same data and paste it in all the 4 formats, so that we'll see the different formats that we can change to or customize to, right? So there you go. Let's expand the columns a little bit. Now we have day, month and year. So now you might want to change a couple of things, right? For example, you wanted to change, okay, let's see the menu. So the way is to select the cells and right click and select the format cells option. And in here you can see the date function, and in here you can see different types of modifications that you can do to your data, right? So you might want to also change your dates based on the location. So right now we are in India, and imagine if you wanted to, change something based on US, or if you are having your client in US and he wants the dates in US format, you can also change that. So here you can see English United States and press on that, press OK, and you can see it's been changed to US format, where you have years in the first place, months in the second place and dates in the last place, right? And now let us imagine that your client does not want the dates. All he needs is just months, right? You can also do that. Get back to the format cells option, go to custom, and here instead of month, date and year, all you can do is just write down month and year and select OK. So you'll have only month and year, not the dates. Now your client is being a little more, he wants a little more detail, and he wants you to add a lot of granularity to your data, which includes day, time, etc., everything, right? So you can also do that. So the same way, go to format cells, custom, and here I think it's in date itself. So let's navigate a little. Yeah, here. So you have the day, date, month and year. Press OK. So there you go, right? So that's how you can do it. And now let's try a little bit more. If we have a few more options pending, so go to format cells and custom, and you also have timings. So here you have date, month, year and the timings. Press OK, and there you have all the timings as well. So since these dates are, I created them just a few moments ago to keep it simple, so I did not have to add the timings here. So if you are keen about adding the timings, you can also do that. For example, if you wanted to add the timings of the employees logged in and logged out, you can also do that using the same format. We have 4 different sheets of the sales. So the first sheet is the West zone, next is South zone, East zone and Central zone. So all this data belongs to one single sheet, that is Superstore dataset. So I have categorized, or I have taken a part of the data which belongs to Central region, South region, West region and East region. Now we are going to use all these 4 sheets and create one single sheet, which is the pivot table of all the 4 sheets. Now without further ado, let's start the process. Now for that, we might want to use the shortcut key, that is Alt D. Now press P. Now this starts the pivot chart wizard. Now here we have to choose the option multiple consolidation ranges. Then click on next. And here you can see the pivot table is clicked by default. Now we'll go to next. Now here click I will create page fields, or the pivot chart wizard will automatically create if you want that to create for you. Now click on next. Now here let's select the range. Now I'll be selecting the range. Add it. Now next we'll select East. Add it. Followed by that we have South. And finally we have West. Now we will name these according to the regions. So the first one will be West. Next one will be South. Next one will be East.
and the last one will be central. Click on next, and here select new worksheet and finish. And there you go. You have the pivot table here. Now you might want to change the summation value. So click anywhere on the pivot table and change it from count to sum, so that you have the summation of the total number of sales, subcategory sales, and grand total of sales, etc. Now here you can see all option. Now let's select central, and you'll get the details of the central region, the grand total and the sales happening, quantity of sales, etc. Now here you can see the furniture, office supplies, technology, and the grand total all in one single sheet. Now let's get back to the original sheet. So as you can see, this is the original sheet, and in the original sheet you can see various more categories, which is the shipment mode, customer segment, country, city, state, and you also have product name, subcategory, etc. So if you had added all these into this sheet, you can also create a separate option of adding minute details to your pivot table. So that is how the pivot table is created using multiple sheets.
So slices in Excel are software filters used along with Excel tables or Excel pivot tables over a large amount of data. Not just filtering out data, but slices also help you with an easy understanding of the information being extracted and displayed on the screen. Now, Microsoft Excel slices are compatible with Windows and Macintosh operating systems. Now, let us understand how to implement slices in Excel. So for that, we might want to get back to the practical mode, that is, starting our Microsoft Excel. Now, we are on our Excel sheet, and as you can see on my screen, there is some data available on the Excel spreadsheet. And this table is not just any table. This table from Microsoft Excel is been converted into an actual table. As you know, by default, Excel considers all the data which has been inserted into the spreadsheet as a database. And to implement these slices in Excel, we might want to create or convert the format of database into a normal table. For that, you can select all your data and just press Ctrl T, and that will allow you an option called Convert the Data into Table. Now, since this table is already converted as a table, we can directly start implementing or inserting slices into the spreadsheet. Now for that, select all your data. Then go into the Insert option, and in the Insert ribbon, you can see the Filters group. And in the Filters group, select the option called Slicer. Now you will be provided with multiple options, since we have the columns Employee ID, Employee Name, Zone, Designation, Department, Salary, Employee's Date of Birth, and Employee's Date of Joining. So we can choose any of the options available according to our columns and create the slices. Now let me select the first one, that is Zone, next Designation, Department, and let's also select Employee Name. Now press OK, and there you go, we have our slices. Now let us try to rearrange these slices. All you can do is just select and drag them up. And done. Now let us imagine that we want to see or take a look at the employees who are working in the East Zone. Then we have all the information displayed on the screen who are working in the East Zone. They are Jack, Tony, Banner, Fred, etc. and their department, designation, etc., etc., all on one single screen. So this really helps you while you're presenting your data in a presentation. Now for a change, let's try to select the department. Now if your client wants to select the data from only Analytics department, then you might want to select on the Analytics key on the department slicer, and there you go, you have an employee called Luke Hobbs who works in the East Zone, and his department is Analytics and his designation is contract based, and the salary he is getting is 65,000. Now similarly, you can see that we have only selected analytics, and your client also wants data from IT support. Now you can see that analytics is gone. But what if you want both analytics and IT support? Then you have an option called select multiple. Then you can select analytics and IT support, and if you want HR you can also do that. And in the zone, if you want west along with east, then you can do the same, east and west, and you have all the employee details. And in the designation, let's try to select senior, trainee. Okay, select multiple, senior, trainee and manager. So that's how you do it. So that's how it's done, and that's how you implement slicers in Excel to simplify the filtering options using slicers during a presentation. And with that, we have come to an end of this tutorial on slicers in Excel.
Excel supports a number of shortcut keys that you can use to speed up your work and make your work efficient. These shortcuts make working with spreadsheets a little easier. Now the question arises, do I need to memorize the shortcut keys? The answer is no. The keyboard shortcuts in Excel helps you perform data analysis better and faster, but it would be an advantage if you can remember a few of them. Now, let's begin by looking at some of the important workbook related shortcuts. So we will see how to create a new workbook, open an existing workbook, and save a spreadsheet so that you don't lose any data or calculations that you have done. Towards the end, you will see how you can toggle between different sheets in a workbook. Now to open an Excel workbook on Windows, you can just search for Excel here. You can see this is the Excel app. I'll click on it. And you can see there's the Home tab, New tab. From here you can open any existing workbook as well. So let me go to the New tab and open a blank workbook. Now mark here on the top, it says Book 1 Excel. Now if you were to create a new workbook, the shortcut is Ctrl+N. Now mark this. So if I hit Ctrl+N, you can see it has opened a new workbook called Book 2. I can show it to you here. You can see there are two workbooks, Book 1 and Book 2. So the shortcut to open a new workbook is Ctrl+N. Now if you want to open an existing workbook that is present in your system, the shortcut is Ctrl+O. So if I hit Ctrl+O, you can go to Browse and check for your Excel file that is present on your system. Let me go to the desktop and search for Excel workbooks. You can see I have two Excel files here. Let me select the COVID-19 file. I'll click on Open. I'll enable editing. There you go. So we have our existing workbook opened on Excel. Now if you want to save a workbook or a spreadsheet, the shortcut is Ctrl+S. Now this is very simple, you use it in other editors as well. Now suppose I duplicate this column, I use Ctrl+C, go on top and hit Ctrl+V. Now to save this spreadsheet, I'll just press Ctrl+S. You can see the workbook is saved. Now you can also click on this one which says Save, Ctrl+S. So I don't need this column actually, so let me go ahead and delete this column. And now to close the current workbook, the shortcut is Ctrl+W. So if I hit Ctrl+W, it will ask me, do you want to save this file or not? I'll say don't save, and it will close that current file. Next, if you want to close Excel, the shortcut key is Ctrl+F4. Now if I hit Ctrl+F4, you can see my book 1 is closed, so I can go ahead and close the workbook. Now let me go ahead and open a workbook again. So I'll search for Excel and click on it. I'll go to a blank workbook. Now if you want to move to the next sheet, you can use Control Page Down. Now in this current workbook we have only one sheet. Now let me create two more sheets and come to sheet 1. Now if you want to move to the next sheet, the shortcut is Control Page Down. So if I hit Control Page Down, you can see I am in sheet 2 now. If I again hit Control Page Down, I have come to sheet 3. Next, if you want to move on to the previous sheet, the shortcut is Control Page Up. So let me hit Control Page Up. You can see I am in sheet 2 now. And if I hit Control Page Up once again, I have come to sheet 1. Now to get a little more clarity on this, let me open a workbook that has multiple sheets or multiple tables. So I'll hit Control O and I'll look for my sample Superstore dataset. Click on it. You can see this dataset has 3 tables. The first one is the orders table. The second one is the returns table, which has the detail about the orders that were returned. And the next table is of the people table that basically has person and the region to which the person belonged to. So let me come to my orders table. Now if I want to move to my returns and people table, for that I can hit Control Page Down, which is to move to the next sheet. So if I hit Control Page Down, see I am in the returns table now. If I hit Control Page Down once again, I have come to my people table. If I want to move back, I'll hit Control Page Up. You can see I am in my returns table. If I hit Control Page Up once again, I have come back to my orders table. Now there are a few other shortcuts that I want to tell you here. So suppose you want to switch between different tabs that are present in the ribbon, you can do that as well with the help of shortcut keys. So in Excel, this is the ribbon which has different tabs like the File tab, Home tab, Insert, Draw, Page Layout, and so on. Now currently we are in the Home tab. If you want to move to the Data tab, the shortcut is Alt A. So if I hit Alt A, you can see we have come to the Data tab. Now if you want to go to the View tab, the shortcut is Alt W. You can see we have come to the View tab. And if you want to move to the Formula tab, the shortcut is Alt M. So if I hit Alt M, you can see we have come to the Formula tab. Now let me open another Excel file where we have listed all the shortcut keys that we are covering in this video. So let me go ahead and do that. So I'll go to File and under Open, I'll click on Browse, and under Desktop, I'll look for my Excel shortcut keys file. I'll click on Open. So this is the Excel sheet we have created for you for your reference. You can pause the video to note the shortcut keys we have covered so far. If you want to get access to this Excel sheet, please share your email address in the chat section. We'll send it to you over email. So far, we have covered all the workbook related shortcuts. So these are the shortcuts we have covered so far that I'm highlighting here. Now let's move back to our slides and see what we have next. So you can see we have our cell formatting shortcuts up next. Now here I will tell you the different shortcuts that can be applied to a cell, such as editing a cell, aligning cell contents, adding a border to a cell, adding an outline to all the selected cells, etc. So let's go ahead and do these operations. So I'll go to my book 1, and the first shortcut that we'll see is how to edit a cell. For example, there are certain values such as 10, 20, 30, and if I scroll down like this, and now if you want to edit the cells, you can just select that cell. Here I have selected A4 cell, you can see on the top, and hit F2 to edit the cell. So if I hit F2, you can see I can edit the cell and make it say 40. Similarly, I'll hit F2 again and make this as 50, and so on. Now you can also edit the formula that is present in a cell. So let me use a formula. Say we'll calculate the sum, and I'll choose A1 to A8 and find the sum. Now if I select this and click on F2, I can change the formula as well. Let's say average. I'll hit enter. You can see it has calculated the average from A1 to A8. Now if you want to copy paste cells, the shortcut is very simple. It's Ctrl C and Ctrl V. Now suppose I want to copy cell A4, I can just hit Ctrl C and I'll hit Ctrl V to paste it. Similarly, you can also select a range of cells and hit Ctrl C and Ctrl V to paste it. Similarly, you can also copy paste different cells from other worksheets. So I have come to my sample superstore workbook and let me select a few cells and I can copy it by hitting Ctrl C. I'll move back and I can paste it by Ctrl V. Next, if you want to bold and italicize the font values in a cell, you can use Ctrl B and Ctrl I respectively. So if I want to bold, suppose the headings or the column names, I can use Ctrl B. You can see it's bold. And if I want to italicize certain values, let me select this one. I can use Ctrl I to italicize it. I'll hit Ctrl I. You can see it's italicized. Now you can also underline the cell contents. So let me show you how to do that. For this purpose, we use Ctrl plus U. So let me select this cell and I'll hit Ctrl U. You can see it has added an underline. Similarly, let me do it for one more cell. I'll hit Ctrl plus U. You can see it has put an underline to this cell as well. Now if you want to fill colors to certain cells, the shortcut you can use is Alt plus H plus H. So let me show you. If I select this cell and hit Alt HH, you can see it has prompted me to select a color. I'll select this blue color and you can see you have filled a color to this cell. Similarly, you can fill color to a range of cells as well. I have selected these cells and let me hit Alt HH and this time I'll select this green color. You can see we have filled all these cells with green color. Now if you want to add a border to a cell, the shortcut is Alt plus H plus B. Now let me select this cell 40 and hit Alt plus H plus B. So it has prompted me to select the type of border that you want. Now let me select I want a top border. You can see here it has put a top border to cell B5. And now let me choose cell E6 and again hit Alt HB, and this time let's say I'll select all borders. You can see the cell has all borders across it. Now if you were to remove the outline border, the shortcut is Ctrl plus Shift plus underscore. So if I want to remove this top border from cell B5, I'll hit Ctrl Shift underscore. You can see the top border is no more there. Similarly, let's remove all border from cell E6. I'll hit Ctrl Shift underscore. You can see the border is gone. Now if you want to add outline to selected cells, the shortcut is Ctrl plus Shift plus ampersand. So let me select the cells that I had colored just now, and if I hit Ctrl Shift ampersand, you can see it has added a border to the selected cells. I can show it to you here as well. Let me select it and hit Ctrl Shift ampersand. You can see it has added a border to all the selected cells. Another thing I want to show you here is, if you want to move to the previous cell, the shortcut is Shift Tab. So if I select this cell and hit Shift Tab, it will take me back to the next cell, which is E8. If I hit Shift Tab again, it takes me to C8, next is B8, then it's A8. Now if you want to move to the next cell, the shortcut is Tab. So if I hit Tab, it will take me to the next cell. Now if you want to select the cells on the right, the shortcut is Ctrl Shift right arrow. So initially if I select cell H2 and now I want to select all the cells on the right, I can just hit Ctrl Shift right arrow. So as you can see, it has selected all the cells on the right. Similarly, if you want to select all the cells on the left, the shortcut is Ctrl Shift left arrow. As you can see, it has selected all the cells. Now if you want to select the column from the selected cell to the end of the table, the shortcut is Ctrl Shift down arrow. So I'll hit Ctrl Shift down arrow. You can see it has selected the entire column. Now if you want to select the data above the selected cell, the shortcut is Ctrl Shift up arrow. So I'll hit Ctrl Shift up arrow. You can see it has selected all the cells that were present on top of it. Yeah. Let me again take you to the Excel sheet that has all the list of shortcuts discussed in this video. So I'll go to File and I'll open Excel shortcut keys. So now we have looked at all the cell formatting shortcuts that I'm highlighting. Again, if you want to get access to this Excel sheet, please drop in your email ID. We'll share it over email. Next, we'll be discussing about some additional cell formatting shortcuts. So up next, we will see some additional cell formatting shortcuts. Here, we will have a look at how to add a comment to a cell. So comments are used to give extra information about a cell value. You can also learn how to find a value and replace it with another value in the spreadsheet. Then we'll see how to activate a filter, insert the current date, current time, and also add a hyperlink to a cell. Finally, we'll see how to apply a format to the data in a cell. Now let me go to my sample Superstore dataset. So this is my sample Superstore dataset. Now if I need to add a comment to a cell, the shortcut key I will use is Shift F2. So let me select Brosina Hoffman and hit Shift F2. You can see my comment box has appeared. Now let me give a comment like Brosina is from LA or Los Angeles. You can see Brosina Hoffman is from Los Angeles. Now if I select this, you can see our comment. Next, if you want to display, find and replace a value from a cell or a range of cells, you can use Ctrl+H. So let me select Ctrl+H. You can see our find and replace box has appeared, and here if I want to change the name of, say suppose, Brosina to something like Angela, I'll first select for Brosina. So here I am typing what I need to find, that is Brosina, and I'll replace it with Angela, suppose. Now I'll hit replace all. You'll get a pop-up, say all done. We made 48 replacements. If I click OK and select close, you can see the name Brosina was changed to Angela. Excel has another important feature, which is to filter your data based on certain values. Now let me show you how you can apply a filter. So I'll select this city column and I'll go to my data tab, and here you can see we have filter. I'll choose this. Now we have applied a filter to our city column. To show you more, you can see here it has all the city name listed, and if I uncheck this, select all, and I'll select certain cities and click OK, it will filter my data only for those cities. Use Ctrl Z to undo it. And now if you want to activate a filter, the shortcut key that I'll use is Alt down arrow. So if I held Alt down arrow, you can see my activate filter box has appeared. I'll choose cancel. If I click on a particular cell in this city column and hit Alt down arrow again, you can see the list of cities here. Now I'll move back to my book 1 and I'll show you how you can insert the current date. Now to insert the current date in a particular cell, the shortcut I'll use is Control plus semicolon. So now if I hit Control plus semicolon, it will give me the current date. You can see this is our current date, that is 9th of June. Similarly, you can go ahead and get the current time as well. So the shortcut for that is Control Shift colon. So if you hit Control Shift colon, it will give you the current time as well. Also, Excel allows you to insert a hyperlink. Now in order to insert a hyperlink, you can use Control plus K. So if I hit Control plus K, you can see the insert hyperlink box has appeared. Now you can give any address here. So let me go to Google and say W3 schools. I'll copy this link and I'll paste it in the address section. And here on the top where it says text to display, I'll write W3 schools website. Now if I hit OK, you can see we have inserted a hyperlink, and if I click on this, it will take me to the W3 schools website. So it opens up in my Google Chrome. You can see this is the W3 schools website. Similarly, let me insert one more link. So I'll go ahead and click Ctrl K, and this time let's say I'll choose Simplilearn's website. I'll select this website address, and here in the address section I'll paste the URL, and on top I'll write Simplilearn website, which is my text that it will display. I click on OK. If I click on this cell, it will take me to my Simplilearn's website. Going back. Now I'll tell you how to apply certain formats. So let's see how you can apply a currency format. So you can see we have some numerical values here. I'll select these values, and if I hit Control Shift $, now these numbers have been converted into currency format. We have all in the form of rupees. Similarly, if you want to convert a particular cell value, say 0.3 into percentage, you can use Control Shift and percentage symbol. So it has converted into 30%. Suppose it's 0.6, and on this if I select Control Shift percentage, it has converted into 60%. Another shortcut key that you can use is Alt Q or Alt plus Q. This will go to the tell me what you want to do box. So if I hit Alt Q, you can see it has taken me to the tell me what you want to do box. If I select a pivot table, it will ask you to give the range and select where you want to place your pivot table. I'll hit cancel. Now moving ahead, if you have enjoyed watching this video so far, consider subscribing to our Simplilearn YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update. Let's see what we have next. So now we'll look at some of the important row and column formatting shortcuts. Here we will learn how to delete rows and columns, hide and unhide selected rows and columns, as well as group and ungroup rows and columns. I'll go to my sample Superstore dataset. Now, if you want to select an entire row, I'll click on a particular cell, and if I want to select row 7, I'll just hit Shift space. So you can see it has selected my entire row. Similarly, if you want to select an entire column, you can hit Control space. So if I hit Control space, it has selected my order date column. Now to select the entire worksheet, you can use Control Shift space. So I'll hit Control Shift space. You can see it has selected my entire worksheet. Now if you want to move to the edge of the worksheet, you can use Control right arrow. So this is the edge of the worksheet. Now if you want to delete a column, you can use Alt plus H plus D plus C or Alt H D C. Now let's say I want to delete a specific column. Let me choose a column. Say the discount column, I want to delete it. So I can use Alt H D C. So let me press Alt H D C. You can see the discount column is gone. I'll use Control Z to bring it back. Now, if you want to delete a row, you can use Shift plus space to select that entire row. So let me hit Shift space. Now I've selected my row 10, and then if I hit Control minus, it will delete row 10. You can see row ID 9 is deleted. If I undo it, I have it back. Moving ahead, now if you want to hide a selected row, the shortcut is Control 9. So let's say I have selected row 11 and I want to hide it. I can just use Control 9 to hide it. Now you can see we have hidden that particular row. Now if you want to unhide that selected row, the shortcut is Control Shift 9. So I'll hit Control Shift 9 to unhide it. You see we have that row back. Similarly, you can also hide a selected column. Now to hide a selected column, let's say I want to hide first name column, so I can use Control 0. So if I hit Control 0, you can see we have hidden the first name column. Now to unhide that selected column, we can use Control plus Shift plus 0 or Control Shift 0. So if I hit Control Shift 0, you see the shortcut did not work. Let me try it once again. Control Shift 0. It's not working. So for that, you need to change the settings by going to the control panel. So let me search for my control panel. I'll select it. And now I'll search for language here. Let me search for language. I'll click on it. I'll go to advanced settings and then I'll click on change language bar hotkeys. In this, here I'll select change key sequence and then under switch keyboard layout, I'll choose not assigned and click on OK. I'll apply and click on OK and then I'll close it. Now if I hit Control Shift 0, it will unhide my selected column. moving ahead, now if you want to group rows or columns, the shortcut key for it is Alt Shift right arrow. Now suppose I have selected these two cells and I want to group these cells, so I can hit Alt Shift right arrow. So you can see the group box has appeared and I have selected rows. If I click on OK, you can see here we have grouped both the rows. Now if you want to ungroup the rows, the shortcut for it is Alt Shift left arrow. So I'll hit Alt Shift left arrow and select rows. I'll click on OK to ungroup the rows. Now let me take you back to our reference sheet. So now we have covered all the row and column formatting shortcuts that you can see here. Now let me move back to our slides. Now we are into the final section of our shortcut keys. Here we will cover the shortcut keys you can use in a pivot table. In Microsoft Excel, a pivot table is a table of statistics that summarizes your data. For example, you have sales data for different regions and for different products. Using a pivot table, you can summarize the data by region and find the average sales per region, the maximum and minimum sales per region, total sales made for each region and for each category of products, etc. It allows you to summarize and show only relevant data in your reports. I'll create a pivot table and show you different shortcuts to group pivot table items, ungroup pivot table items. Then we'll see how to hide pivot table item, create a pivot chart on the same sheet, and create a pivot chart on a new sheet. Now let me go to Excel and create a pivot table using my coronavirus dataset. So I'll select File and I'll open a file. I'll choose my COVID-19 dataset. So you can see we have our coronavirus dataset. It has the date column, the day column, month, year, the total number of cases that have come up in each country, the total number of deaths that were reported, country territory code, and we have the continent as well. Now let me show you how you can create a pivot table first. So I'll select my table and under Insert, I'll choose Pivot Table. I have my table range selected. Then I'll choose Existing Worksheet to place my pivot table. I'll select a cell and click on OK. Just squeeze this and I'll shorten this column as well. Now I want to drag my countries and territories onto rows. So you can see we have all the countries here, and then I'll drag the cases column onto values and similarly the deaths column onto values as well. If I close this and let me squeeze it further, you can see we have our pivot table ready. It has all the country names and the total sum of the cases and the total sum of deaths that were reported in each country. Let's use this pivot table and apply some shortcut keys. Now first, to group pivot table items, the shortcut key that I can use is Alt Shift right arrow. So let's select a few items from this pivot table. I have selected 4 rows, and if I hit Alt Shift right arrow, you can see we have created a group. It says group 1 and it has 4 countries and the total cases as well as the total number of deaths. Now if you want to ungroup the pivot table items, you can use Alt Shift left arrow. So let me use Alt Shift left arrow. So first I have to select this group and use Alt Shift left arrow. you can see we have ungrouped the pivot table items. Now if you want to hide a pivot table item, you can use Control minus. So let's say I want to hide the values for Afghanistan. I'll use Control minus to hide it. See, Afghanistan is no more there in this pivot table. To unhide, let me just use Control Z. It's back. Similarly, if you want to create a pivot chart based on the pivot table on the same sheet, you can use Alt F1. So let me hit Alt F1. Close this and let me hit Alt F1. There you go. We have our pivot chart ready on the same sheet itself. So you can see there's a blue line and there's orange line as well. The blue line represents the number of cases and the orange line represents the sum of deaths. This chart depicts that United States has the highest number of cases as of now. And then you can see we have Hungary, Iraq, then there's Portugal and other countries as well. Let me delete it. Also, if you want to create a pivot chart on a new worksheet, the shortcut you can use is F11. So you just have to hit F11. So let me hit F11. You can see here it has created a new pivot chart on another worksheet. It has the sum of the cases and the sum of the deaths. With that, we have covered all the shortcut keys that can help you speed up your work in Excel. If you think we have missed out on any shortcut keys, then please put it in the chat section as well as in the comment section of the video. Now let me go back to my slides. Now let's have a question and answer session where I'll address a few questions. So please feel free to put in your questions in the chat section of the video. There's one question which I can see here is, how important is Excel for data analytics? So Microsoft Excel is one of the top tools for data analysis. It is recommended for those who don't know programming. Excel supports a wide range of functions to sort and filter your data, perform calculations, and apply conditional formatting as well. You can also create pivot tables and pivot charts, perform what-if analysis, and derive valuable business insights by visualizing the data using reports and dashboards. Another question I can see in the chat is it necessary to memorize all the shortcut keys? Not at all. You need not memorize all the shortcut keys. It is hard to remember all of them. Shortcut keys are only useful for performing your tasks better and faster, but it would be an advantage if you memorize a few of them. Also, if you continuously use it while working on Excel, then it will be easier for you to remember them. Let me check a few more questions. Okay, the next question I can see here is, can Excel be integrated with other software? Of course, it can be. Excel data can be imported into Microsoft Access. Microsoft Word and PowerPoint use Microsoft Excel to create tables within their documents. Power BI Desktop uses Microsoft Excel to analyze data. Similarly, Excel can also be integrated and used with Microsoft SQL Server, Python, and R programming. Now let me check if there are any more questions. Okay, someone has asked how to secure information in Excel. So Excel has a cell locking feature that prevents other users from changing the information in the cell. Additionally, the entire worksheet or workbook can be password protected. If there are certain parts of the workbook that should not be seen by unauthorized people, you can place a password on those parts of the workbook or the entire workbook itself. Now I think I have covered most of the important questions. If you have any more queries, put it in the chat section. Our team will reply to it.
As we speak, you might wonder what it takes to become an expert data analyst. If you are an aspiring data analyst with at least 1 year of domain experience and looking for online training and certifications from prestigious universities and in collaboration with leading experts, then search no more. Simplilearn's postgraduate program in data analysis from Purdue University in collaboration with IBM should be your right choice. For more details on this course, head straight to our homepage and type in Postgraduate Program in Data Analysis, or simply click on the link in the description box below. With that in mind, over to our training experts.
So what is SUMIFS in Excel? Now, you might want to calculate the total sum of sales, right? So let us assume that this is your entire store's sales data and you wanted to calculate the entire sum of sales. So there is a sum function in Excel where you just have to, select all the cells and apply sum function onto it, and you'll get the sum of all the sales, right? So with something like this, you'll select all the cells and then you'll apply a sums function and you'll get the sum here and average everything, right? So this is fine, but what if you just wanted to find the sales that are happening in only Western region? As you can see, our column F is based on region. So we have 4 regions: South, West, East, and Central. So your manager asks you to find the sales happening in, suppose, say, West region. So how do you calculate it? Would you manually go into each cell and check if it's West and calculate? That will be time consuming, right? So what if you had a method which could do it for you just in a matter of few steps or few clicks, right? So that's exactly SUMIFS. So it will basically add a condition, calculate the sum of sales where the region is equals to West. Simple to or similar to SQL query, right? So that is exactly what we're going to do in Excel today, that is using SUMIFS. Now let me add here sales of West region. Now in the next cell, let's add a SUMIFS function. Remember, there are multiple sum functions in Excel. So when you type in SUM, you can see so many options based on sum, right? You just have sum, followed by that you have sum if. It is just sum if, not sum ifs. Today we are concentrating on sum ifs. So not just sum if, we'll go to sum ifs. So we'll be having an option of placing multiple if conditions there. So let's also try that. More on that later. Now let's press tab to select our sum ifs function. Now, okay, we forgot another important step. So before we apply SUMIFS, we need to convert our table into a table format. Yes, it looks table, but right now it's not in tabular format. It is in the format of database. We know that Microsoft Excel considers its data as a database by default. So to convert the database into table, just click anywhere on the data and press Ctrl T so that you'll have a new dialog box. And it will ask if your table has headers. Just make sure that you have ticked in it. Our table does have headers, so select OK. Now our database has been converted into a perfect table and it's ready for applying SUMIFS function. So now you can see our database has been successfully converted into a table. Now let's begin with our SUMIFS. Now again, remember we are using SUMIFS here, not SUMIF or sum. So select SUMIFS and press tab, and we have our SUMIFS function. Now the first step, which column are we looking at? What are we finding out, right? Which is a sum range. What sum do you want? For now, we need sum of sales. So select the sales column and we have a simple key function here. Let's hold Control, again press Shift and hold Shift together. So we're holding Control and Shift key together, and now we're pressing lower arrow key once. Yes, the entire sales column has been selected, comma. Now, where do you want to look? So we want to look, which part of the table you want to fetch, right? So this is the region part we want to fetch right now. So again, hold Control and Shift together, lower arrow key. The entire column is selected. Now, the next last part. So we want to look into the both of the columns, that is sales column and region column. Now, which type of data you want? So for now, we want Western type of data. That is the sales data, which is happening only in West, right? So we'll select this cell with the data as West, or you can also manually enter it. For now, let's select the data. So I'm selecting the cell F7, which has data as West, right? Now let's close the parenthesis and press enter. So there you go. You have the sales happening in the Western region. Now you can also try to format it in the form of currency. So let's use dollars, since it is based on American states. So let's use dollars. So there you go. Now we are having the sales data of West. Now let's try to copy the same to all the 4 cells. And for now here, let's type in East. And this can be South, right?
and this can be your central. There you go. Right. Now you can also copy the same formula and make minor edits to it. So here, instead of F8, you can select East. So where is East? Here, and press enter. So you have the sales related to East. Now let's try to edit F9 with South. Select South region, enter. So you have South sales, and what remaining is Central. So let's edit Central as well and press enter. So there you go. Right, now you have all the separate sales data from West, East, South and Central. Now again, you might want a bit more granularity in data, right, or in your reports, right? Like you wanted to find the sales data happening in West and you wanted to find out the category based on only furnitures. So your manager will ask you, okay, a fantastic job. So now just give me another minute detail on the data. I want to calculate the sales happening on West based on category furniture, right? So he wants furniture or he wants office supplies only, right? You can also do that. It's not an issue at all. Now let's try to copy this cell and paste it here, and sales in West, let's add another input here on furniture, right? Now you wanted to calculate the sales happening in West region only on furniture. So you can also do that. Now we can use the same formula as well. Just copy paste the formula here, right? And you can add few things here. When you try to add a comma, it will automatically generate the next criteria. So it is expecting that you are looking for adding another criteria, right? Now which column you want? You want category. So let's select category. You want to select all the cells. Same trick, Control Shift lower key, and again press comma, and you wanted to select only furniture. So select on furniture cell. There you go. Now press enter. So there you go. We successfully have the sales data from West region based on category only furniture. So that's how you do SUMIFS in Excel. You can also add a few more details to it. Like in furniture, you can also look only for tables. So here you can see in West region, we have furniture sales data, and we have sales data of West region based on furniture, which includes only tables. You can also do that using SUMIFS function in the same way. All you have to do is select this subcategory column and select the cell which has the data as tables. So this is how you use SUMIFS in Excel.
Now without further ado, let's get started with how to create drop-down list in Excel. Now for that, we might want to switch to the practical mode. Now we are on our Excel spreadsheet, and here you can see I'm trying to create a calendar for the employees in the company, where you might have to, write down the day and month and year or week of your birth date, or maybe your joining date, or maybe also your last working day, right? This might be useful for all the employees to, avoid them from writing it down manually. So how do I create it? So it takes a few simple steps. All it takes is some data validation methods, and also there is an exclusive video specifically made on data validation in Excel, link to which is in the description box below, or you can search it on our official YouTube channel. Now you can see that the word calendar is on the first cell, that is A1, but we have 4 cells below it, that is A3, B3, C3 and D3. So you might want to add this to all the cells, right? Like maybe in the middle. So for that, you can do the option of merge and center. Also, there is a tutorial on merge and center about all the options available in this particular thing. So you can go through that also. And here we have done the first step. Now all we need is day, month, year and week. So in a calendar or in a month, you'll have days from 28, 29, 30 or 31 days, right? So let's create a list or the drop down menu for that, so that whenever you click it, right? So whenever you click on that particular cell, you will have the list of all the days available, right? So let's get started with that. Let's create a new sheet. So why are we creating a new sheet? You won't want that all the numbers in your calendar sheet right over here, right? So for that, so we are creating a new sheet and all the data will be available here. So here, let's write down the days first, and here the second number. Also, you can use the option of flash fill so that you can, reduce the effort here. So you can see the flash fill option over here. All you need to do is select the cells and drag them down until you get your required dates, right? So let's keep it to 31 days. There you go, you have the days. So these will be your days. And here, now the next option was month, right? Yeah, month and year. Now using the same flash fill option, you will add the months into your sheet. So this will be Sunday. So Excel has this smart flash fill option where you can just drag the data and everything will be filled according to your requirements. So Sunday to Saturday. Now the next one, right? That is your month. So same as the before process, we'll create January. You can use the flash fill option and all the way up to December. Now the last one was the year. So 1990 and 1991. So you can select the cells and flash fill up to 2022 maybe. Yeah, 2022 should be good enough. Now this is the flash fill option you have here, and also we have an exclusive tutorial on flash fill altogether. You can go through it for a detailed explanation as well. Now coming back to the original sheet, so this is where you create your drop down list, right? So select the cell where you want to add the drop down list, navigate to data, and then here is your data validation menu. So we have a variety of data validation options over here. There is an exclusive tutorial on that. You can go through it. For now, we'll look into the list option only because we want to create a drop-down list, right? So here it will ask for source. Click on the source here, the source bar, right? Now navigate to sheet number 2 where we have the days options. Select the range. So this will be your range and select OK. Also, you can add some message here, right? What you can do is, in case if there is an error or something, right? You don't want that to be happening. So all you need to do is write down, select from drop down. Select from drop down only. So this could be a message, select from drop down only. The title is select options or just options. In case if there is an error, you can write down your title as invalid data and you can write down a message as please select from drop down only. So in case if someone tries to write as 32 or 33 to check the integrity of your data validation, then they will encounter an error and an error message, and then they must be understanding what exactly they try to do and if it's correct or wrong, right? So this is to make sure that whatever the data you enter is correct and valid. So okay, and here you can see select from the drop down list only, options with option list as title, and let's try to enter 32, right? And when you press enter, you will see an error. So the error message is invalid data. Please try to select from drop down only. So you can go for a retry and select the drop down, right? So let's eliminate that and now select something from the drop down. So let's take it as maybe 10, right? So this is how you cleared the day 1. Now let's try to do with the month. Same data validation option. Settings will be list. and source will be this one. I think I made a mistake here, so let's cancel this and go back to sheet 2 and rename this as our week. Yeah, now coming back to the month again, it will be a list, and the source will be in sheet 2. Navigate to the sheet 2 and select your range, and the input message the same. Options, select from drop down only, and error alert, title will be invalid data. This one will be please select from drop down only. Okay, and that's done. Now let's continue with year as well. Let's quickly do the same. It will be a list. Source will be in sheet 2. This is your list. Press OK. And lastly, the week. Same process. It will be a list. Source will be in your sheet 2. The input message options. Title invalid data. It's drop down only. Right, so your drop down list is ready now. So the month will be anything. So currently we have May, and the year can be anything, anywhere. So let's take it as 1997, and a week can be, the adjacent week. And so what was 10th of May 1997? Let's check our calendars. So it was a Saturday. So it was a Saturday, and that's how you create a drop-down list in Excel. And if you want, you can also add borders to your calendar, right? So that's how it's done. So on my screen, you can see an example Excel budget template theme. So on my screen, you can see a column where you have the debit amount. So in the I column, we have all the debit amount what we are spending for a month. And on the right column will be the balance amount or the running balance of that. For example, you can see that there is a row number 5 where the debit amount is 8,000 for a jeans, Levi's, and it is done through UPI payment. Now if I change this value of 8,000 to 4,000 something, then you can see that the running balance will automatically change. You can see that currently the running balance is 73,000. And if I change this value from 8,000 to 4,000, then all the running balances will change. Let's do that. So for that, let's press enter. There you go. You can see that the number has been changed successfully, and all the values from the running balance are also changed
until the last date, which is the March 30th. Now, how is this working? And not just that, you can see that we have also included what is the total debit amount in January and what is the running balance, that is the total available balance after 1 lakh has been debited into the account in the month of February as February income. Now the current available balance is 1,13,200 and the total expense in February is 1,04,500, right? How am I doing all this? Looks so much interesting, right? Now let's do this practically. So for that I have already created a new sheet and I have included all the data that we have used previously, the income of that particular month and all the expenses of that particular month. Now without further ado, let's begin to implement the Excel budget template. Now our first step happens to be converting all the data into a natural table. So you know that in Excel, all the data values are stored in the form of a database by default. So it happens to be our duty to convert the database type table into the pure table type table. So for that, select all your data and press Ctrl T, and there you go. You have an option to convert this data into a table. And remember to check this particular checkbox and tell your Excel that your table has headers. So we do have headers here. So now press OK and your table will be converted into a natural table. Now let's type in the formulas. So now let's select the cell J2 and type in the formula. So what are we doing here is we are trying to add the sum of J2 plus H3, so which is this particular cell, and removing I3, that is this particular debit amount. So this formula is used for checking the running balance. Let's press enter and there you go. So it means that you received 1 lakh rupees in the month of January, and out of that 1 lakh you spent 15,000 rupees for something, maybe your educational loan or something, and then the remaining running balance out of 1 lakh rupees is 85,000 rupees. Now let's copy the same formula to all the cells. And there you go. Now the running balance has been calculated for all the cells here. Now remember the monthly income, available balance and debit for January and final balance. Now let's try to calculate that for all the 3 months. So here we have 3 months, that is January, February and March. Now let's do a simple calculation to find out the available balance of that month and the total debit made by that person in that particular month. The formula is really simple. All you have to do is use a sum function and calculate the sum of all these values. And done, right? There you go. So the total expense of the month January is 93,800 rupees. Now let's calculate the total debit of February month. Same formula, that is calculating the sum of all the expenses made in the month of February. There. Now let's also calculate the sum of all the expenses in the month of March. Done. So we have the final values of all the total expenses made in those particular months. Now let's calculate the final balance. Now I think I forgot one important thing. So before we calculate the final balance, we need to find out the available balance. That is the available balance after 1 lakh rupees is credited into our account and along with the savings that you have from your previous month, right? For that we have a simple formula now, which all we are doing is just adding the income cell with the balance cell. That's all. There you go. Now after crediting 1 lakh rupees and adding up the balance of that particular month. That is, we have 13,200 remaining from the month of January, and the month of February we have income of 1 lakh. So the total amount is 11,300 and it is 1,13,200. Yeah. Now we have the final balance, that is the difference between the available balance and the debit made in that particular month. So in the month of February, we had a total balance of 1,13,200 and the total debit of 1,04,500. So the final remaining balance is 8,700. Similarly, the same formula has been applied for the month of March, and the final balance we have is 37,300. So that's how you implement budget template in Excel. All simple formulas, and you have all the numbers at your fingertips.
So first, let's understand what exactly is MIS report in Excel. So MIS stands for Management Information System. MIS reports provide data on different categories for accurate decision making. So MIS in Excel is a procedure to create interactive report using Microsoft Excel. So MIS reports help management to access the performance of organization and allow faster decision making. So if you know to create the MIS reports using various business intelligence tools such as Excel, then you might find a very good job opportunity in a well-established company. Now let us try to learn how to create MIS report using Excel in a practical mode. So let's get back to the Microsoft Excel.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
So here you can see that I've got some sales data of various car manufacturing companies, and I've also got some slices. So using these slices, I can get the real-time information from the dashboard. So I'll select an year from the first slicer, and I'll go into the second slicer and I'll select a company. Now I'll select BMW and SUV type. So we have the data of all the SUV types cars manufactured by BMW car manufacturing company in the year 2018. Now let's start and create something similar to this one. So how did I create this MIS report? Let's go through this in a step-by-step way. So on my screen, you can see that we have created a completely new Excel workbook, and we have some sample data with 5 rows and 20 columns. So this particular data is based on the manufacturer year and the car manufacturing company and the type of the car manufactured and number of cars manufactured in that particular year, and also the price of that particular car. Now to create MIS reports, we need to play around pivot tables. So we also have tutorials on pivot tables, and you can go through that in our Simplilearn YouTube channel, and also we will try to link those in the description box below. Now let's select the entire data and go into the insert ribbon, and there you can see the first option, that is pivot table. So after selecting the pivot table option, it will show this particular dialog box where it will ask you for the range of cells you need to select, and the next one is to create the pivot table in the same sheet or a new sheet. So we'll take a new sheet here. Now select OK, and there you go, you have the pivot table here. So first you have an empty pivot table, and on the right side you can see we have pivot table fields. Now you can either drag these options into the rows and columns, or you can also click it. So now let's drag and drop these. First we will select year and car. Followed by that we will take type, quantity and price to columns. So there you go, we have our pivot table now. Let's select all the data in the pivot table, and again let's get back to the insert option, and here you can see an option called pivot chart. Select that and you will have various pivot chart options here. Now you can select any one which you can prefer or which you like, or whichever you think can represent your data in a best way possible. So now let's go with column chart first. Let's select OK, and we have our column chart over here. Now this happens to be our first chart. Now let's create a few more charts. So to create few more charts, we'll go back to the same original data. Select again insert and pivot table. Now again a new worksheet. So here we have another empty pivot table. In the similar way, let's drag the same data into rows and columns. There you go. And again, we will select all the data and create a pivot chart. Go to insert option, pivot chart, and now let's try to select pie chart. Select OK, and we have our pie chart over here. Now let's try to create one more. Same procedure, select table, select pivot table, then create new worksheet for the new pivot table, and now drag and drop the data. Now let's go to insert again. Let's select all the data, go to insert option and pivot chart. Now let's try to select the bar chart. Select OK, and there we have our bar chart. Now remember the first chart we created, that is in sheet 2, this one. So we will try to move all the charts to this particular table or this particular worksheet. So let's get back to the sheet number 3, right click, and you can see an option called Pivot Chart Analyze. So from here, you can move the chart. Select the option of moving the chart, and don't select the first one, select the Object In option and select the sheet number to which you want to move this chart. For now, we want to move this chart to sheet number 2, select that, press OK. Now we have the chart moved to the sheet number 2. And in the same way, let's go to the sheet number 4 and let's move this particular chart to sheet number 2. There you go, the chart got moved to sheet number 2. Now you can insert the slices. So we have selected the third sheet or third chart, and inside the Pivot Chart Analyze option, we have an option of inserting the slicer. Now we will insert the slices for year, car, and type. Now select OK, and you will have all the 3 slices onto your sheet. Now let's rearrange them. So I'm just organizing them in a neat way. There you go. And you can also customize your designs for all the charts so that they look a little more better. Now, if you see, if I make some changes, only one chart will be interacting for this, right? So if I select Ferrari and year 2020 and option as sports, you can see only one chart is interacting to these particular slices. Why? Because all these slices are connected to just one chart here. So you need to make sure that all these slices are connected to all the 3 charts what we created. So let's erase all the filters and select one slicer at a time. Right click, and you will see an option of Report Connections. Select that, and you see that the connections are only connected to the pivot table 3. So select the remaining pivot tables as well. Select OK. And in the same way, select the second slicer. Select the Report Connection option. Connect pivot table 1 and 2 and select OK. And in the same way, the third one. So now, all the slices are connected to all the pivot charts. Now if you make some changes here, they will respond automatically in the same way. Now let's select the Ford company, the year 2019, and hatchback option, and you have all the cars which were made in the year 2019 from Ford company in the segment of hatchback. So this was the sample dataset that we worked on. Now you can also work on some complex datasets such as this Superstore dataset. Now one thing you need to make sure that when you're working with Excel MIS, you need to make sure that all the macros are disabled on your dataset and you convert the entire data into the regular table format of Excel. Right now, Excel is considering this particular data as a database. So for that, you need to select all the data, press Ctrl T, and then convert the entire data in the form of tabular data. And also don't forget to click this icon which reads my table has headers. So the first row is the headers. Now let's select OK and your entire data will be converted into tabular form. Now let's reset this to the normal type which has the clear color, not all the fancy colors. Now the entire data is converted from the DBMS to the tabular form, and now you can start implementing the MIS reports and pivot tables. So that's how you work on MIS report in Excel.
Power Query is an advanced feature of Microsoft Excel that allows you to prepare your data for analysis. You can perform numerous text computations and numerical analysis to make your data more powerful and informative. Excel Power Query is a data preparation and transformation engine. It allows you to carry out the extract, transform, and load operations on the datasets from multiple sources. Now, let's look at the challenges solved by Power Query. Earlier, in Excel, there was difficulty in data connections. Now, using Power Query, you can connect to a broad range of data sources such as relational databases, web files, text, CSV, JSON files, and even fetch data in the cloud. Volume, variety, and velocity are the characteristics that define big data. It was a major problem to handle such data. Now, Power Query enables you to transform your data to an appropriate size. It also allows you to work on any shape of data from any source. Earlier, updating your data and refreshing it in real time was an issue. Using Power Query, a repeatable process query is adopted to update the data in real time and in the future. In Excel, it was not so easy to reshape, transform, and manipulate data, but using Power Query provides a highly interactive experience and sophisticated tools to prepare your data. Now, from Excel 2016 onwards, Power Query on Windows has been fully integrated into Excel. But in Excel 2010 and 2013 for Windows, Power Query is a free add-in. You can go ahead and download the link. Once installed, the Power Query tab will be visible in the Excel ribbon. Now coming to the features of Power Query. So Excel Power Query allows you to clean, transform, manipulate, and process your data for analysis. It helps you to automate repetitive tasks that you want to do it over and over again. You can search for data sources and make connections as and when you want. Power Query helps you to prepare and shape the data in the right format for performing analysis. And finally, once your data is ready, you can share your findings or use your query to create interactive reports and dashboards. Now let's have a glance at the demo that we are going to work on in this video. So we'll look at how to load data from different sources. You will understand how to extract tables from web files, so we'll extract tables present on Wikipedia pages. Then you'll learn how to sort and filter data. Up next, you'll see how to group your data, how to split a column into multiple columns, and then pivot and unpivot your table. Then you're going to work on date columns and make some transformations. Understand how to append tables and merge tables vertically and horizontally. Now let's open MS Excel and start with importing a simple text file. So you can see here I have my Excel file opened, and in the middle you can see I have my employee.txt file. Now this is a comma separated file, meaning that the values are separated by commas, as you can see it here. The columns have been separated by commas and all the values have a comma between them. Now this text file has information about the name, age, company, and the city to which the employee belongs to. Let's see how easily you can import this EMP text file into MS Excel. Here I'm using Excel 365 or Office 365, where Power Query on Windows has been fully integrated into this version of Excel. So what I'll do is, first let's go to the Data tab, and you have this section called Get and Transform Data. So I'll click on Get Data. Under Get Data, I'll go to From File and select from text/CSV. Once I click on it, it will ask me to give the location where the file is there. So my file is on desktop. I'll click on Power Query Files, and here you can see I have my employee txt file. You can see the type here, it says text document. Click on EMP and hit import. Now this will take some time to import the file onto Excel. It's establishing a connection, you can see. There you go. So here you can see the file name emp.txt. You can see the file origin. As I said, the delimiter is comma, and we have the data type detection. And here you can see we have our text file. So Excel Power Query feature has automatically detected the column names. So we have name, age, company and city as our columns, and these are the values. Now let's hit load. So this will load all the rows and the columns onto Excel. There you go. It was really quick. Excel has automatically loaded our text file. Now you can see here we have another tab called Queries and Connections. So we have made one query and have loaded the employee data. It gives a preview also, you can see it here. And if needed later, you can go to edit and change some values that we'll see later. Now you can use this data to create simple visualizations. So let me show you how to do it. So let's first select the data and we'll go to the Insert tab. Under Insert tab, I'll click on Recommended Charts. Let's say I want to know how many employees belong to a particular city. So I'll click on the second chart which says the count of name by city, and I'll click on OK. Here you can see we have a nice clustered bar chart, and you can see in Bangalore there were 5 employees, in Hyderabad we had 2, and in Nasik we had 1. You can see the count here. This is a pivot table. If we go back to our actual data, here you can see in Bangalore we had Vidya, Sonam, Avinash, Varun and Himani, and there were 2 more people from Hyderabad and 1 from Nasik. So you can use the Excel Power Query feature to import data onto Excel and make some visualizations. Now, if you want to fetch some data that is present on the web or on the internet, Excel Power Query features and functionalities can help you import those data as well. We will now see how to import data, specifically a table that is present on the web. Here, I'll be using a Wikipedia article on the list of European Cup and UEFA Champions League finals. Let me show you the page first. So this is my Wikipedia page on the list of European Cup and UEFA Champions League finals. If I scroll down, you can see all the details here. And I would like to import this table, which has the list of all the finals. So we have columns like season, winners, scoreline, runners-up, venue and attendance. Let's import this table onto Excel. So I'll copy this URL first. Now let me open a new sheet. I'll go to sheet 1, and then on the data tab, under the get data section, I'll go to from other sources, and here I have from web, which allows me to import data from the web. Either you can follow this path, or if you see here, there's an option to get data from the web. If I click on this, it is asking me to enter the URL. So I'll paste the URL of the Wikipedia page here, and let's click on OK. Now it's navigating, and OK. You can see Power Query feature in Excel has given us a list of tables, which you can see here. We have something called as document. There's a key table, and here you can see there's one table which was extracted from the Wikipedia page. And the table which I am interested in is this table, which has the list of European Cup finals. You can see it here. Excel Power Query feature has automatically detected these rows, and it has given a list of columns as well. You can see these are the columns. Now we'll explore the transform data tab present in the Power Query. Now if I click on transform data, it will take me to the Power Query editor. Let me just click on refresh. Now this is the most important section. Now using the Power Query editor, you can clean your data, filter your data, manipulate your data, and make it ready for analysis. Now let's explore a few tabs available here. So we have a home tab that has a query section. You can see you can reduce rows, manage columns, sort the data, transform the data, combine different tables. Now there's another tab called transform, which allows you to select your data type, transpose your rows and columns, pivot and unpivot your columns. And here you can see you can find out some summary statistics, and you can manage your date values as well. Now if you want to add some new columns to your data, you can do that as well, and you also have a view tab. Now here, if you see the first two rows, the values are the same. You can see season, these are all repeated, which we actually don't need, and these are pretty similar to our column names. Similarly, if I scroll down, you see there are some rows which have null values. So actually these rows do not add up any value or do not add any value to our data. So we'll clean this data first. So let's see how to do it. Now if you want to remove certain rows in the table, what you can do is go to the home tab and under reduce rows, click on remove rows and then choose remove top rows. If I select remove top rows, it will ask me how many rows do you want to remove from the top. You can see it here. I want to remove the top 2 rows. Now let's click on OK. You will see that the Excel Power Query editor has removed the first 2 rows. And on the right you can see the steps that were applied. You can see it here. Previously we had these 2 rows which were redundant, and once we applied this step, it has removed the first 2 rows. Similarly, let's go down and remove the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we are going to remove the last 7 rows from the table. So again, I'll go to reduce rows and click on remove rows. Now this time I'll select remove bottom rows, and here I'll choose I want to delete 7 rows from the table from the bottom. I click on OK. If you see, the last 7 rows have been deleted. Now let me show you the last row, which is this one. So the last season of UEFA Champions League was held in 2020, which is this year, and Bayern Munich won the Champions League against a French team that was Paris Saint-Germain by a score of 1-0. Now if you see the last value, that is the attendance, you can see the value is 0, which means there were no spectators in the stadium. It was because of the COVID conditions. Now let's do some more manipulation to our data. Suppose this time I want to add a new column, let's say a stadium name, by extracting values from the venue column. So let me just show you the venue column. So this is our venue column. So the first value is the stadium name. Then we have the city in which the stadium is there. And finally we have the country name. So I want to extract only the stadium name. So you can see we have some stadiums like Santiago Bernabeu, there's Wembley, San Siro, and other stadiums. So I want to extract only the stadium names. So let's see how to do that. I'll click on the venue column and go to add column tab. Under add column, here you can see we have extract. Now if I click on this drop down, there's an option to select text before delimiter. So if I choose text before delimiter, Here I'll give my delimiter as comma. So everything before the first comma will be considered as the stadium name. Now let me click on OK. Now here you can see under applied steps it says inserted text before delimiter. If I scroll to the right, you can see the last column has our stadium names. Let me double click on this and change this to stadium name column and hit enter. Even this step is applied here. You can see renamed columns. Similarly, let's explore a few more features. Now I want to add a new column called Stadium City. So if we consider this venue column, whatever is there between the two commas is the stadium city. So for example, Santiago Bernabeu is in Madrid. Similarly, Wembley Stadium is in London. San Siro is in Milan. So these middle values I want to extract into a new column called as Stadium City. So let's see how to do it. So I'll click on the venue column and go to extract, and again I'll select the extract tab, and here now I'll choose text between delimiters, and my first delimiter I'll give is a comma and a space. You can see here all the values have a comma and a space, and my end delimiter will be another comma. Then I'll click on OK. This will add a new column to the extreme right of the table. You can see here we have text between delimiters and it has extracted the stadium city. Let me go ahead and rename this column as Stadium City and hit enter. You can see the applied step here. Now I want to split the score column into two columns. So here we have the score column, and the left value presents the number of goals that were scored by the winning team, and the right value presents the number of goals that were scored by the losing team. So here I'll split the column into two columns as winner score and loser score. So what I'll do is select this column and go to the Home tab. Under the Home tab we have Split Column. I'll select Split Column and then choose By Delimiter. So automatically Excel Power Query detects that this dash is my delimiter, and I'll split at each occurrence of the delimiter. Let's click on OK. Now you can see the score column has been split into two. It has renamed the column as score.1 and score.2. What I'll do is I'll go ahead and we'll rename this column as winner score, and this will rename it to loser score. I'll hit enter and I have renamed it successfully. Next, let's change the winners team and the runners-up team values to uppercase. So suppose I want to change all the values or the club names of the winners team to uppercase. So what I can do is I'll select this column and go to the Transform tab. Under Transform tab I have this option called Format. So here I'll click on Format, and then you can see I can change the case to lowercase, uppercase, capitalize each word. So here I want to make all the winner teams as uppercase. I'll select uppercase. There you go. We have successfully converted all the winner team names to uppercase. Similarly, let's do it for the runners-up team as well. So here I have my runners-up team. I'll go to the Transform tab, click on Format and select uppercase. Now we saw how to do some simple manipulation of our data. So we created a few columns, split a few columns. Now to save all this, I have to go to the Home tab and then click on Close and Load. This will take some time and load our data onto this Excel sheet. You can see here it's loading the data. This will take a bit of time. There you go. Excel Power Query feature has successfully performed some manipulations on our data, some calculations on our data, and then it has saved the final version and loaded it onto Excel. Now using this clean data, we can do some analysis. Let's say I want to find the seasons in which the winners team scored more than 3 goals. So we have a problem statement at hand where we want to find the seasons in which the winner team had more than 3 goals scored. So what you can do is select any cell in this data and go to the Insert tab and click on Pivot Table. Here I'll click on Existing Worksheet and then I'll give my location. I'll place my pivot table somewhere here and click on OK. Alright, now since I want to know the seasons, I'll drag season onto row, and I'll also drag the winners team column onto rows. Then I'll choose my winner score under values. Here you can see we have the pivot table ready. Now we need to filter this table to see all the winning teams that scored more than 3 goals. So what I'll do is I'll select this winner score column and place it under filters. And here you can see I have my filter. Let me click on this drop down and I'll select multiple items. From this multiple items I'll choose 4, 5 and 7 because these values are greater than 3 and click on OK. Here you can see I have filtered my pivot table, and to the left you can see the season and the winner team that had scored more than 3 goals in the finals. Alright, similarly you can perform some more analysis. Suppose I want to know how many times Real Madrid won the championship. So let's see. I'll click on one cell in the dataset, go to the Insert tab and click on Pivot Table. I'll choose Existing Worksheet and give my location here. Let's say I want to place my pivot table here. I'll click on OK. Alright. So the question we have is, how many times have Real Madrid won the championship? So I'll choose the winners team column and place it under rows. And let's say we'll select the winner score as well. And let's convert this winner score from sum to, let's say, count. I'll click on OK. And since I want to check only for Real Madrid, so what I'll do is I'll go to the Insert tab and I'll insert a slicer. Here I'll choose winner teams as my slicer and click on OK. And out of this I want to choose only Real Madrid, so I'll select Real Madrid. You can see it here. Real Madrid have won the championship 13 times. Okay, let's say you want to compress your data and remove unnecessary columns without losing any information. You can do that using a feature in the Power Query editor called Unpivot. To perform this task, we'll use a census data of India from Wikipedia. So let me first show you the Wikipedia page. So this is my Wikipedia article which says list of states in India by past population. And if I scroll down, you can see it here. There's a table which says by past population from 1947 to 2011. So there are a few columns like rank, this state or union territory, and we have population starting from 1951 till 2011, which was our last census. Here you can see if I scroll further, there are nearly 29 states and we have 7 union territories. So we will extract this table and load into Excel first. Okay, so let me click on a new sheet and we'll follow the same drill. I'll go to my data tab and click on Get Data. Under Get Data, I'll go to From Other Sources and click on From Web. Here it will ask me to provide the URL link of the Wikipedia page, so I'll paste the URL here and click on OK. Now once I have done that, it will load a few tables onto Excel. You can see there are a few tables here. I'll click on the first one. So we have our table here. Now let's do some transformation to this data. This opens in the Power Query editor. Okay, I'll click on refresh first. This will take some time to refresh the entire data. Okay, we are done. Now if you see this data clearly, the first row in this table is not necessary at all because these are our column names. So we also have our column headers already present. So let's go ahead and delete the first row. So we'll go to the Home tab. Under Remove Rows, I'll click on Remove Top Rows. Now I'll give my number of rows as 1. So we want to remove the first row only. I'll click on OK. You can see the first row has been deleted. If I scroll further, I actually don't need the last row as well, which is the total. So what we can do is we can also remove the last row from the bottom. So I'll select 1, click on OK. You can see the step has been applied and you don't see the last row that was the total row anymore. So the task that I want to do here is I want to compress all these columns, which are basically the population columns. So I'll select my state or union territory column and go to the Transform tab, and here I have the option to unpivot columns. So I'll click on this drop down and select Unpivot Other Columns. You can see here the step has been applied and all the population column from 1951 till 2011 have been unpivoted. If you want, you can go ahead and rename these columns. Let's say I'll write it as population column, and let's say this is, I'll rename it to total population value. Alright, now we are done with our preparation of data. Let's go to the Home tab and click on Close and Load. Now this will take some time to load the data onto Excel. Alright, so we have our census data here. So first you can see rank 1 is Uttar Pradesh and we have the population starting from 1951 till 2011. Then we have for Maharashtra. If I scroll down, you can see the other states. We have Tamil Nadu, Rajasthan, there's Karnataka. If I scroll further, we have Odisha, there's Telangana, Kerala. Now if you see here, the population values from 1951 till 2011 for the Telangana state are all NA, which means there was no data available. Now this is because Telangana was only formed in 2014, so there was no census for this state. Let's continue with our demo and let's explore a few more features and functionalities of Power Query Editor. Now the next table we are going to use is an AdventureWorks customer table. Now this dataset is provided by Microsoft for practitioners who want to learn Power BI, Excel or similar technologies and want to do some manipulation, some calculation, some data analysis stuff. So let me go to a new sheet and let's import the AdventureWorks customer dataset. It's a CSV file onto Excel first. So I'll go to my data tab and click on Get Data. From here I'll go to From File and choose from text/CSV. You can see it here in my Power Query files folder. I have my AdventureWorks customer table. I'll select this and click on Import. This will take some time to load the dataset. You can see the preview of the dataset here. So we have columns like the customer key, we have the prefix of the customer name, the first name, the last name of the customer, date of birth, marital status. If I go to the right, we have annual income, total children, education level, occupation and homeowner column as well. So let's click on transform data. Here we'll learn a few more features of Power Query. Okay, we have our data on our Power Query editor. So first what I'll show you is, let's change the prefix column, the first name column and the last name column to proper case. So you can see it here, the prefix, first name and last name columns are all in uppercase. Now if you want to change the values to proper case, just hit Ctrl and select the three columns and go to the Transform tab. Under Transform tab you have Format. So if you click on Format, here you can see we have lowercase, uppercase. Now proper case is to capitalize each word, so I'll click on capitalize each word. You can see it here now. We have converted the prefix first name and last name column into prop case. The next step I'm going to show you is, let's merge all the three columns, the prefix column, the first name column and the last name column, into one full name column. So what I'll do is, I'll select the three columns and then let's go to add column, and under add column we have this option called merge columns. Let's hit merge columns. Okay, now it's asking you to give the separator. I'll select my separator as a space and click on OK. Okay, so before click on OK, I want to change my new column name from merged to, let's say, full name. And now let's click on OK. You can see here it says inserted merged column, and if I go to my right, you can see it here, we have a full name column. Now if you want to shift the location of the full name column, you can do that as well. Just hold this and keep on dragging to the left. This will move the entire table to the right and you can place it wherever you want. So I want to place it, let's say, here. Okay. Now actually I don't want all these columns, so let's delete it. So click on this and I'll right click and click on remove. You can see we have removed the prefix column. Similarly, let's remove the other two columns. You can either right click and do, or go to the home tab and then select remove columns. Alright. Now let's say we want to add a domain name column from AWS customers by extracting the characters between @ and .com. So actually I'm talking about the email address. From this email address we want to create a new column called as domain name. For that we'll extract characters that are present between @ and .com. So let's see how to do it. I'll select the email address column and then I'll go to add column. Under add column I'll click on extract, and this time we want to extract between two delimiters. So I'll select text between delimiters and I'll give my starting delimiter as @ and my end delimiter would be .com. Now let's click on OK. So this will insert a new column to the extreme right. You can see we have our domain name. Let's go ahead and change the column name to domain name and hit enter. Alright, you can see the step has been applied. Now we are done with our preparation of customers table. Let's just go to the home tab and click on close and load. So all the transformation that we did in the Power Query editor will reflect here. So you can see we have our full name column, and if you see we have our domain name as well. Okay, now using the Power Query editor you can perform some statistical analysis. Now let's explore those statistical features. For this we'll be using another dataset called AdventureWorks product dataset. Again, this dataset is also provided by Microsoft. So let's go to the new sheet, and here I'll go to the data tab click on Get Data. Under From Files, I click on text/CSV. Here you can see we have AdventureWorks products. I click on Import. Let's click on Transform Data. So we have our data loaded onto the Power Query editor. The data is mostly clean, so let's not alter this data. Let's straight away go ahead and explore some of the statistical features that we have here. Now let's say if you want to find the total number of product names in the product table. We have this product name column, and say if you want to find the total number of product names in the table, how to do it? So what you can do is click on this product name column, then go to the Transform tab. Now in the Transform tab, you have an option called Statistics. Click on this drop down and select Count Values. Now this will open another window that will return the total number of products in the table. You can see the value here. It says 293. Now to move back to the query editor, we have to cancel this step here. So let's just click Cancel or Close. We are back again. Alright. Now let's say you want to calculate the average product price from the product table. So if I move to the right, you have a column called Product Price. So let's see what is the average product price from the product table. So I'll select this product price column, go to the Transform tab. Under Statistics, I'll select Average. So this will give me the average product price, which is 714.4373. You can consider any unit you want. Let's say this is in dollars. Now again, we have to cancel this step to move back. Okay. Now, if you want to find the maximum and minimum product price, you can do that as well. So let me select my column Product Price and go to the Transform tab. Under the Transform tab, we'll click on this statistic drop down, and let's say I'll select minimum. So this will give me the minimum product price, which is 2.29. Similarly, if you want to find the maximum product price, so select this product price column, go to the Transform tab, and then choose maximum. So this is the maximum product price in the product table we have. Let's cancel this step. Okay. Now you can also round the product cost and product price column to 2 decimal places. So if I show you both the columns, you have your product cost and you have the product price column. You can see the floating values or the decimal points are not constant, it's varying. So let's limit it to 2 decimal places. What you can do is select both the columns and then go to the Transform tab. In the Transform tab, you have here rounding. I'll click on this drop down and select round. Now here I'll give my decimal places as 2. If I click on OK, you can see here both the columns, the product cost and the product price column, have been rounded up to 2 decimal places. I can scroll down, you can see all the values have been rounded up to 2 decimal places. Alright. Now let's say you want to add a column called discount price column by multiplying 0.9 to the product price column. And let's say you also want to round that new column to 2 decimal places. So how to do it? So we want to give a discount of 10%. So I'll select this product price column, go to add column, and then I'll choose custom column. Here we'll write a formula. So I'll give my new column name as discount price, and my formula would be, I'll select product price, I'll click on insert, and then I'll multiply this product price by 0.9. So this will give me my 10% discount on the product price, and click on OK. You see here we have a new column added, which is discount price. So if the product price is 34.99, if you give a 10% discount, it's 31.491. Alright. Now the next question was to change the or round the decimal places to 2. So I'll go to the transform tab. Under rounding, I'll click on round. Let's say I'll give 2 and click on OK. So even this has rounded the discount price column to 2 decimal places. Now we are done with our mathematical operation on this product data set. So we saw how to find sum, average, count, how to round up values, how to add a new custom column. So let's go ahead and close it and load it onto Excel. You see here we have our new product table added here, and the last column, if you see, it's the discount column that we added. Okay, now it's time for us to explore another feature. So we'll use a table called AdventureWorks calendar table, which has basically a date column, and let's see how using Power Query you can prepare that data as well and make some manipulations, some calculations. So let me go ahead and import AdventureWorks calendars table. Again, this dataset is provided by Microsoft. So I'll go to my new sheet and I'll go to the data tab, click on get data, and from here I'll click on from text/CSV, and you can see I have my calendar table here. I click on import. Now this will open in the query editor. You see here this dataset has only one column, which is a date column. So let's click on transform data. Okay, now if you see here, the first row is actually the column name. So let's do the transformation here. Let's push this as the column name. So I'll go to the home tab, and under home tab you have this option called use first row as headers. I'll select this. You see here we have the column name as date. Now before making any operation, let's see if all the fields are available. You see here, if I click on the date drop down, the year, month, quarter, weekday, day, everything has been shaded out and I can't access this. The reason is the date settings are not correct. So we'll change the regional settings. Let me show you how to do it. So we'll go to file and I'll select options and settings and go to query options. Under query options we have something called as regional settings. Here under regional settings we'll select English United States instead of English India. So I'll just scroll down and here we have English United States and I click on OK. Now once this is done, I'll go to my data type and I'll select date as my data type. I'll choose replace current. OK. Now you can see my date column has been formatted. If I go to the date tab, you can see I have access to all this. Now let's do some operations on this date column. Let's say you want to find the earliest and the latest date from AW calendars table or the AdventureWorks calendar table. So what you can do is select this column, go to date drop down under transform, and here we have the option of earliest and latest. So if I click on earliest, this will show you the last date, which was 1st of January 2015. Let me close this. Similarly, you can see the most recent date. I'll go to the date drop down and click on latest, and you have 30 June 2017 as the latest date. I'll close this. Now let's add a new column, say day name, start of the week, and others. So I'll select my date column, go to add column. Here under add column I have my option to select the day name, the week name and others. So I'll click on this date drop down, and under day, let's say I want to choose name of day. This returns the day name. Similarly, let's say I'll want to find out the start of the week. You can see we have the start of the week column or start of week column. Now one thing to notice here is, in this Power Query editor, the week starts on a Sunday. Now suppose you want to start your week on a Monday, you can do some transformations on this formula tab. So here in the formula bar, you can add a 1 here to make sure your week starts on a Monday. So if I hit enter, you will see all these values will change. You can see it's 28, 4 and 11. This will become 29, 5 and 12. Let's hit enter. You can see it here. Your start of the week is on a Monday. Now there's another method to make sure your week starts on a Monday. Let's cancel this step. Okay, I have to insert it once again. So I'll go to date, and here I'll choose start of week. Now the week starts on a Sunday. So one more method is to add day dot Monday. You can see automatically Power Query is giving me a suggestion. So I'll hit tab to finish it, and I'll hit enter. Now you can see the values have changed and our week starts on a Monday. Now let's say we want to add a few more columns like start of month, name of month, start of year and the year value. So you can just click on the date column or select the date column, go to the transform tab. Okay, not the transform tab, let's go to the add column tab, and here let's say I'll choose year. So we have all the year values, and similarly let's say I want to know the start of the year. Now you can do a few more transformations. Let's say I want to know the month. Now here it gives us 1, which means January, that's February, March and so on and so forth. Let's say we'll do one more. I'll click on this, go to my date drop down, and here I'll choose, let's say I want to know the day of year. Alright, now we are done with all our transformation and preparing our data on our date field. So let me just go to the home tab. I'll click on close and load. Now this will load the data set onto Excel. You can see it here, we have the data ready. Now you can use this data to make some analysis, draw a pivot table, draw a pivot chart and do a whole lot of things. Now while working on a project, it is possible that not all your data will be in a single file. It could be stored in multiple files. So it's important to combine and bring all your data together. Now we will see how to join your data vertically. I have my data present in a CSV folder. So let me show you the folder first. So this is my CSV folder. Let me open it. And I have some files. These are named as project 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Let me open just one of the project files. It has a very small quantity of data. You can see it has a month column and an amount column. Let me close this and let me show it to you again. Let's open project 4. All the files have the same number of columns. You can see this also has a month column and an amount column. Now we'll combine all this data together and load it into Excel. Let's see how to do it. So I'll open a new sheet and I'll go to my data tab and click on get data. Then I'll go to from file and this time I'll choose from folder. Now this will ask me to give the folder location or the path location where my CSV files are. So I'll choose browse, and here you can see I have my CSV file. I'll just double click on it and click on open. Now it has selected my file path or the folder path. Then I'll click on OK. You can see these are the files. You have project1.xls, project2.xls, and so on. I'll click on this combine drop down and I'll hit combine and transform. Now this will give you the preview of one of the data files. You will see it now. You can see it here. It says sheet 1. Okay. Now it's processing all the data files present in that CSV folder, and this will be uploaded onto our Power Query editor. Now you can see here on the Power Query editor, all my data files have been combined vertically. Here you can see the month column. On the extreme right, it's the amount column, and to the extreme left we have the source name or the source file where the data came from. So first is project 1, then we have project 2. If I scroll down, we have project 3 files, project 4, and similarly we have project 5. Now this is one way in which you can merge your tables vertically. So we are done with it. Let's just go to the home tab and click on close and load. All the transformations that were applied, you can see it here. We have our final table, and we have successfully combined 5 Excel files. Again, you can also join your data horizontally. This would be like an SQL join where the data is present in multiple files or sheets. Based on a common key column, you can join the tables. So you can perform a left join, a right join, an inner join based on the problem that you are trying to solve. So let's merge two tables based on a column. I'll show the dataset first. It's an Excel file which has 3 worksheets. So here is my Excel file which we'll be using to merge our data horizontally. You can see there are 3 worksheets. The first one is year 11, which has data regarding the student name, the gender of the student, and the course the student had opted for. Similarly, we have another for 2012 or year 12. We have the student name, gender, as well as the course. And finally, we have a courses table or a courses sheet which has all the details regarding the course. So we have the course name, the teacher who teaches or teacher who taught that course. We have the lesson type, the number of credits, and the assignment type. Now we'll use this data sets to load it onto Excel using Power Query. So I am on my Excel sheet. Let's just open a new sheet. I'll go to the data tab, and here I'll click on get data, and this time I'll choose from Excel workbook, and I'll select my file which is students and courses. I click on import. So we'll just see how to import 2 tables and join them horizontally. So let me first select the courses sheet, and I'll click on transform data. Now this has loaded the courses table onto Power Query editor. The table looks fine. We have the course column, teacher, everything is fine. Now let's load one more table and then we'll merge it. So here under the home tab you have a section called new source. I'll click on file. I'll again select my students and courses and click on import. And this time let's choose another table, let's say year 11, which has the column name as student, gender, and course. I click on OK. Now it has successfully loaded this table onto Power Query editor. Now if you say this, the first row is actually our column names. So I'll go to the home tab and select use first row as headers. So this will push the first row to the column names. You can see we have done it successfully. We have my student name, the gender column, and the course column. Now let's merge it. So if you see here in the home tab, we have a section called merge queries. Let's click on this drop down and select merge queries. Here I have my table which is year 11, and let's choose one more table, that is courses. Now the kind of join I'll choose as left outer join, which means it will take all the rows from the first table and matching records from the second table. Here I need to select the common key column. So if you see both the tables, we have the course column as the common key column. So I'll select this, and now you can see there's a tick mark, which means it has selected the rows and the columns successfully. You can see it says the selection matches 175 or 175 rows from the first table. And let's click on OK. Let's just expand this and click on OK. If I scroll to the right, you can see I have successfully merged both the tables. Now if you want, you can remove unnecessary rows or columns. Suppose if you see I have the course column from the year 11 table, and here also I have the course column. Now this is redundant. Let's just remove one of the columns. I'll just select this column. I'll go to remove columns and I'll select remove columns. Okay, the rest looks fine. We have successfully merged both the tables by using a left outer join. Let's just click close and load. Now this will take some time to load our data onto Excel. You can see it here. We have successfully loaded it onto Excel. Now we are done with our demo part. Now let's just see what all we have done in our demo. So I'll go to my first sheet. Here you can see we had imported a simple text file first, and then we plotted a graph which is a pivot chart. Then you saw how to upload a file from the web. So here we imported a UEFA Champions League table which was present on Wikipedia, and then we plotted some graphs and charts. You can see we made some analysis using pivot tables, and then we imported another web file which was based on a population data, and we used the unpivot option or the unpivot feature in the Power Query to reduce the number of columns. Then we made some calculations to our customer table which was from AdventureWorks. Then we used another table called the products table. Here we saw some statistical calculations, and we added a column called discount price where we used conditional operations. And then you saw how we manipulated a date column, and then we saw how to append and merge multiple tables.
As we speak, you might wonder what it takes to become an expert data analyst. If you are an aspiring data analyst with at least 1 year of domain experience and looking for online training and certifications from prestigious universities and in collaboration with leading experts, then search no more. Simplilearn's postgraduate program in data analysis from Purdue University in collaboration with IBM should be your right choice. For more details on this course, head straight to our homepage and type in postgraduate program in data analysis, or simply click on the link in the description box below. With that in mind, over to our training experts.
Let's begin by understanding what is a pivot table. A pivot table is a tool that summarizes and reorganizes selected columns and rows of data in a spreadsheet to obtain a desired report. It does not actually change the spreadsheet data. It simply pivots or turns the data to view it in different perspectives. Pivot tables are especially useful with large amounts of data that would be time consuming to calculate manually. Now, let's understand the different components of a pivot table. So there are 4 main components. First we have rows. When a field is chosen for the row area, it populates as the first column in the pivot table. Similar to the columns, all row labels are unique values and duplicates are removed. Columns is the second component. When a field is chosen for the column area, only the unique values of the field are listed across the top. Then we have values. Each value is kept in a pivot table cell and displays the summarized information. The most common values are sum, average, minimum and maximum. Finally, we have filters. Filters apply a calculation or restriction to the entire table. So let's jump over to Microsoft Excel and let me show you the dataset that we will use in this demo. So with India being ready for its 16th census in 2021, that is next year, it is a good time for us to analyze India's last census data from 2011 and see where different states and cities across India stood in terms of population, literacy and other socio-economic factors. We will analyze this data by creating different pivot tables in Excel and explore some of its features. So let's begin. First, I'll show you one of the features that Excel offers us. So suppose I click on any cell and hit Ctrl plus Q, you can see our entire table is selected, and at the right bottom there's an option of quick analysis. Now you can see by default Excel has prompted certain features such as formatting, we have charts, totals, and there's one more called tables. Now Excel by default has created some pivot tables for us. Now the first one you say is sum of district code by state names. Next we have sum of sex ratio by state name. Then we have sum of child sex ratio, sum of male graduates and sum of female graduates by state name, and there are others. Before creating our pivot table, so let's have a final look at our data set. So first column you see is the city column. So there are different cities from different parts of India. Then we have the state code, we have the state name, district code, we have the total population followed by male and female population. Next you can see we have the total literates from each city. Then we have the male and female literates. Next we have the sex ratio. Then we have the child sex ratio. Next we have total number of graduates. And finally you can see we have male and female graduates. So using this table, we'll create several pivot tables. Now first of all, let's create a pivot table to find the total population for each state and sort it in descending order. So you can see here we have the problem statement. So our first pivot table will have the total population for each of the states in descending order. So to create a pivot table, you can click any cell in your data, go to the Insert tab, and here left you can see we have the option to create a pivot table. So let me select pivot table. Now my range is already selected, the entire table, and here I'll choose existing worksheet because I want to place my pivot table in the same worksheet, and I'll give my location, I'll point to cell Q5. Now let me click OK. You can see the pivot table fields appears here on the right. Now since we want to find the total population for each state, so what I'll do is I'll drag my state name onto rows. So here in our pivot table you can see we have the different state names listed. Now we want the total population for each of these states. So in the field list I'll search for total population, which is this one, and drag it under values. You can see we have a sum of total population for each of these states. By default Excel will sum any numeric column. You can always change it to average, minimum, maximum, anything you want. Now we want to sort this column in descending order. So I right click, go to sort option and choose Z to A, that is largest to smallest. You can see here in 2011 Maharashtra had the highest number of population, or the total population in Maharashtra was the highest. Then it was Uttar Pradesh, we had Andhra Pradesh, and if I come down we have Nagaland and Andaman and Nicobar Islands towards the end. So this is a simple pivot table that we created. Now the next problem we have is we want to find the total sum of literates in each city belonging to a certain state. So let's see how to do it. I'll click on any cell, go to Insert, and here I can click on pivot table. My range is selected. I'll choose existing worksheet and give my location, which is Q5. I click on OK. Now here we want to find the total sum of literates. So what I'll do is first let me drag total literates column to values. you have the total sum of literates from all the states. Next, I want to see the sum of total literates based on states and cities. So let me first drag state name onto rows, and then we'll drag city onto rows. You can see here we have our pivot table ready. To the left of the pivot table, you can see we have the state names and the cities per state, and on the right you can see the total number of literates from each city. If I scroll down, we have Assam, then you can see we have Bihar, and if I keep scrolling, we have all the states, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, there's Jammu and Kashmir, which has now become a union territory. We have Jharkhand, Karnataka, and other states as well. Moving on. Okay, so the next thing we want to see is what is the average sex ratio and the child sex ratio for each state. With that, we also want to find the states that had the highest and lowest sex ratio in 2011. So let's create a pivot table for this. I'll click on any cell, go to insert, choose pivot table, click on existing worksheet. I'll select cell Q5 and click on OK. Now, since we want the average sex ratio and the child sex ratio, so first I'll drag those columns. Either you can manually scroll and drag it, or here you have the option to search for it. So if I look for child, you can see we have the same column listed. You can just drag it from there. Let me delete this. And I also want the sex ratio, so I'll place it on top of child sex ratio. Next, we want to see it based on different states. So what I'll do is I'll take state name and put it under rows. So here you can see we have our pivot table ready. On the left you can see we have the different state names listed, and on the right we have the values. Now we want to find the average. Now by default Excel will sum the numeric columns. You can see it tells you sum of sex ratio and child sex ratio. So what you can do, you can click on this drop down and go to value field settings, and here summarize values by, you can choose average. You can see the custom name, it says average of sex ratio. Click on OK. Our entire column is now giving us the average sex ratio. Similarly for this column, let me convert it into average. I'll again click on the drop down, go to value field settings, click on average and click OK. And you can see here we have the average of child sex ratio for each of the states. Now the next question says which states had the highest and lowest sex ratio. So we'll consider this column. So we'll sort it in any order you want. You can do it either ascending or descending. Let me sort it in descending order. You can see we have our column sorted now. So in 2011 Kerala had the highest sex ratio, and if I scroll down to the bottom you can see Himachal Pradesh had the lowest, which is around 818. Up next, let's explore one more feature of pivot table. So suppose you want to see the top or bottom few rows of a pivot table, you can do that as well. So here we have a question at hand. We want to find the top 3 cities with the highest number of female graduates. So let's see from the entire pivot table how we can filter the top 3 cities. So I'll go to insert, click on the pivot table option, go to existing worksheet, click on Q5 and hit OK. Now since we want to find the top 3 cities, I'll drag city column onto rows, and then we want the female graduates. So in the search bar I'll look for female and I'll choose this column, that is female graduates, and drag it here onto values. So I have the sum of female graduates for each of the cities. Now since we want to find the highest number of female graduates in the top 3 cities, so let me first sort this column. I'll sort it in descending order. Now we have it sorted. Now from this you can say that Delhi, Greater Mumbai and Bangalore are the top 3 cities, but it's displaying all the cities for us. So let's filter only the top 3. So what you can do is right click and go to filter. Under filter you have the option of top 10. I'll select this. Here I only want the top 3. So either you can go down like this, or you can directly type 3. Your column is already selected. Let me just click on OK. There you go. We have the required pivot table ready, and it only displays us the top 3 cities with the highest number of female graduates. Now the next thing we want to see is how to use a slicer in a pivot table. So we have a question here. What's the total population for all the cities in Rajasthan and Karnataka? So let's create a pivot table for this and see how you can use a slicer to filter the table. Click on existing. I'll click on a location, this time Q6. Click OK. Now since I want the total population, so I'll drag total population onto values, and then I'll select the city onto rows, and then the state name also. I'll place it on top of city. So you have in the pivot table all the states and their cities, and on the right you can see the total population for each of these cities. But our question is, we want to find only for Rajasthan and Karnataka. Now for that, what you can do is go to insert and create a slicer. Either you can create from this option, or you can go to pivot table analyze option, and here you have the option to create or insert a slicer. I'll click on this, and since we want to slice the table based on state, that is Rajasthan and Karnataka, I'll choose state name as my slicer field. You can see this is my slicer here. Now you only want the data for Rajasthan and Karnataka, so I'll search for these two. So here we have Karnataka, so let me select Karnataka first, and I also want for Rajasthan, so let me select Rajasthan also. You can see in our pivot table we only have data for Rajasthan and Karnataka. So this pivot table shows you different cities from Karnataka and the total sum of population from each of the cities, and similarly we also have for Rajasthan. Moving ahead, now we will see another very interesting feature of pivot, that is how you can create percentage contribution of a table. For example, we have a question here. What's the percentage contribution of male and female literates from each state? Now we want to see in terms of percentage and not as sum or average. Let's do that. I'll create my pivot table, click on existing, and I'll select an empty cell. Okay. Now here, since we want to find the percentage contribution of male and female literates, so first I'll drag male literates onto values, followed by female literates onto values. By default it has summed up the male literates and female literates value. And also I want to drag state column to rows. So here you can see the sum of male literates and female literates per state. I want to convert this as percentage contribution. So what we can do is I'll select any cell and I'll right click and I'll go to show value as, and here I have the option to select percentage of grand total. So I'll select this. You can see we have the percentage contribution of male literates to the total. Now if I sort this, you will get to know which state contributed or has the highest percentage contribution. So we have Maharashtra for male literates, then we had Uttar Pradesh in 2011. If I come down, we had Meghalaya, Nagaland and Andaman and Nicobar Islands as those states which had little or minimal contribution to male literates. Similarly, let's do it for female literates. I'll go to show value as and select percentage of grand total. So you can see here also Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, then Gujarat and all had the highest percentage contribution to female literates. So this is another good feature to convert your data and see it in terms of percentage. Now moving ahead, let's say we want to find the bottom 3 cities from each state that had the lowest female graduates. We can do that as well. I'll go to insert, click on pivot, go to existing worksheet, select an empty worksheet and click on OK. Now since I want to see based on states as well as cities, so let me drag the state name first onto rows and let's drag the city column onto rows. Next, we want female graduates, so let me look for female graduates in the field list. I'll drag it onto values. Now we have the list of states and their respective cities, and to the right of the pivot table you can see the sum of female graduates from each city. Now first I'll sort this column. I'll right click, go to sort and click on shortest to largest. Now we have sorted our female graduates from shortest or smallest to largest. Now since I want to find the bottom 3 cities from each state, I'll come to this cell, right click, go to filter and select top 10. Now I'll replace top 10 with bottom and I want the bottom 3 cities from each state. I have my column selected, that is sum of female graduates. If I click on OK, you can see here some of the states don't have 3 cities. So you can see Andaman and Nicobar Islands has only 1 city, that is Port Blair, while the remaining you can find the bottom 3 cities with the lowest number of female graduates. So Andhra Pradesh had these 3, in Assam we had Nagaon, then there was Dibrugarh and Silchar. Similarly, if I come down in Haryana we have Palwal, Kathal and Zind. If I come further, here you can see for Karnataka there's Gangavati, there's Rani Benur and there's Kolar. Similarly you can see for Kerala as well. Now moving ahead, now in the next example I'll tell you how you can create a calculated field or a calculated column in Excel with the help of a pivot table. So in a pivot table you can create or use custom formulas to create calculated fields or items. Calculated fields are formulas that can refer to other fields in the pivot table. Calculated fields appear with other value fields in the pivot table. Like other value fields, a calculated field's name may precede with sum of followed by the field name. So here we have a sales table that has columns like the items, which has different fruits and vegetables, and those have been categorized as fruits and vegetables. We have the price per kg, and this is in terms of rupees, and we have the quantity that was sold. Now let's see, if you want to find the sales for each item in the table, you can create a calculated field. So your sales column is going to be the product of price per kg and quantity. So let me show you how you can do that with the help of a pivot table. I'll create a pivot table first. Click on an empty cell, hit OK. Now if you see on the top under pivot table analyze and under calculations we have the option fields, items and sets. If I click on this drop down, I get the option to create a calculated field or insert a calculated field. I click on this. I'll give my field name as sales and I'll select my formula. I'll first click on price per kg and hit insert field. I'll give a space, hit shift 8 to give the product symbol, and then I'll double click on quantity. Now this is my formula for sales, that is price per kg multiplied by quantity. I'll click on add and I click on OK. If you see here, there's a calculated field that is present in the pivot table fields, which is sales. but it did not add it to our original table. Our original table is the same, but here we have added a calculated field which is present only in the pivot table list. Now we can use this. It has already taken it under values. Now let's say I want to find the sum of sales for each item under each category. You can see it here. We have our category fruit and we have our category vegetable, and under that we have different items like apple, apricot, banana. Similarly, in vegetables we have broccoli, the carrots, corn, eggplant and others. So this is how you can create a calculated field in a pivot table. Now there's one more good feature that Excel offers us in pivot table is to create a pivot chart. So you can use your pivot table and create different charts. So I'll show you how to do that. If I go to insert, here I have the option of recommended charts. If I click on this, Excel gives me some default charts which you can use. Let's say I'll select this. Let me drag it a bit to the right. Here you can see I'll close this pivot field list. This is a nice bar chart that Excel has created. This is called a pivot chart. Now here you can see the category fruits and vegetables and the different fruits and vegetables or the items. In the y-axis you can see the total sales. If you see from the graph, guava made the highest amount of sales. Now if I sort this, let's sort this first. You can see it here, fruit guava made the highest amount of sales. Now since I sorted and changed my pivot table, the pivot chart also automatically gets updated. Similarly, there are other charts also that you can create. Let's go to the insert tab and let's click on recommended charts again. Let's look for a pie chart. So this is a pie chart that you can create. Let me click on OK. So here is our pie chart, and each pie represents a certain item, and the pie that has the highest area represents it had the highest amount of sales. In this case you can see it is guava, and similarly we have other items as well. This is fruit banana, that's corn, and we have spinach and others. Let's explore a few other charts. So first I'll click on my pivot table, go to insert, and under recommended charts let's now select a line chart. If I hit OK, move it to the right. So this is a line chart. You can see it starts from guava, which had the highest amount of sales, then it drops, and in the x-axis you can see the different items. Similarly, when it starts with the vegetables, broccoli made the highest amount of sales with 2,800 rupees, and our lowest was eggplant at 900 rupees. For fruits, papaya sold the least at 700 rupees. Let's take another chart. I'll go to insert. Under recommended charts, let's see, this time we'll see a bar chart. Now this is a horizontal bar chart and not a vertical one. We just saw a vertical column chart like this. This is an horizontal bar chart. Now you can always increase and decrease the size of these charts. Let's explore a last chart. Let's take the area chart for now. So this is an area chart. Again, it looks similar to the line chart. It starts with guava, which had the highest amount of sales. Similarly, papaya under fruits had the lowest amount of sales. Under vegetables it was broccoli, and finally eggplant made the lowest amount of sales under vegetable. Now let's go to our first sheet and summarize what we have done in this demo for pivot tables in Excel. So we had our data. This is 2011 census data from India. We had the different cities, the state names, and we had the total population, total literates, female literates, male literates. We had the sex ratio, total graduates, and other information. So we began by understanding how to create a simple pivot table where we calculated the total population for each state and sorted it in descending order. We found that Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh had the total population in 2011. Then we saw another pivot table where we calculated the total sum of literates in each city belonging to a certain state. So you can see we had the different state names and the cities under each state. Then we saw another feature where you could calculate the average of a certain numerical column. So here we calculated the average sex ratio and the child sex ratio for each state and found out which one had the highest and lowest sex ratio. After that, we saw how you could find or filter tables. We saw how to find the top 3 cities with the highest number of female graduates. We found out that Delhi, Greater Mumbai and Bangalore were the top cities with highest number of female graduates. Next, we saw how to use slicer in a pivot table. So we sliced our table based on Rajasthan and Karnataka state and saw the total population for all the cities in Rajasthan and Karnataka. In the next sheet, we explored another feature that was to find the percentage contribution of male and female literates from each state. Then here we saw how to find out the bottom 3 cities for each state having lowest female graduates. Now, one thing marked that some of the states did not have 3 cities. For example, Andaman had only 1 city, that was Port Blair, but the others we found out the bottom 3 cities that had the lowest female graduates. Finally, we looked at how to create a calculated field in a pivot table. So we saw how to create a calculated field called sales, and then we explored how to create different charts and graphs. So this was an area chart that we saw. There's a column chart. We also saw or looked at a bar chart, that was a horizontal bar chart. Similarly, we saw how to create a pie chart as well.
Now we are on the Microsoft Excel spreadsheet, and here I have some sales data. So we have row ID, order ID, ship date, ship mode, etc. So what we are up to is to create a funnel chart. So before we create a funnel chart, let's try to get some data, right? So let's create a pivot table, and we have a row or column named as region. So let's create 5 different rows which have the data related to north, east, south, west and central regions, and let's try to find out the highest number of sales from a particular region. That is why we are going to sort, and then let's copy the data from the pivot table to a new sheet, because pivot table will not allow you to create a funnel chart. So let's try to add those data into a new spreadsheet, and let's create a funnel chart of it. So basically funnel chart looks like a bar chart, and the only difference is the shape of the bars. If you see them vertically or horizontally, the way you're putting it, then you can find out it takes a shape of a funnel. So with that briefing, let's get started. Now just select any cell on the spreadsheet, go to the insert menu, and there click on the pivot table from this table range. So Excel will automatically select the range, and you can see the range got highlighted with the dotted lines, and select the new worksheet option, and there you go. And now you have the pivot table ready, and now you might want to add some data onto your pivot table, right? So here is the field list. So in case if you don't find the field list, you can find it in the pivot table analyze show button. And now we want 2 sections. The first one is region. Let's pull the region to rows. The next one can be anything. It could be profit, discount, quantity, sales. So let's go with the sales according to our initial plan, finding out the sale and the regions. So you can check if the aggregation is sum or not. Basically, sometimes you might get count or average. So we wanted sum, so it's exactly the sum. And now you can select any cell and right click to sort it, largest to smallest. Now you have the sorted list. Now select your data, copy, and go to the new sheet, paste this here, and now go to the insert option once again, and now expand the charts option, and automatically you have recommended charts on the front, and here the funnel chart is one of the recommendations. Just click on that, press OK, and now you have the funnel chart. You can change the title to region wise You can also edit your chart. So let's say this is currency, right? So you can go to the data types and here go to currency and change rupees to dollars, since the dataset has dollars, United States English dollars. Okay, and if you want to get rid of the decimal points, you can also do that. And yeah, you can also change the colors by getting into the colors option. You can fill different colors to different regions, and yeah, so far so good. So you can see Central region has the highest number of sales.
Companies around the world are generating vast volumes of data every hour. This data could be in the form of log files, web server and transactional data, as well as various customer related data. Also, data is being generated at a rapid rate from social media websites and applications such as Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and WhatsApp. Companies want to use this data to derive value out of it and make business decisions. That's where data analytics comes into use. Data analytics is the process of exploring and analyzing large data sets to find hidden patterns, unseen trends, discover correlations, and valuable insights to make business predictions. Data analytics improves the speed and efficiency of your business. A few years ago, a business would have gathered information manually, performed statistical and complex analytics, and unearthed information that could be used for future decisions. But today, that business can identify insights on the fly for immediate decisions. Most organizations have big data, and many understand the need to harness that data and extract value out of it. So, they use a lot of modern tools and technologies to perform data analytics. Some of the tools I will discuss in detail later in this tutorial.
So what does data analysts do? On a huge dataset, data analysts gather, analyze, and run statistical studies to glean insights and spot trends. They use various methods and tools to transform complicated data into useful insights. They therefore provide insightful data that enables businesses to make informed decisions, and this is the answer of question what data analysts do. So moving forward, let's jump into roles and responsibilities of a data analyst. The roles and responsibilities of a data analyst often consist of the following. The first one is create and manage databases and data system, fixing coding mistakes and other data related problems as necessary. The second one is using both primary and secondary sources for data mining. The third one is rearranging data in a way that both individuals and machine can understand. The fourth one is create documentation that clarifies the data analyst process for stakeholder. So now let's jump into how to become a data analyst with no experience, steps and strategies. So becoming a data analyst without prior experience can be challenging but achievable goal. So here is a detailed guide on how to break into the field of data analysis from scratch. So the first one is master the basics. Data analysts need a mix of technical and soft skills. Start by learning the basics of statistics and mathematics. So key topics are descriptive statistics. Learn measures of central tendency, mean, median, mode, measures of variability, range, variance and standard deviation, and data distribution like normal distribution and skewness and kurtosis. The second is inferential stat. Understanding hypothesis testing, confidence intervals, p-values, and statistical significance. The third one is probability theory. Basic probability concept, conditional probability, and Bayes theorems, and many more. The fourth point is linear algebra and calculus. Fundamental concept that underpin many statistical algorithms. So you guys can learn these topics from our Simplilearn's YouTube channel, where each topic is explained in depth by our experts. The second point is programming languages and Python. In Python, learn the basic syntax, data types, and control structures like loops and condition. The second one is libraries for data analysis like NumPy, Pandas, and Matplotlib for data manipulation and visualization. The third one is library for statistical analysis like SciPy and stat models for performing statistical tests and modeling. And in R, like basic syntax like data types and structures. Data manipulation like dplyr, tidYR. The third point is statistical analysis, Bayes R function, and package like ggplot2 for data visualization. So you guys can learn these topics from our Simplilearn's YouTube channel, where each topic is explained in depth by our expert. The third point is data visualization and reporting. So in this, we have first Tableau. creating and customizing various charts and types like bar charts, line graphs, scatter plots. The second is building interactive dashboards and stories. The third one is connecting to different data sources and data blending. The second one, we have Power BI, data modeling and creating relationship between data sets. The second point is designing reports with visuals, filters and slicers. The third point is using DAX, data analysis expressions, for advanced calculation. In this category, third, we have Excel. So in this, you can learn advanced formulas like VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, index, match, and arrays formulas. The second is pivot tables, summarizing, analyzing, and visualizing data. The third is data visualization, creating and formatting charts, sparklines, and conditional formatting. So you guys can learn these topics from our Simplilearn YouTube channel, where each topic explained in depth by our expert, or you can go through their official document websites. In Master the Basics, the last point is SQL database and the key concept. The key concept are basic SQL commands, select, from, where, join, group by, having, or order by. Second is database design, understanding tables, relationships, and normalization. The third is advanced SQL, subqueries, window function, and common table expression, CTEs. The fourth one is database management, connecting to a database, writing optimized queries, and understanding the indexes. So you guys can learn these topics from our Simplilearn YouTube channel, where we have SQL playlists covering each topic that is explained in depth by our expert. The second point is work on your personal project. Applying your new skills to real world problems is a great way to gain experience. So here are some projects ideas to help you get started. The first one is personal project, public data analysis. Choose a public data set that interests you and perform a comprehensive analysis. For example, analyzing COVID-19 trends over time, predicting house prices, or studying climate change impacts. The second is Kaggle competition. Kaggle is a fantastic platform where you can participate in data science competition. These competitions provide real-world data and problems to solve. For example, predicting customer churn, classifying images, or creating models to improve sales forecasting. The third one is build a dashboard. Create an interactive dashboard using tools like Tableau or Power BI to visualize data insights. For example, a dashboard tracking global financial market or visualizing crime rates in different cities. The third point is get certified. While certification won't replace real-world experience, they can be valuable additional to your resume. So there are numerous data analyst certifications available online, such as the Google Data Analytics Certificate, the Data Analyst Program by Simplilearn. This data analyst course by Simplilearn in collaboration with IBM will transform you into a data analytics expert. In this course, you will learn the latest analytics tools and techniques, how to work with SQL, the languages of R and Python, the art of creating data visualization, and how to apply stat and predictive analytics in the business environment. These certifications not only provide you with the solid foundation, but also show potential employers your commitment to learning and growing in the field. The fourth point is build a portfolio. One of the best way to showcase your skills to potential employers is by building a portfolio. This can include personal projects, data analysis on real-world dataset, or even Kaggle competition. The key here is to demonstrate your ability to apply what you have learned to real-world problems. Don't worry if you don't have access to fancy dataset or tools. There are plenty of publicly available dataset on sites like Kaggle or even government website. You guys can make a portfolio like this. So this is an example of one portfolio. So you can distribute your projects like this, or you can take help from this. Okay. The next point is networking and mentorship. Connect with professionals in the field through LinkedIn, local meetups, or professional association. Look for a mentor who can provide guidance, feedback on your projects, and potentially help you with the job referrals. Networking can be invaluable in learning about unadvertised job openings or internship. The next point is internship. Apply for entry-level position or internship. Look for job titles like junior data analyst, data technicians, or analytics assistant. Look for opportunities in local community. Reach out to startups or non-profits, or even consider offering your services for free initially. Even customer service or administrator roles that involves data entry or reporting can serve as stepping stones, giving you practical experience with data. The seventh point is prepare for interviews. Be ready to discuss your projects, how you approach problems, and what you have learned. You should also be prepared for technical interviews that may test your knowledge of stat, programming, and data analysis techniques. You can refer to Simplilearn's video on data analyst interview question and answer on YouTube. So to sum it up, master the basics, build a portfolio, get certified, get experience through internship and freelancing, network like crazy, and never stop learning. And most importantly, believe in yourself and your abilities.
We all use smartphones, but have you ever wondered how much data it generates in the form of texts, phone calls, emails, photos, videos, searches, and music? Approximately 40 exabytes of data gets generated every month by a single smartphone user. Now, imagine this number multiplied by 5 billion smartphone users. That's a lot for our mind to even process, isn't it? In fact, this amount of data is quite a lot for traditional computing systems to handle. And this massive amount of data is what we term as big data. Let's have a look at the data generated per minute on the internet. 2.1 million snaps are shared on Snapchat. 3.8 million search queries are made on Google. 1 million people log on to Facebook. 4.5 million videos are watched on YouTube. 188 million emails are sent. That's a lot of data. So, how do you classify any data as big data? This is possible with the concept of 5 V's: volume, velocity, variety, veracity, and value. Let us understand this with an example from the healthcare industry. Hospitals and clinics across the world generate massive volumes of data. 2,314 exabytes of data are collected annually in the form of patient records and test results. All this data is generated at a very high speed, which attributes to the velocity of big data. Variety refers to the various data types, such as structured, semi-structured, and unstructured data. Examples include Excel records, log files, and X-ray images. Accuracy and trustworthiness of the generated data is termed as veracity. Analyzing all this data will benefit the medical sector by enabling faster disease detection, better treatment, and reduced cost. This is known as the value of big data. But how do we store and process this big data? To do this job, we have various frameworks such as Cassandra, Hadoop, and Spark. Let us take Hadoop as an example and see how Hadoop stores and processes big data. Hadoop uses a distributed file system known as Hadoop Distributed File System to store big data. If you have a huge file, your file will be broken down into smaller chunks and stored in various machines. Not only that, when you break the file, you also make copies of it, which goes into different nodes. This way, you store your big data in a distributed way and make sure that even if one machine fails, your data is safe on another. MapReduce technique is used to process big data. A lengthy task A is broken into smaller tasks, B, C, and D. Now, instead of one machine, 3 machines take up each task and complete it in a parallel fashion and assemble the results at the end. Thanks to this, the processing becomes easy and fast. This is known as parallel processing. Now that we have stored and processed our big data, we can analyze this data for numerous applications. In games like Halo 3 and Call of Duty, designers analyze user data to understand at which stage most of the users pause, restart, or quit playing. This insight can help them rework on the storyline of the game and improve the user experience, which in turn reduces the customer churn rate. Similarly, big data also helped with disaster management during Hurricane Sandy in 2012. It was used to gain a better understanding of the storm's effect on the east coast of the U.S., and necessary measures were taken. It could predict the hurricane's landfall 5 days in advance, which wasn't possible earlier. These are some of the clear indications of how valuable big data can be once it is accurately processed and analyzed.
Today, I've got a question for you. What's the difference between a data analyst and a data scientist? Well, in this video, we will give you the answers. From healthcare to ride-hailing apps and online shopping to streaming services, big data has transformed applications and how we interact with them. 2 key fields underpinning this transformation are data science and data analytics. Now, I know these concepts can be a bit tricky to grasp at first, so let's use a fun analogy to make it more clearer. Imagine for a moment that a business is like a human body. In this scenario, a data scientist would be a general practitioner while a data analyst would be more like a specialist consultant. Both play crucial roles in keeping the body, or in our case, the business, healthy and functioning well. Think of the data scientist as the GP who looks at the entire body. They need to understand how all the different parts work together and how external factors affect overall health. This big picture views allows them to ask important questions about the body's well-being that others might miss. On the other hand, the data analyst is like a specialist focusing on a specific part of the body, let's say the heart or the brain. They dive deep into the area of expertise, answering specific questions and solving particular problems. For example, if there's an issue with the heart, the data analyst or heart specialist would be the go-to expert. But remember, while the specialist focuses on the area, the GP will still keep an eye on the overall health. They work together, each bringing the unique skills and keeping the body or the business in top shape. So in a nutshell, data scientists and data analysts both play vital roles in keeping a business healthy. The data scientist looks at the bigger picture while the data analyst dives deep into specific areas. Throughout this video, we will explore these roles in a more detail, looking at the specific tasks, skills they need, and how they contribute to the data-driven world we live in. So let's discuss the differences between data analytics and data science. Imagine a thriving social media app with millions of users sharing photos, videos, and messages every day. At this company, we have two data heroes, Alex, the data analyst, and Chris, the data scientist. They both work with data, but their roles are quite different. Alex is like the app's detective. Their job is to figure out on how many people are using the app right now. Alex looks at two things. Firstly, which features are most popular, when do most people log in, and how long do users spend on this app. Alex digs through user activity logs, engagement metrics, and customer feedback to answer specific questions. This helps the team make the app better today. That's what data analysts do. They solve current puzzles using existing information. Now, Chris, they're more like the app's fortune teller and inventor rolled into one. Chris takes all the data Alex collects, put a whole lot and more, and tries to predict the future. They ask big questions like, what new features will users want next year? How can we use AI to make the app more fun? What if we could predict trending topics before they explode? Chris uses complex mathematics, machine learning, and computer programming to spot trends and create new ideas. That's what data scientists do. They use data to predict the future and innovate. Both Alex and Chris are crucial for the app's success. Alex helps the app run smoothly and keeps users happy day to day. Chris helps the company plan for the future and stay ahead in the competitive tech world. Let's look at the key definitions of how they differ from each other. Comparing data science versus data analytics. Data science and data analytics, while related, serve distinct purposes. Data science is a broad multidisciplinary field encompassing areas like machine learning, artificial intelligence, and computer science. It involves researching vast amounts of unstructured data to ask and answer strategic, long-term questions. Data scientists often build complex models and algorithms focusing on innovation and strategic decision-making, and they usually hold senior roles. In contrast, data analytics is a specialized discipline with data science that focuses on analyzing existing structured data to answer specific and immediate questions. Data analysts interpret data, identify trends, and provide actionable insights using tools like SQL and Excel. They often work in specific departments like marketing and sales. While their skill set is narrower than the data scientists, they have a deep understanding of their particular business's area. Essentially, data scientists create a big picture framework, while data analysts zoom in specific elements within that framework to optimize current operation. Let's talk about the skill set comparison. Skills for data analyst. Proficiency in business intelligence tools, strong statistical analytical skills, intermediate programming skills in SQL and Python, expertise in data visualization tools like Tableau and Power BI. Next, let's discuss the skills for data scientist. To be a data scientist, you must know advanced knowledge of machine learning and AI. You must have experience with big data platforms such as Hadoop and Apache Spark. strong programming skills in Python and R, proficiency in predictive modeling and data mining techniques. Let's discuss the workflow comparison. Now, let's compare the workflows of data analyst and data scientist. The workflow of data analyst typically begins with data collection, where they gather data from various sources to ensure they have all the necessary information. Next comes data cleaning, a crucial step where they remove any errors and redundancies from the dataset to ensure accuracy. Following this, they perform data analysis, using statistical methods to interpret the data and uncover patterns and trends. To present their findings effectively, data analysts then engage in data visualization, creating charts and graphs that make complex data more understandable. Finally, they provide actionable insights, offering recommendations that can be implemented immediately to improve business operations. In contrast, the workflow of a data scientist starts with identifying the problem, where they define a strategic question or opportunity that needs to be addressed. Then they proceed with data mining, extracting relevant data from large data sets to gather the information needed for the analysis. Similar to data analysts, data scientists also perform data cleaning to prepare the data for analysis. However, they take it a step further with data exploration, conducting exploratory analysis to understand the depth of data. Next, we have feature engineering, where they create new features from raw data to enhance their models. And then they build predictive models to forecast future outcomes based on the data. Once the models are ready, they deploy the model into production and start generating insights in real time. The final step is their workflow to monitor and iterate, continuously improving the model based on the new data and ensure it remains accurate and effective. Let's discuss the tools and techniques. Let's explore the tools and techniques used by data analysts and data scientists. Data analysts like Alex uses a variety of tools to handle and analyze data efficiently. They often use Excel for data organization and basic analysis due to their accessibility and functionality. For querying databases, SQL is the go-to language, enabling them to extract and manipulate data effectively. To visualize data and create insightful dashboards, Tableau is commonly employed using robust data visualization capabilities. Additionally, Python is used for more advanced data manipulation and analysis, making it a versatile tool in data analyst toolkit. On the other hand, data scientists like Chris rely on slightly different set of tools to handle their more complex tasks. Python is a staple for data manipulation, machine learning, and artificial intelligence thanks to the extensive libraries and frameworks. R is also a key tool particularly for statistical analysis and visualization, providing powerful statistical techniques. For processing large data sets, Hadoop is indispensable. Enabling scalable and distributed computing, Apache Spark is used for large-scale data processing, offering speed and ease of use for big data analytics. Lastly, we have the TensorFlow, which is important for building and deploying machine learning models, making it essential for AI-related tasks. Let's discuss the application comparison. Let's see how the work of data analysts and data scientists relies in real-world scenarios. Data analysts like Alex plays a vital role in understanding user behavior. For example, they analyze which app features are most popular among users, providing insights that can enhance user experience and app's functionality. In the realm of sales, they identify trends and optimize marketing strategies, ensuring that the company targets its audience effectively and maximizes revenue. Moreover, by analyzing customer feedback, data analysts help improve product features, ensuring the company meets customer needs and expectations. Conversely, data scientists like Chris engage in more predictive and innovative application. They use predictive analysis to forecast future trends and behaviors, allowing companies to make informed strategic decisions. For instance, they build recommendation systems that suggest products or contents to users based on their past behavior, enhancing user engagement and satisfaction. Additionally, or personalized user interfaces, leveraging advanced machine learning models to stay ahead in the competitive tech landscape. At last, we will talk about the career path comparison. Finally, let's discuss the career paths and opportunities and salaries for data analysts and data scientists in both the United States and India. A career in data analyst often begins with marketing or finance. Over time, they can transition into senior analyst role to specialize further in business intelligence. There are also opportunities to move into management positions, overseeing data analysis team and driving strategic decisions based on data insights. In United States, the average salary for a data analyst is around $65,000 per year, with senior roles potentially earning up to $90,000 annually. In India, the average salary for a data analyst is approximately 6 lakh per year, with senior roles earning up to 10 lakh rupees annually. In contrast, a career as a data scientist typically requires advanced degrees and specialized training in data science. As they gain experience, they can progress to senior data scientist roles or lead data science teams, taking on more responsibility and tackling complex challenges. Data scientists also have opportunities to work in cutting-edge fields like AI, machine learning, and big data, where they can innovate and contribute to significant technological advancements. In United States, the average salary of a data scientist is approximately $1,20,000 per year, with senior positions often earning up to $1,50,000 annually. In India, the average salary of a data scientist is around 10 lakh rupees per year, with senior roles earning up to 20 lakh rupees annually. In summary, both data science and data analytics are crucial in today's data-driven world. Data scientists focus on the bigger picture and long-term strategy, while data analysts hone in on specific questions and provide actionable insights. Choosing between the two depends on your interests, career goals, and desired salary.
Let's get started with the main topic of today's session, which is data analytics with AI. So, before proceeding with data analytics with AI, let's understand what exactly is data analytics. So, data analytics is not just a step where you just give your data to AI and it will be done, right? So, it's a stage-by-stage process. Let's understand all the stages, one after the other. Firstly, you might have different sources. So, before we go ahead with the sources, let's understand the situation. You might be dealing with your client. You might be working with a company as a data analyst. So before you begin with the data analysis, you might have to have a conversation with your client or the company. You might have to go through something called as requirement gathering, right? So requirement gathering will let you know from where exactly you're getting the data. Is it in the form of a PDF? Is it in the form of an Excel spreadsheet? Or is it going to be cloud or anything like that, right? So you'll be understanding what the source exactly is. And followed by that, you will understand what is the request of your client, what he's looking for, what he wants you to give him, right? The insights of the data, which part of the business he wants you to focus on, and which part of the business he wants to improve, right? And followed by that, you will come up with a time span. Within that time span, you need to use that data, build some insights, and give it to the client or your business owner so that he comes up with a business decision, right? So that's the first requirement gathering step. Once you have the source, you come up with the next step of the data analytics, which is cleaning the data and transforming the data. So it's really obvious for any beginner or an expert who is a data analyst. It is cleaning and transformation what makes or what adds value to your data. Once you clean your data and transform it. So what exactly you mean by clean and transform? So let's say you might have some blank entries, or might be some wrong data type, or there might be some places where you might have to split the data. For example, if there is a customer and customer ID mixed up together, let's say customer ID 1345 hyphen the name of the customer, right? You wanted to split the customer ID and split the customer name. Then comes the data split option. Apart from that, if you want to categorize the data into buckets, let's say you might have a column for customer age. There might be customers starting from 10 and all the way end up to 80, right? In those scenarios, you might want to split the data into buckets. let's say 10 to 20 are teenagers, and above 20 to 30 are youth, and above 30 to under 50 or under 60, let's say like 59 are adults, and after that maybe senior citizens, right? Then you have a smaller window so that you can capture which category of the age group is bringing you the most of the revenue, right? So these are the parts of cleaning the data and transforming the data. And once you're comfortable with it, then you can choose a platform where you want to analyze your data, which can be Tableau, which can be Power BI, ClickView, or Excel, or any of the tools that you might want to prefer. In our scenario, we want to go with AI, right? So AI can be anything. You can go with the Microsoft's Copilot. You can go with the OpenAI's ChatGPT. You can go with Google's Gemini, or any of the AIs which can perform data analytics. There are some AI tools out there which are dedicated for AI data analytics, right? And once you're done with it, and the final stage is analyzing the outcomes and reporting that to your business owner or client. So I hope I made myself clear with these stages of data analytics and reporting. Now let's look at an example to explain this a little better. So I have the dataset in Excel for now. This is our source, the first part of data analytics. Let's expand the columns. So there you go. I said something about data type. So here you can see we have some different data type which we don't want, which is in general. So we will change this data type to short date to make a little more meaning out of it. And after that, here we have customer ID, right? So what we will do is use data split here. Go to text to columns, delimited. Next. So we have other. So here's the preview. So you will be receiving it in this form. And if you want to format the data as you like, you can go ahead. So I'll leave it as general for now and finalize the data type after the split is finished. So what you can do is add a column, new column here, so that you can get an empty column here to split the data. Go to text to columns once again. Select delimited. Select next. And we have the input other. Next and finish. There you go. You have customer ID and you have customer name, the respective customer name here itself. So proceeding ahead, we have quantity, the quantity of product ordered, and we have traffics, leads, orders, and revenue, right? Cost to company and delivery status. So in case if you wanted to kind of calculate profit, what you can do is add a new column, profit, and here you can do a mathematical calculation equals to revenue minus cost to company, and you can extend this particular column all the way to the end so that you have the profit numbers. And here you can also change the data type to currency and go to home, and here the data type from general to currency, and there you go. And if you want it in rupees, you can go with rupees, or if you want it in dollar, you can also have dollars, right? So that's how you do it. I would like to go with dollars, so more, and here go to currency, and in currency symbol I'll go with the dollar. Then okay, there you go. You can quickly save it. If you want to add some borders to the data, you can also do that. There you go. So far so good. So we are now good data. Now comes the next step, which is loading the data and analyzing it.
right? So currently we choose the platform as Excel. So you can do this on Excel, Power BI, and ChatGPT as well. So let's go with the first one, which is Excel's AI. So here you can see analyze data, or also people call it the Copilot of Excel, right? Now you can just click all the data and click on analyze. Basically what you can do is insert and go to the pivot table option, and here you can insert a pivot table, and after that you can find out the requirements what you want, the sales from the central region, south region, and which category of the products have been sold the highest, and what's the highest grossing product, what are the number of leads, and you can estimate the performance of traffic on a month-on-month basis, right? You can do that all, but if you want to reduce the time, basically I would like to tell you, go to that particular part first, understand manual process, and after that go to the analyze data option, which is the automated or AI generated report, right? It will now read your data and it will give you some insights from the data given. Right here you can see the cost to company by order status, and here you can see you can set up a pivot table for that, and here you can see you can insert some graphs and charts here, bar graph, and here you have another one. Now you can see that it has all 24 results, all the insights. Now if I can ask, give me a pie chart of sales and category. Here you go. Here you have so basically what Copilot did is it created a pivot table of sales and category, and out of that pivot table it extracted the pie chart and generated one for you. In this way you can create multiple options. Let's say I want to create a line graph month on month. Enter. Now here it again created a pivot table, and here it generated a line graph on month basis and how many number of traffic or how many number of visitors your website had. Right? In this way you can create a long list of all the required charts and graphs for your website and or the client, and create a dashboard out of it, which is completely interactive. Now this was the Excel's AI. Now if we go to another one, which is Power BI, so here you can see a completely prepared dashboard in Power BI, and we can create this once again, or you can at least understand how it was done, right? Now let's get the data from Excel workbook. So my workbook or my data set is somewhere here, sales data. I would like to go with orders data. Only one file is enough for 2024, and your data will be shortly loaded. Select spreadsheet 1 and load the data. Since we already transformed it, there is no need for transforming it once again. So the data is being loaded successfully. It's going to take some time. 2000 rows loaded. Sheet 1. So we are going to work with sheet 1. Now you can select the visualization you want. Like I want to create a line graph here. Repeat. Like I want to create a line graph here. Select. And for this particular line graph, you will have fields, x-axis and y-axis. Now what I'll do is I'll drag and drop date to x-axis field, and traffic to y-axis field. Now here in x-axis, I would eliminate year, I would eliminate quarter, I would eliminate date. I just want month on month, right? Here you have a clear month on month traffic line graph. Right now let's quickly delete it. We don't want this now. And remove it. Now, what if I tell you there is an option where you can just double click and or right click, and you will get an option. Here you can query, right? You can just write down a query, line graph, type of graph you require, traffic, write the spellings correctly. month on month. And enter, you will get the graph you are looking for. There you go. Right? So apart from this, let's put the month on month graph here. Apart from this, let's double click once again and category wise sales. Category sale pie chart. There you go. And now region wise, double click once again. Region wise sales bar graph. Select the first one, and there you go. I think there is a small mistake in the selection spelling. Select the first one once again, and there you go. You will have a bar graph in region wise basis. Or we can also go with the, similarly, we can also go with the map chart for states and revenue. Select the first option, and you will have all the American states and their revenue details here. Right? So in such way, you can use the artificial intelligence of Power BI and create a completely interactive graph just like this one. So if I select the standard shipment mode, what are the sales reports? And if I select the entire shipment modes, what are the reports? And if I select the home category, what are the sales reports and which part of the nation and which and what are the sales and order per month, traffic and everything details here, right? In one go. Which is completely interactive. Now, let's move on to the next part of our session for today. So we will be using ChatGPT for our data analytics. So here you go. Now, let's load the data. Before that, let's write a prompt. Some data on sales. Or sales reporter. Visualization. And now load the data. Upload from computer. And we have the sales data here. The orders data. Select the orders data file and open. The data will be loaded shortly. And since it's loaded, you can just push the command or prompt. It'll first review the contents and understand what exactly is present in your content and the data type along with the data type, right? It has 2000 entries, 17 columns. Here's the brief overview of all the columns. So it's asking you, would you like an overall summary or a specific aspect? So let's go with the specific aspect instead of overall summary. I want region-wise sales as a bar graph. Okay, we didn't have a column as bar sales. It's in turn taking revenue. Yes, there you go. Sales revenue by region as a bar graph. Now, pie chart for category revenue. Okay, so there is some limit for analysis. Okay, that's not a problem. We can change the account and try to do it once again, or I should have chosen the overall summary, right? But if you go to the ChatGPT Plus edition, you can get that. Let's try the Plus edition once. So we are on the Plus edition now. So it generated some visualizations, which is completely downloadable here. You can go with that as well. So the prompt is still running. Let's wait for a couple of more minutes and see what exactly ChatGPT is up to. So here we have a profit by category, which was our second request, which did not get successfully authorized because we didn't have a +1. So now we can see revenue versus cost to company in top 10 products. So which are the top 10 products which are giving the maximum revenue? And here is a detailed report. And if you would like to continue with a few more reports like we did before in Power BI and Excel, like traffic versus month on month is a line graph. Let's try that. There you go. So we have a line graph of traffic on a month-on-month basis. So that's how you can conduct some data analytics using different AIs on different platforms. So there are many number of platforms: Tableau, Power BI, ClickView, Excel, SQL, ChatGPT, Gemini, and a few more dedicated artificial intelligence tools which are for AI data analytics. And that brings us to the next part of data analytics with AI. So how does data analytics and AI work? So first, basically, once you load the data, AI will start preparing and processing your data, right? So the transformations, what you do, are also can be possible in AI as well. If you request AI to do the transformations, it can do itself. But I would recommend you perform the transformations because you know where the exact requirements are. Once your data is completely transformed, you can load it and get the reports. The next part of it is pattern recognition. As you have already seen, ChatGPT recognizes each and every aspect of the data, from the data type to the minute details like currency and everything. It understands the data first, and then it will request you. It will ask you if you want a complete summary or if you are looking for a particular aspect, right? Machine learning algorithms can identify patterns, trends, and relationships that may not be apparent to human analysts. And there is a possibility that ChatGPT can even identify a few more insights that you never expected to have, right? And moving on to the next part, predictive analytics. AI can also perform some predictive analytics and give you the forecast of what exactly is going to happen in the upcoming future in your business. That may or may not happen. If you find something is about to go down, you can prevent it by taking some predictive steps or measurable steps which can avoid that loss, right? And automated insights and reports. You can also request ChatGPT, right? In Excel, there is something called as Power Query. It acts like a macro or Excel VBA, where it stores each and every transformation step you apply. In a similar way, each and every transformation or step that you apply to modify or try to add value to your data and teach that to your AI so that it can also understand that particular automated transformation steps and report to you on a month-on-month basis, right? So this will stop your month-on-month activity of cleaning your data, transforming your data, loading your data, analyzing, extracting some insights, and then creating a strategy. So all these steps will be eliminated because ChatGPT or any other AI will take care of it, and you can focus on implementing some business strategies. And we have decision making. So AI can also help you with some critical business strategies and also help you in decision making. AI algorithms can optimize complex processes and decision making by evaluating multiple variables and multiple scenarios. Now, last but not least, continuous learning. So AI is capable to adapt and learn new things in your business, like how it processes, how it functions, and what's the data source, and most of the aspects in which are involved in business and data analytics. AI systems have the ability to continuously learn and adapt based on the new data and feedback.
So what exactly is a scan function in Excel? So scan function acts as a function that helps you to do a lot of things. For example, do a running total of your numbers of sales or profits, and also act like a filter to dedicatedly act as a filter and count specific sales records or specific profit records of a dedicated month, year, or month on month, something like that. So basically, the scan function in Excel progressively applies a lambda, which is an additional function inside the scan function, to each element in an array and returns an array of intermediate values. This function is particularly useful for generating running totals, cumulative statistics, or constructing sequences based on array elements and specified operations. Now, let me quickly switch back to Excel workbook. So here we have the Excel workbook, right? So here we have two columns. One is for running total and one is to calculate the running total with scan. So first we will execute the running total with scan, and then I'll give you a shortcut method to find out your running totals. Apart from that, if you can see here in the columns G to K, we have additional details. So remember, I told you that it can also work as a filter to count dedicated data from provided lambda month or something, right? So we will also execute something like that using a filter. Now let's quickly start with the scan function over here. Scan function. Now, initial value. Whenever you're calculating running total, start with 0. And after that, you will add 0 to the first element, that is 79.2. Followed by that, you will add 79.2 plus 428.22. So initially, scan will have the value 0 in it. But when it comes to cell reference E3, the initial value will change from 0 to 79.2, right? Then it will add 79.2 to the next element, which is in C3, that happens to be 428.22. Then initial or the running total of the first two cells. So that's how it basically works. Now we have given the initial value as 0. Followed by that, we have to give an array. So our array is in the C column, which is about the sales. So just hold Control and Shift and use the lower arrow key to select the entire array, comma, and here the function. So initially, you can work with the, directly adding the sum function here, but in few situations, it may not work. That's when you take the help of lambda. You can give some random names to your values. Let's go with x, comma, y, comma, the function, which is addition, right? So just give x plus y and close the bracket for lambda and another closing bracket for scan function. Now enter. There you go. You have your running total. So the running total is $17,142.0345. Now, let's try to find the running total of a month. Let's say maybe February, maybe January or something like that, right? So here we will add okay, let me add another. Now we will have the lookup value here. And here you can add a lookup month. Now equals to, let's go with the filter function. Now the first requirement is array. So give the array is basically your table here. You can just place your cursor on the corner so that you can get an inclined arrow where you can just select the entire table. Let us go with the manual process. Just Control Shift lower arrow key so that you can select the entire data set that you want to give it. And that's your array. Now, comma. Now we want to calculate, let's say, the sales that happened in the month of February, correct? So you can use the month function to extract the month. Now, the month data is in the same table. You can get the first array here. Close the month function is equal to the lookup month over here and close the filter. Now add the month here. So the month we're looking at is February month. Just enter 2 and there you go. Now you have the values or sales that happened in the month of February. Okay, a small mistake here. Let's try to change the data type so that you have the perfect date, right? Now this is completely dynamic, and if I add the month March here, it will give me the sales that happened in the month of March. And similarly, let's try for May. There you go. So now, as discussed before, let me give you a quick shortcut to find the running total, which is also dynamic. Just go to the cell C2, select the cell, Shift, Control, lower arrow key, or Control Shift, lower arrow key. Now here you can see a small pop-up which looks like flash fill. Just open that, and here you can see various options. Go to the totals option, and here you can just scroll. Yeah, there you go. You found the running option. Just click on the running total and you have it over here, right? And let's say I change some values here. I change 79 to 85, and this is dynamic. It will also give you the dynamic results. There you go, right? So that's how you can use. So you can see the same number we have with the scan function as well as the shortcut method.
Now I have started my Microsoft Excel, and you can see I have a really small data set. So let's get started by the simple if function as we know it. Let's say we want to find out the result of the following students, and there is a criteria. Let's say less than or above some number, they're pass, and less than or above some number, they're fail, right? Now let's get started with the if function. Equals to if, and the cell, if this number is less than 35, then the result is fail, else result is pass. Now enter, the answer is pass. And now if you drag the same formula across all the cells, you have the results. So this is how we basically know the function. Now let's advance to a higher level where we have multiple criteria. You also want the result like we got in the first sheet, which is pass or fail, and along with the result we also want the grade in one single if function. Let's try to do that. So let's revise the simple if function is less than 35, then fail, else pass. Now our multiple level of if. So if the same cell, okay, we missed, equals to if the marks cell is greater than equal to 80. So here we have the criteria. So if it is greater than equal to 80, then it should be an A, comma, another if. It's similar to a nested if which you use in programming. So another if, select the if function by using tab key, and then the same cell which is E8. If it is greater than or equal to 65 according to the criteria, then you should be printing B, comma, another nested if function. If the same cell E8 is greater than or equal to 55, it should be C, comma, if E8 is greater than or equal to 45, then you must be printing D. If E8 is greater than or equal to 35, then you must be printing E, else it should be an F. Now close the bracket. Just ensure that you get the black one, which means that all the brackets are in the right place. Just press enter and drag the same formula across all the rows and you will have the grades. And to make life easier, you can also choose if S or ifs method. So let's also try to explore that. Drag the same cell across here and add lines and equals to, instead of a simple if, you can go to the last one which says ifs, right? Now ifs will make things easier. Instead of using if inside a nested if, you can just write your conditions and your grades. So the same cell which is E8 should be greater than or equals to 80. Then in such scenario you can just print A, comma, the second condition which is the same E8 should be greater than or equal to 65. Then you can get a B, comma, if the same marks is greater than or equals to 55, then you can print me C, comma, if the same E8 is greater than or equal to 45, then you can print me D. Just make sure that you're placing the commas in the right place. If the same E8 cell is greater than or equals to 35, then you can print me E. And if it is none of those, then if it is none of those, so you're indicating that with a number 1, then you can print me F. Get enter. There you go. Write the same formula across all the rows and you have your grades. And with that we have covered 3 methods: the simple if, multiple nested if, and FS. Now let's go to the next sheet where we have another one. So far we have concentrated on one particular cell. Let's say if E8 is greater than a number, then pass or fail. Now let's say we have multiple criterias. The marks should be above certain number, and also along with it you should also have attendance. Let's say we have a rock in the last section, and if we consider the result only by number is passed, but if we have a condition that, let's say if you're an engineering student, you already know that you have a minimum criteria of 60% of attendance, right? So let's say we are judging the result of rock based on both numbers as well as attendance, then rock is a failure candidate, right? So how do you decide based on 2 conditions? So that's our condition here, that's our criteria here. So let's try to investigate with the same if function. So equals to if, select the function by using tab, and before you get ahead with the condition, try to include an AND function. Press tab to select, and now select the cell for marks which should be greater than, let's say 35, and also comma the attendance cell which is F8 here to be greater than percentage. So we have the percentage in the F column, so give the decimal numbers. So what's the minimum number which we are looking at is 0.6, so 0.6. If both these conditions are satisfied, then print me pass, else print me fail. Bracket, enter. Now drag the same formula across all the cells, and here you have the results. So you should be getting both numbers above 35 and the attendance should be above 60. Now this was the next type of condition or tip for using advanced level if conditions. Now coming here, so we will be using the next tip for using if conditions. So the only difference is in place of if we will be using the function choose. So here we have list of professors and days of a week. So let's say we need to find out which professor will be scheduled to your class on a specified date, right? So here we have dates, and based on this particular calendar you will be receiving professors Jenny, Albert, Shravan, Gilbert, Swati, John and Karen. Now let's try to use the choose function. So first we need to extract the weekday. So equals to weekday of the date, comma, and here you have numbers. So number 1, Sunday, which means it is considering Sunday as the first day of a week. But according to our calendar, we have Monday as the first day of a week. So we need to select the second one, press tab to select. There you go. If you close the bracket, you will be receiving the number 4, right? So on 1st of February 2024, we have Thursday, right? Now this is not what we need. We need which professor is going to come here. So Professor Gilbert is expected to arrive on 1st of February. So we need to make minor changes to this. So we need to be using choose a function over here. Press tab to select and comma. If it is first, then it should be Prof. Jenny. Second one is Prof. Albert, so on. There you go. Now enter. So some typo mistake here. We missed double colons here. And now try to enter once again. There you go. Now if you drag the same formula across all the cells, you have your particular professors for the dates. There you go. And to make things a little more easier, instead of using choose,
you can use index match because we are getting the address here, right? A cell address. So you can use index match equals to index of weekday, press tab to select, of this particular cell, comma, second option, choose that. So far we have the match function, and now we need to give the index for this particular one. So the index is from K7 to K30. So this is our index and the match we already have. Now press enter. As we drag the same formula across all the cells, you have your results. Yeah, so a small mistake here, just quickly undo it. And if you double click the formula, here you can see we have not fixed the range. So let's fix the range using function key F4. Now enter. Now drag the same formula across all the cells. Now you should be having no errors. There you go. Now to execute SUMIFS in Excel, we are on our practical mode. Now here you can see we have employee ID, name, designation, department, salary, date of birth of employee, and date of joining of employee. Now for some reason you wanted to calculate the overall salary designated for HR department. You can simply use the sum function. But what if we had another criteria? If you wanted to calculate the salaries allocated to HR department and only for manager designation, then the sum might not work. You might want to use some summation formula with some sort of filter. That's when exactly the SUMIF functions come into existence. So you are providing ifs functions over here. So there are two types of SUMIF functions in Excel. One is SUMIF and another one is SUMIFS. So SUMIF will only take one reason, but if you wanted to provide multiple reasons or multiple parameters as filters, then SUMIFS is your ally. Now let's try to use directly the SUMIFS function. So equals to SUMIFS, select the second one, ifs, right? Then sum range. So you want to calculate the total sum range of salary. So this is your range, comma. Now the condition, criteria. So you want the department to be HR, right? So take the entire column of the department, that is column D, comma, which particular value you want to look at. This is HR. Now close the bracket, enter. There you go. So a total of 1,20,000 rupees has been allocated to HR department. Now let's calculate with another condition, which is the department should be HR and the employee designation should be manager alone. Now same, equals to SUMIFS, select the formula, the same, the total sum range, comma, the first criteria, which is the department. Select the entire department, comma, the value should be HR. Now the second criteria, that is the designation. Select the entire designation column C, comma, the value should be manager. Close the brackets, enter. There you go. So a total of 40,000 rupees has been allocated to HR department and to the manager section or manager designation. So that's how you can use SUMIFS in Excel.
Today, we will learn Excel data visualization course. That's it. If these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. Now, what exactly do you mean by data visualization? So, let's say you run a company, something similar to Amazon, which is also having an online website and it has some stocks and everything. You have customer data, you have orders data, delivery data, category, the lead numbers, profit made, etc. Right? And you give that data to your marketing team, or maybe your marketing team gives that data to you. Then how do you understand it exactly, right? It's nothing but all numbers and alphabets and nothing understandable. All you can see is just tablet data with some entries in it, right? And you are out to make a special decision for your company, which improves the sales in all the states and regions of your nation, right? Or worldwide. In those scenarios, what exactly comes to your help is data visualization. If your data can be transformed into some graphs, some charts maybe, which can help you understand what exactly is going down in your data and what exactly is growing in your business data, right? That exactly is known as data visualization. So there are multiple data visualization tools like Excel, Power BI, Tableau, ClickView, etc. So in this particular tutorial, we will have Excel data visualization. So for a clear understanding purpose, let me show you what exactly I meant. So this is what I meant before, right? So imagine you are given this particular data set from your marketing team, and just by looking at it, you need to make a business decision. Do you think it is possible to make a business decision? No, right? Now, what if I tell you I would like to convert this into some graphs and charts so that it helps you understand which is the category that bringing you the most number of leads. So just select the category here and go to the leads column. Once you've selected those both, go to the insert option here, and here you can see some options for pivot tables, pivot charts, and sparklines, filters, slicers, and everything. I would like to go with the charts, and I'll expand the button, and you can see already Excel is recommending some charts for you. It would like to go with the bar graph, the Pareto chart, and other things. If you just go into other forms of charts, you have pie chart, you have donut chart, etc. Right? What if I go with a pie chart? Something like this. Or the initial recommendation, which was a column chart. Right? If I go with this, then I will have this particular pivot table generated all by itself from Excel. And here you can see the number of leads given by the categories. So the home category gives me about 37,000 leads on an yearly basis. So if I go back to sheet 1, this particular dataset belongs to the year 2020. So in this particular year, I have received about 37,000 leads from home category and about 39,000 to 40,000, close 49,000 leads from office category. And technology category gave me about 34,000 leads, right? Now you can understand technology is not performing so good compared to home and office. Now to improve the sales, you might want to make a decision, a business decision. Apply some offers or add in some marketing teams or run some campaigns to improve the technology, right? So you can borrow some of the profits which made you richer from home and office category and invest that money into the marketing so that by the next year you can see some prominent growth in technology as well, which will make your company a little more richer, right? So that exactly is what I meant by the term data visualization. So in this particular tutorial, we will explore data visualization in Excel. So now if we go back to the insert option once again, by getting back to the sheet 1, we can find a lot of charts, right? All charts, and here you can see column charts, which we had an example of. And here we have line graph and pie chart, bar graph, area graph, etc. Right? We will try to generate one example of each and every charts available here. And after that, the most important part of today's session, I will help you learn how to automate this particular task. Let's say you are a business analyst working for your company, right? And you have generated the data for 2020. Tomorrow comes 2021. And you might have to do this task all together once again. And comes 2022, 23, 24, and 25, and so on. Would you like to do this operation again and again and again, right? If it's once in a year, it's fine. But what if you are supposed to generate this particular report on a month-on-month basis, or maybe on a week-on-week basis? Wouldn't be it a little too mundane, right? So to avoid that, I will tell you how to automate this task. But before that, let's explore all the available charts for us. Now, let's try to go with the second option in our charts, which happens to be the line graph. So it's important to understand which is the time and which is the chart you need to take. So whenever you're dealing with dates, right? The order date, the delivery date. Let's say the problem statement is, I want to understand how the sales are going on a month-on-month basis, right? How are the orders received, right? Which is the month in the year 2020 which has the highest orders received. How would you do that? So to do that, you will go with the line graph, which will show you how the orders perform on a month-on-month basis. So go to the pivot chart again here, and we don't want this particular chart here. So instead of category and sum of leads, we will go with order date as rows, which will give us the months Jan to December of 2020, and we will take leads to the values sum of leads. Make sure that it is sum of leads, so we are calculating the total leads in month. Now select all of this and go to the charts option here and select the line graph and press OK. There you go. Now you can see which was the peak month. So we happen to be the peak month, which performed so well. You can also go with some effects here, like adding some markers, and you can also change some colors. You can modify the color of the line, the markers, etc. Right? So these are all the modifications you can do, and you can expand the size of your graph for a better visual. So why are you changing the size of the graph? So again, we will also discuss the dashboards in this particular tutorial. So once you create a dashboard, you might want to adjust the sizes of graphs and everything that you create, so it looks like a perfect dashboard where you can have details of everything. Right, so that's the overall point of creating a dashboard. Now, this was the second type of graph that we explored today. And coming back to the sheet one once again. Now, if you go to the insert option, here you have a few more types of charts, right? So far we have dealt with the column chart. So we have clustered, stacked, and everything. And we have also explored the line graph. Now we would like to go with the bar graph, right? Now, let's say you wanted to know the difference between the leads and traffic. Let's say you have marketed a specific product, or you have run some campaigns, and the traffic you received is volumetric, right? A lot of traffic in terms of lakhs, or crores, or thousands, or hundreds, right? You never expected those many number of people visiting your website. But even after getting those many number of traffic numbers, the leads are less, or the conversion is less, or the orders received are less. Let's say 100 people visited your website, but only 1 or 2 people out of those traffic placed the orders, right? So you wanted to know if your marketing is working well or not, right? In those scenarios, such bars or such bar graphs will help you. Now, let's cancel this and go back to our pivot table once again. Clear everything. Clear some leads. And now, delete this particular chart and add lead values, or no, traffic values and order or lead values. And in the rows, you want month. Select order date. And now, select all of these and go for a chart which looks something like a bar graph. So you can see Excel has automatically selected a graph for the orders versus traffic here. So you can see the traffic numbers were so high, but the orders were less. So here you need to identify what was that one reason which led to the drop in orders despite getting high number of traffic. Now let's check the leads if we have good amount of leads. Yeah, even the leads play the same amount of role in decrease in sales. So there is something which you need to change on the marketing perspective. So now let's go back to the sheet one once again and check the insert button. And here, if you go down to the options of all charts, you can find the area chart. So now let's try to figure out how to use the area chart. So similarly, you can go back to the pivot table here and eliminate the traffics and leads. Or maybe we can use the same data and change the chart maybe, right? Now select all this and go to the pivot charts over here. And if you get onto the area chart, you can see traffic we received against the number of leads. If you add orders to it, you can also get the details of orders against the number of traffic, number of leads, and the number of orders, right? So this will give you a clear data. Now you can also emphasize it a little more, something like this, which gives you a better picture, and you can change the colors of your graphs. That is also possible. Now let us get back to the sheet number 1 and again to our insert menu and here are the charts. So far we have covered the line graph, column graph, bar graph, area graph, and pie. I think we missed pie, but not a problem. Let's go back to that once again. Let's close this and go to sheet 2. So you can delete this one. And get into the pivot table once again. You can clear this. And then order date, you can also clear order date. And you can just select category. Now we have, okay, order date is supposed to be removed. And now we just have orders and there are some of the category details. Select all the table and go to the pivot chart or normal charts and select the pie chart and press OK, right? And if you don't want this particular pie chart, you can also go with some other types of charts which are available in this particular section, which look like this, a 3D pie chart or even a donut chart maybe, which looks, so the 3D pie chart looks like something like this, and it gives you a better view of what exactly is happening with a specific category. And if there are multiple options, which look something like this, and if you go with the donut chart. So basically, if you're choosing the pie chart, then you have these many types of charts which go along with the pie chart. So it's your opinion or it's your option to go choose any type of pie or donut chart. So let's go with the initial one, which is a pie chart. So okay, and there you go. Let's quickly delete this one and go back to sheet 1. And let's check the other types of charts available. So basically, you need to build the business problem and decide which type of bar graph or which type of chart or graph is most suitable for that particular problem statement and makes the solution more readable and understandable, right? So that's the overall motto. So proceeding ahead, so far we have covered column, line, pie, bar, area, etc. Right? Now the next one is the scatter plot. So you can already see Excel has automatically generated a scatter plot for series 1 to 3. So basically, you might be having, a lot of people have a doubt when exactly to use scatter plot. So think of it this way. Let's say you have an ice cream stall and you wanted to know which time of the year your ice cream sales are increasing, right? Based on the climate, based on the weather, based on the temperature. So during summers, the temperatures are high, so the ice cream sales are high during that particular season. So that can be understood using the scatter plot. Moving ahead, we have the map chart. So let's try to implement example map chart, order ID, sum of orders, and instead of order ID, let's take state. Now, using this, we can try to create a map chart. You cannot create that in a pivot table, so let's try to repeat. You cannot create that in a pivot table, so let's try to do it in a normal sheet. Go with the maps, and here you go. There it is. So since we have taken all the American nations, you can see the darker areas have the highest orders and the lighter areas have the least orders. So this comes handy when you want to identify that one single state which is your biggest customer, which is your biggest client, right? And now let's dig down which are the charts still we can cover. So stock map. So let me select all the data and go to the charts once. So the next step of the chart is stocks. So You can already see Excel has already recommending the category 1, 2, 3 charts for us. So we have different categories of products in our sales data. So based on that, it is providing the sales performance of our categories and the surface, radar map. So you can already see it is identifying that. And tree map, similar to the map data structure, tree map is a geometrical identification of which particular product is highest selling. So let's try that out, right? And select the orders columns and go to the maps. And here you can go to the all charts option and select the tree map option, which shows you the highest sales. So before that, you can also apply this to the pivot table as well. Go to all charts and tree map. Okay, the pivot table is not supporting. Anyways, so basically, if you go back to the original sheet, this is how it looks like. So here you can see the highest selling product is this one, which happens to be the office tag ID, and so on. And the least selling ones are available somewhere here in the corner, right? Now, if we expand our chart options once again, we are left out with histograms, sunburnt, box and whiskers, waterfall, and funnel and combo. Let's select the entire data so that we can make it a little quicker. Histogram. This is histogram, the sample chart. This is the box and whiskers sample chart that can be created using this particular data set to identify sales of all the major products. And this is the waterfall one where you can see the increase, decrease, total. So you can also change the colors. The increase can be termed as green color, decrease can be termed as red color, and total can be termed as a yellow color or something. Basically, it looks something like this one, a waterfall model, which can be an alternate to the line graph, which shows the increase and decrease in the number of sales and funnel, and a combination. So basically, combination is something where you can identify let's say you wanted to identify a particular category. So in office category, you might be having some products related to office, right? The office tags, office charges, office tables, and office chairs, right? And based on yearly performance since the start of the month to the end of the month, how are the products performing in terms of sales? That's what you can identify from this type of a chart, which happens to be a combination chart. So far, so good. We have a brief understanding of all the major charts that you can use in your day-to-day data visualization. Now, let me navigate you to the different part of today's session. Let's delete the pivot table. Let's move on to the next part of today's session, which is about automating this particular data analysis procedure, right? Let me close this up, and I don't want to save any results. And if I go to the downloads where I have data for 2020, 2021, 2, 3, and 4. Now I have an empty folder named as sales data. So let me put one file in that. Drag and drop one file into sales data. And now I have an address, right? Let me go back to Excel. And here, let me open a file. Let me create a new file actually, a blank workspace. Let me import the data, right? Go to the data option and get data from file, since we'll be getting the file from an Excel file. So you can give it as a file and select folder, because we are, okay, the overall idea of this, what's the idea of this, right? Let's say this particular sales day, you're in 2020. Let's imagine you're not in 2020, but let's imagine you're in 2020, right? And you got the data. Now, you happen to go into 2021 and the new 2021 data has been successfully created. What happens now is, if you just drag and drop that particular file into this folder, the overall report automatically gets updated. That's the reason we are going into this procedure. So to better understand that, I'll leave a tutorial in the description box below. And also you can follow this tutorial to understand what exactly I mean, right? Now let's get back to Excel workbook. Go to get data from file and select the folder from folder, and go into downloads where we have our sales data. Select this particular file and open. Right now the Excel Power Query will open up, right? Now, if you're satisfied with your data, you can just load the data, and if not, you can just go for a transformation option, right? Now, I think you might be having a brief idea of Excel VBA or Excel macros, where every step can be registered, right? Now, just select the data, double click it, and select the data here, and it will give you a brief preview. Now you have the first sheet, select the sheet, and you'll have a preview. Okay, select OK, and it will be loading in a moment, processing some queries. So there you go. Now we will make some transformations to it. Firstly, we don't want the first column name, which is source name. You can remove it, and here you can see the step has been recorded, right? That is very important for us to understand the automation, right? Now the next automation step is convert the data types. So here you can see the order ID. We don't want to mess up with the order ID. We want to change the order date and delivery date, right? So for that, you might want to change the data type, which is not in a date data type. It's just numbers. So just double click and change data type to date, right? So just select both the delivery date and order date, double click, and here you can see change data type, and you want to change the data type from whole number to advanced, okay, to date. Cancel this. Let's individually change that. Change type from whole number, another error. Don't worry, you can just remove that transformation step. If you don't want that transformation to be implemented, you can just remove it. So change data type from whole number to date. Right now you want to, let's say you want to add a column which shows the number of days took to delivery, right? Now select the delivery date first, then the order date, and now double click, add a column, and here subtract days. And here you have it. Instead of subtraction, you can rename it as name and number of days. Okay, days to deliver. So here you can identify how exactly your product is being delivered and how many days it is taking. And if it is too long, you can identify some mistakes with the delivery agent or something like that, right? So let's have a track of that. Now let's keep it along with the order date and delivery date for a better understanding. And if you go ahead, here you can see customer ID, right? So the problem is customer ID is along with the customer name. So what you want to do is you want to split the customer ID and customer name. You can do that. Just double click, and here you can have split column option by delimiter, and your delimiter is automatically set to hyphen. Since it identified, but the issue is we already have a space there. So you have spaces, and there you go. Your customer ID and customer name are split. So instead of ID2, just replace ID2 with customer name. There you go. Another transformation is done. Proceeding ahead, so we have quantity, traffic, leads, orders, and revenue, and cost to company, order status. So we want to identify the profit. So we don't want, if you filter it out, you can see delivered, in transit, not delivered, or order cancelled, right? So not delivered and order cancelled will be rejected from the list because we want to identify the correct profits. Okay? And what I mean by rejecting not delivered or cancelled, because cancelled orders will be refunded to the customer. So you cannot add that number to your profits. And not delivered will automatically get cancelled, and again that money will be sent back to the customer, right? That money can also be not added to your overall revenue or profit. Right now we want to identify profit, so we want to subtract revenue from cost of the company, right? Select revenue first, then cost of the company, and go to add column, and then subtract, and you have profit. Rename that as profit, and you can drag and drop that particular thing to here, and there you go. Now you have a fully functional data set, which is fine. Now you can use this particular data, right? Go to home. Here you can close and load, right? Close, save, close and load. Correct? Your data will be now loaded to the data set. There you go. Correct? Now you have the order ID, order date, delivery date, days to deliver, state, region, customer ID separated, customer name separated, and everything else, right? And you also have the profit, which you made, and a pivot table, which is readily available for you, right? And if you don't want this, you can ignore, you can freshly prepare a pivot table for yourself. So now you can create a pivot table, and you can also create all the charts that you wanted in your dashboard. So far so good. We have successfully loaded the data. Now we have everything in place. Now what we can do is we can go ahead and create some dashboards, which is the last part of today's session. And remember, you've created a macro before loading this data into this particular table. Okay, and this particular data only has the information from 2020, and our files are from 2020 to 21, 22, 23, and 24. And in case if in future if we get 25, we can also add that into the same folder. Okay, remember that we have created a macro, we have automated the task of data analysis report or dashboard. Correct? Now we will create a dashboard and finalize that particular dashboard. In future, we are going to drag the data of 21, 22, 23, and 24 into the same folder location, and magically all that data will be uploaded onto the same dashboard, and the data analysis report will be ready. All you have to do is just go to data and use this refresh option. Okay, now let's proceed with the creation of dashboard. So first we will select the region and revenue. Okay, and out of this we'll try to create a bar graph. Okay, this is the first one, and let's go back to the sales data. We have the region wise sales, and now we will proceed with category wise sales, and we will insert maybe a pie chart. Or let's rename this as region wise sales. This one, let's eliminate this sheet, sales data, and sheet 2, there's nothing in sheet 2 as well, right? Now let's insert a pivot table in a new worksheet. Select all the data from the table range in a new worksheet, and now we have a new pivot table, and name it as category wise sales. And now we will drag and drop category into rows, and the aggregation of revenue will be sum. Right? Now we will select this data and insert a pie chart. Good. Now we are good with region-wise sales and category-wise sales. If we go back to the data again, what are the different possibilities? Order date, and I think we have traffic leads, customer ID, region, days to deliver. Okay, what we can do is we can create a line graph for month-on-month sales as well. Right? Now let's select the entire data once again. Quickly, let's insert a pivot table, and the pivot table will be from the selected range. New worksheet. Let's rename the worksheet as month-on-month sales is select order date to rows ID, so that we get the month-on-month. The orders revenue. So we'll take revenue summation, ensure that it is summation, and Now let's insert a line graph. There you go. And you can modify that as I discussed before. You can add markers, but I don't want any markers. I want this to be clean and clear. And if you want any other modifications, you can do that as well, right? Now we will create a new sheet for our dashboard. We will copy this and paste it over here. And we will copy this, paste it here. There you go. So you might have to select the cell first. Okay. Now, finally, category-wise sales and sales. Region-wise sales is the last one. Okay. So we are on the region-wise sales. Select the chart and go to data 6, sheet 6, and select any cell, paste it. Okay. There you go. We have the 3 dashboards now. You can rename this sheet as dashboard. There you go. Now you can, if you want, you can save it. Okay. Have a quick look at all the numbers, right? Now we have this data for only 1 year. If you go back to the sales data and filter the data out, you can see as 2020. Okay. Now what we will do is go back to our download section. There you go. These are the downloads. Let's imagine that we just received fresh data for all the other remaining years. You can copy or cut the files. I'll cut the files and go to sales data and paste them right here. Now we have the data for 2020, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Correct? Now close the file, come back to the data set, go to data and click on refresh all. It might take a while, but it's completely fine. Data will be updated shortly. There you go. Now it seems like the data has been successfully updated. Let's check for our satisfaction. There you go. Now we have the data for 2020, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Right? Now let's quickly go to the dashboard as well. And here, if you refresh, you will get the updated report or dashboard also for all the remaining other years. That is 1, 2, 3, and 4 as well, including 2020. So that's how you can automate the data visualization process with Excel. So far so good. We have understood the various charts available in Microsoft Excel. Now let's go back to the sales data. Yeah. So far we have understood all the different types of charts available in Excel, the column, the line, the pie, bar, area, right? We have also built a storyline or use case for each and every chart, and we have created multiple types of these charts. And after that, we have understood much about the pivot tables and pivot charts. And after that, we have used Microsoft Power Query in Excel to load and transform the data. So we have also covered data cleaning and data transformation and data loading. And after that, we have automated the data analysis or data visualization or data reporting in Microsoft Excel, right? Now, by year or so on 26 or 27, whenever you get a new file, you just have to drag and drop the file into the location of the sales report and your data will be updated. After that, you will find the report and you can invest the major part of your time in, which you spend majorly in creating reports, right? You can spend that major time in building strategies and improving your business.
Now we have opened the Microsoft Excel workbook. Here, let's say we have a fingerprint ID for all the employees in a company. Now we have about 500 fingerprints here, 501 fingerprints right over here, right? All these employees belong to different departments. Let's say HR department, development, testing, sales, marketing, etc. Right? Now here in the second sheet, I have a specific list of employees from HR department. Let's say I have about 42 fingerprint IDs here, right? Now what I have to do is, I have to create a match function and identify all the 42 HR department employees in sheet 2 and tag them in sheet 1. Let's say this particular ID belongs to an HR department, then I should be writing here employee from HR department, correct? Now we have 42 entries, it is fine, but let's say we had 440 or 450 entries. Now would you manually go and copy this and go to this sheet, find, control paste and find all? Would you do this task manually? Would you do this match list manually, right? 440 times. This is truly time consuming, right? If there was one single formula which you can use and identify all those 450 employees in one go, it could be a miracle, right? Now that's exactly what we are going to do today. So we will be using an if condition, we will be using an isNum function, and along with that we will use the match function. So these are the three functions that we are going to combine together and try to identify the match between the two lists and give an end result if the employee belongs to the HR department or not, right? Now let's do that quickly. Now let me write the formula equals to if condition, press tab to select it. Now the logical test is at number. So you might be having a question, is number, since we have the data in a mix and match, it's a number plus text. Will this work for only numbers or will this only work for alphabets? No worry, it works with both numbers as well as character type data types. Now I'm going to select the isNumber function. Now comes the match function. So use the match function, press tab to select. Now the lookup value. So the first lookup value will be this particular value which is in the cell A2. Don't worry, it will automatically change when the formula enters to the next cell, right? When it enters to A3, when it enters to B3, this A2 will become A3. So note out on that. Now it will be A2, comma, the lookup array. Which array should I look to find the match? So the lookup array is right over here. I'm ignoring A1. We are starting from A2 to all the way up till A43. So we have provided the lookup range or lookup array. Now the match type. We want the exact match no matter what, right? So press tab to select the exact match. Now close this particular match function. Now if this condition matches, then we should be typing it as, or we should be getting an end result as employee belongs to HR department. And if not, you can just kind of write another text. So the formula is not completely closed. Okay, just ignore it. Okay, now we have to close the brackets with the leading values. So the match function is closed, and after that we need to close the isNumber function. Now comes to the if condition. So if it is true, then add this particular value, that is employee from HR department. If not, other department. Okay, other, or you can also leave it as blank. Okay, so this is the formula. Press enter. So this particular ID belongs to other department. Let's eliminate this. Now let's drag. Okay, let's name it as EMP department details. Now let's drag the formula across. There you go. Now you can also add a boundary border, and now you can add a filter and filter this particular table for employee from HR department. And there is a small error in the formula, but no problem. Let's remove the filter and check the error. I think it should be about fixing the ranges. So let's fix the range function F4. So we want the column to be fixed and the row numbers can change, and here the range what we are looking at. So let's give the range once again. Now let's fix the range, F4 to fix. There you go. Now enter, and we can also remove this. For now I don't think we need this. Enter, and now drag the formula. Yes, there you go. We have all the 42 entries. So previously there was a small fixing error. So we need to fix the range of elements that we are looking at. Now just eliminate the blanks and just select employee IDs, and there you go. You have all your 42 employees present in the HR department. So that's exactly how you use the match function to match a list of elements from one array and match it with another array.
Now without further delay, let's get started. Now I will quickly switch back to Microsoft Excel where we have some sample data. So there you go, we have switched to Microsoft Excel and we have a very small sample data to create a general chart. Now let's go with the first ops team. So we have a list of multiple brands here and the number of laptops that belong to that particular brand and to the team. Now just go to insert option over here and you have a lot of charts. Now you can just pull up any of the charts available here, or you can extend this particular option here to get the multiple chart options, and here you have this one, right? You can just go with the first bar chart right here, or you can also go with this particular option. This is also called a bar chart. I would now go with this, which has multiple colors which specify the different brand. Now if you feel like maybe you should reorder this particular chart so that the topmost one comes in the first place, that is the highest number comes in the first place and the lowest one comes in the last place, then you have the option of formatting it. Just control 1 so that you have the format options, and here you have the option of changing or rearranging the chart. So you can click on format access and categories in reverse order, or you can also do one more thing. You can just select this particular column and go to the sort option, and you can simply sort largest to small. There you go. Now if you want to change colors, just go to the colors option, and here you can add a shadow if you require, or if you want to just change the colors, you can also do that. You can add some soft edges if you want, you can add some glows and a few more stuff. Now if you want to add a few more comparative types of charts, let's say we have both teams here, ops and developer, right? In situations where you want to compare them head on head, you can also do that. Just go on to the same, select the data and go on to the same insert option, and here expand the chart options, and here go to all charts, and here you can find the bar graph, and in that use this particular option, which is clustered bar, stacked bar, right? Just press OK and you have a chart stacked bar right here. And you can also add the titles right over the top of this particular, you can just remove this and add a text box to indicate the brand name right on top of this particular bar graph, that is stacked bar. And in case if you want to make some options here, you can just go to the design option, and here you can just select the background and add some, right? You can just press Ctrl 1 to add a few more options like color, transparency, and compound type. If you want to change the color, you can just click on the colors which you like, and gradient lines, you can add some gradient lines, and if you want to add some a customization to it, you can also do that. And if you want to increase the transparency, that can also be done. And the brightness, just in case if you want to increase the brightness onto your chart, you can also do that. And you can also adjust the width and height of your grid lines, so you have a better clarity on what's happening. So these are a few tips and tricks to create your presentation charts like a pro. And you can also edit the chart title, inventory. There you go. And you have the legends over here, ops team and the dev team. So that's how you can have some tips and tricks to prepare your bar charts like a pro,
which is based on creating a dependent drop-down list in Excel. So now we landed onto our Excel spreadsheet. So what exactly are you trying to do, you ask? So I am trying to get this straight. Okay, now we have team, employee name, and count, right? Let's say you wanted to add the team details in the first column, employee name in the second column, right? So I have 3 teams. So TEAM, DEV, and TEAM ops, right? So this is how beginners do, right? And if you want to automate this, you can do this using data validation. Similarly, let's say I am adding details of team developer and employee name is, let's say, Ivan. Okay, so I want to add something like this into this particular data set or table. So let's erase the column B. Let's try to figure out column A first. So quickly go to, select the cell first, quickly go to data validation, go to the data options, and here you can see data tools. Select this particular data validation option, and here go to list and the source. So select this particular source. This is the source of our list. So press OK. And there you go. Excel has automatically fixed the data for us. Now the operation has been automated and I can directly select whatever the team I want. And let's try to expand this to all the cells that we have in our table. So whichever you select, whichever the cell you select, and you can have the options there, you select the team. Now let's say I select team testing, right? And now here I want a similar data validation option which will give me the list of employees from the testing team, right? Let's say you give me a solution which tells me to create a new data validation option that suggests me to take the list from this particular cell or column. Okay, now let's say all of a sudden I change the cell. Let's say Chris Cortes. Let's say I add Chris Cortes to employee name here, and he is not attending the team meeting now. Or let's say he got a better opportunity and he left the organization, he's with a different organization now. I want to eliminate this particular cell, and all of a sudden I get team developer in the first row. Now does Cortes belong to this particular selection, development, right? No, he doesn't belong to team development. He used to belong to testing, right? So similarly, if I swap the rows, if not eliminate an employee, if I swap the rows, then I should be getting this particular options, not from testing. So based on this particular cell, my data validation, which is present in the column B, should change. So that is exactly the meaning of dependent drop-down menu in Excel. So that is what we are going to do here today. Now for that, you might want to use something called as an offset. So before you create a data validation formula for this, let's go to the here. So here you will be choosing list. So instead of just giving a routine list, we will give a formula over here, which will select the list based on the offset or based on the cell which is present over here. So we will be using the help of offset function over here. So equals to offset. So the reference, this is the reference of the table of the end, the entire data table which has the teams options, the employee options, right? So this is the offset reference or the beginning cell which I will be giving to my offset formula. And let's fix that cell by using the function key F4 on the menu keyboard. So we have fixed it. Now the rows. Now you want to extract cells from one row. You will be giving one option over here. So give one, and now the columns. So far so good. We don't know from which column do we select the data, right? We have 3 columns over here. So we don't know from which column do we have to select the data. So for that, you might remember the index match function, which is one of our tutorials in the Excel playlist. So you will be using the part of that index match function, that is the match function, to recognize which column we have to select. So type in match and press tab to select the function, and now is your lookup value. So based on this particular selection, which is over the A2, right, whichever data is present here, whichever team is present here, based on that lookup value, you will be selecting the column from these sections, right? If I give ops, you should be selecting this column. If I give testing, you should be selecting this particular column, right? Now fix that column and cell using the function key F4. We can fix the column, but the row number might change. Let's say A2, A3, A4. So based on the position of the cell and the column, you can change, you can select it. So lookup value is there. Now the lookup array. So this is your lookup array. let's fix it using function key F4, comma, you need the exact match. It's done. So before getting on to the columns and the height and width, etc., you need to understand offset takes things differently. So index match and lookup, they will count the columns as is 1, 2, 3. But in case of offset function, it will count numbers starting from 0. So team DevOps or team dev, it counts as column number 0, team ops as column number 1, and team testing as column number 3. So you need to subtract one value from the number which match function gives you. Let's say the match function gives you 1, then 1 minus 1, 0. So the offset function will understand I need to select the column 0, which is team dev, right? Now, the next part of the formula, height and width. So what do you mean by height? Basically, F column 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So here we are having 15 number of employees in the developer team, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 18 number of employees in ops team, and 12 number of employees in testing team. So basically, the height of the column is nothing but the number of employees which are present in that particular column, right? So you can see we have colored a few cells in orange color, which means that those positions are vacant, or that particular team is populated with only limited number of employees. Now let's say I give the height of 15 here in the formula, then the employees from ops team, Sean, Susan, and Mick, are not going to be present when I select the ops, right? So in those scenarios, what you want to do is you might, just add the whole, the height of the largest column, the highest number of columns, right? So I have 19 as the highest, right? So I'll give 19 here, and how many number of, what's the width you want to select? So I want to select one cell, so my input for that particular cell will be 1. But now this creates a chaotic experience to us. What is that? Let's see. Now before we enter the cell, let's select all, cut, and we have the formula in our hand. Now go to, select the cell first. Now go to data validation tools, and here you will be selecting list, and here you will be pasting the formula and press OK. Now, okay, let's not drag the formula at once. We have a few more modifications to do. So now here we have developer, team developer. So we have the list from developers, right? We have Aaron, Ellis, etc., etc. And when you go to the last one, we have Toby as the last one. But wait a minute, we have another selection, an empty cell, which is these. We don't want this, right? So let's say you wanted to select Toby, and by mistake you end up selecting the empty cell, and now you don't have data, right? That is not supposed to be happening. So how do you change it? Now basically what you're trying to do is you want to count the number of employees present in that particular department, and you want to give that particular exact count to the position where you have the column height, so that your formula doesn't make a mistake, right? So that's exactly the thing what we want to do. Let's say we use count a function over here and select this, and what you get is 15. And let's say I use another count equals to count A, and I count the ops team members, and they'll give me 18. And now another count, and count the number of employees in testing, that will give me 12. So these are the numbers which I want to pass onto my offset function, and that particular number should be present in the height. So I can't do it every single time. It's again a manual task. I want to automate it. So how do I do it? Simple. Integrate the count A function along with the offset function that we just created. So the offset function will tell the count function which team am I pointing to, and how many number of employees are there in that particular column will be counted by the count function. So that's what we are basically trying to do now. So let's go back to the data validation. Okay, escape. let's go back to the data validation menu over here. Edit your data validation formula, copy it, equals to count A, paste the formula you have. Now close the function. Remember, copy the formula only until C. Don't copy equals to, else you'll be finding an error. Now erase it completely. Now go back to your data validation menu, and here where you have the 19, which indicates the column height, paste that formula you just copied, and now it's okay. Right now, when you are on data team developer and press on data validation option over here, you can see the last Toby is the last one, and you don't have any more blank cells. So that's how you create a dependent data validation or a dependent drop-down list in Excel. Now the main task is to copy. So remember, you just dragged the formula or data validation, and there you have it, right? So will the same thing apply for this particular formula? No, it will not. Okay, it did, but anyways, let's say we don't have a team developer over here, then how do you do it? So you can select the formula, press copy, and now select a new cell in the same column B. Just expand that selection to all the cells. Now right click, go to paste special, and now here select the validation and press OK. So you have that validation selected over here. Now I have the people from developer. Let's say I'll select Kelly here, and in this particular option I'll select ops. Now here in my drop down I can see team members from ops: Thomas, Mark, Ivan, right? So all the employees from the ops team. And here let's say I select testing team, and I will have employees from the testing column: Kathy, Michael, Tim, Bobby, Chris, right? So that's how you basically create the dependent drop-down menu in Excel, which is about SUMPRODUCT in Excel. So SUMPRODUCT in Excel. So it's a combination of both sum and product function. So for this, let's imagine you're in a store and you are supposed to calculate the price tags of certain products or the overall products. Let's say a customer or a client come to your store and he purchased like 10 items, and you have to calculate the rate and price and the total price, right? So individual item might have its individual rate and into number of quantity of products he purchased and the sum total. So you're conducting two different operations here, right? So SUMPRODUCT is a replacement for those two. So I have the same example here. So these are the clients, these are the products, and quantity, rate, and you need to calculate the price and total sum, right? So ideally what you would do is you would multiply this with this and you will get a number, and similarly you would drag it all to the end, and here you would summarize this. That's how you usually do it. But what if I said you there is a shortcut where you can do this all the way in just one click? All you have to do is just SUMPRODUCT, select it by pressing tab, and now give the arrays, this one and this one. You will get the same number. Now SUMPRODUCT is a little brilliant. So what I mean to say is, let's say if you wanted to calculate for only product 1, quantity of product 1 or the price of product 1. Can you do that? Yes, absolutely. Just a minor change in the formula. Select the same SUMPRODUCT and ensure that you are giving the products column as well. But ensure that is encapsulated inside a bracket. So give the entire column, close the bracket, and now the quantity. Ideally it should work, but it will not because we are providing a comma here. Because, okay, let's see it. So you get 0, which is not the right answer. But why? Because we are giving two different parameters, and out of the first two, the first one where we have B3 to B8, this particular parameter is acting, or it is returning a Boolean value. So to make sure that the Boolean value yields into an actual value, instead of comma, you should be providing a star. Now it will work. Okay, we forgot to encapsulate this one inside a bracket as well. Here, it's really simple. We have to give a referencing cell. So let's say I'm adding the referencing cell over here, and this particular value should be equals to this cell, and now I think it should work. There you go. So that's how you can use SUMPRODUCT in Excel, and if you want to calculate the price tag, the value or the formula is a little similar. Again, SUMPRODUCT, press tab to select the function, and the array should be equals to this particular value. Make sure to encapsulate that within a bracket, and then you finish the formula by giving a star and the rate. I think we also need the quantity here. Enter. Yeah, that's the value. Yeah, and that's how we use SUMPRODUCT in Excel. So AVERAGEIFS is basically an average function, but with an if condition. Let's say if you have multiple departments in your industry or in your office, and your HR asked you to find the average salary of all the employees who are present in a certain department, let's say development team, then you might have to create a new table with all the employees in the development team and then find out the average. But what if I say there is one such average formula which comes with a condition called if, and using a combination of average and if, you can find out that average number just within a few clicks. Yeah, that's exactly what we are going to do today. So for that, let's get back to Excel spreadsheet where we have the dataset ready. So this is our employee dataset, and here we have the same use case. We have a lot of people from a lot of designations or a lot of departments. Now let's try to find out the average salary of all the employees who are present in development team. So the formula is really simple, equals to average if and range, comma, you want the value as to be present as department. So we will be adding it in between double quotes. So development, closing it. Now the salary range. Select the salary column, press enter. There you go. So the average value of or average salary of the employees present in development team is around 38,333 per annum or per month. If you're considering this in rupees, this could be per month. If you're considering this in terms of dollars, it can be per annum. And that's how you use AVERAGEIFS in Excel. Now, without further delay, let's get started with the topic, which is how to use Microsoft Power Query. So imagine you have a lot of data. It can be an Excel file, it can be a PDF, SQL database, cloud, or anything. If it is data, it's your data, right? So you have a lot of data. Now, you have the source of the data. After that, I'm absolutely sure that the data is not clean enough to perform some analysis. So you go through another step where you have to clean your data from unwanted rows and columns, which doesn't make sense or might have some invalid data, right? So you need to make sure that your data is completely accurate and has some standards for your analysis, right? So that's the next step, which is clean and transform. After the clean and transform step, you have the next step, which is load that particular data to your platform. It could be Excel, it could be some data visualization tool like Tableau, Power BI, etc., right? And after that, you generate some meaningful information of that. You create some pivot tables, pivot charts, and line graphs, etc., right? So which makes some sense out of that data. You'll understand what exactly is happening with your business, how many leads or how many traffic orders, what's right, and which is the best performing product, which is the worst performing product, and you need to take some decisions on your business which can make some impact on your overall profit or revenue, right? So imagine
if you want to do this for an year, if you get 1 year's data and you do it in a day or two, it's fine. And if it's on a monthly basis, you get month-on-month data and you want to do it, okay, it could not be worse. You can spend 1 or 2 days and it's fine. But what if it's week on week? You start to think, right? What if it's a daily task? It's a mundane task, right? You have to do all these steps step by step repetitively, and it doesn't make you interested anymore in that particular type of job. And the major point of this is you end up spending more time on cleaning the data, transforming, loading it. And the worst part, you don't get proper time, specific time which you want to actually dedicate to plan out something and bring up strategies to improve your business, right? So what if you could automate this, right? What if there is someone who could perform all these steps for you in the way you want, and you can actually have some time to produce some pivot tables, pivot charts, and then understand what exactly is happening with your business and find out some critical points where you can improvise and bring up some good revenue. What if there was someone who can perform all these steps for you, clean your data, transform it the way you want, load it to your platform, and help you create your pivot charts and pivot tables, and actually save you a lot of time where you can spend all that time understanding your critical points where you need attention, you can fix them and plan some strategies out to bring out some good revenue, right? That exact someone who can do all these steps for you and automate your data cleaning, data transformation, and loading tasks for you is exactly the Microsoft Power Query. So you can use Microsoft Power Query either in Microsoft Excel or Microsoft Power BI, right? Now let's kind of generate some data. So this data will be generated using ChatGPT, and we will not generate data which is not small, like for a week-on-week analysis or a day-by-day analysis. We will create data for years. So we will take 5 consecutive years starting from 2020 to 2024, and we will have some data generated using ChatGPT, and we will automate that data and try to get some analysis done, right? Let's jump on to ChatGPT. So before we go to ChatGPT, I have a prompt written here. So this particular prompt will guide or explain ChatGPT what exactly you want, right? So you're giving some, like the Excel data right over here, we have order date, order ID, ship mode, and customer name, customer ID, everything, right? So we have the sales, quantity, discount, profit, etc. So in the same format or a similar format, if not the same format, we are explaining ChatGPT that we need these columns, the order ID, order date, delivery date, etc. And we want all these files in a downloadable Excel file links, right? So you can also specify this column should have certain things, and this column can have certain things, right? So we will copy this prompt and head back to ChatGPT, and you can just paste the prompt and hit enter. There you go. Now your request is being analyzed, and shortly you should be receiving some downloadable Excel files or some recommendations from ChatGPT. I've already performed this process and we have already downloaded some data. So there you go. You have the data from 2020 to 2024. You can just click on this to download the file. So I've already done this job and I've downloaded the files. So those files are exactly in my downloads here. So if you go to downloads, here we have orders data for 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024. So this orders data has just one file, which is orders 2020. So we will perform the data cleaning. So first we will specify the source of the data. Then we will perform the data cleaning and transformation process. Then we load this particular Excel 2020 data into Excel. And then we load this Excel data into the visualization tool. We'll use Excel for this. And then generate some pivot tables and pivot charts. We will only do this for one file, which is 2020, right? Now, what's the surprising part is this particular file will also get data continuously for the next year 2021, for the next year 2022, for the next year 2023, and the current year 2024, right? when we just copy paste or copy paste these files into this particular folder, the same transformation steps, the same data cleaning steps, and the same data loading steps, and also including the analysis, will be done for you in the Excel pivot table, right? The process has been just automated, right? So you can see that happening. For that, let's open a new Excel file. So I have the Excel folder right over here. So a new blank Excel workbook will be opened. And if you go to data, here you have get data. As we said, it can be a file, it can be an Excel file, XML, JSON, PDF, it can be from cloud, it can be from a SQL database, any other source. If it's data, you can work from it. So we will give a file here, right? So just okay. So we will give a file here. So select file and go to the last option, which reads as from folder, right? So go to downloads and select that orders data. Yeah, go to downloads and select that orders data. Remember, this particular folder should have only one file according to us, which is 2020 data, the first year's data, right? Select the folder and open. And this should include the data of only one file, which is orders 2020, right? So if you have multiple files, you can either combine, transform, and load. If you have just one file, you can just go with the transformation option over here, or you can load if you are comfortable with what you have. So I feel there are some minor changes which I would like to make to my data, so I would go with the transform option. Now the Power Query window will shortly open. Now with the Power Query window opened, you can select the orders 2022 Excel folder and it will be loaded. Now let's try to click on the content button over here, which should load our data. Now you can go with the first file. So here's the preview as we expected. We have the order ID, order date, delivery date, etc. Let's press on OK. So the data has been successfully loaded, right? Now we have the first column as source name, which we will not be needing anymore. And you can just remove that. Order ID is fine. Order date is fine. Is it? No, right? So you can just select both the columns and change the data type, right? So here you have the option of change the data type, where you will change the data type from a whole number to date, so that you get a date, right? So you have that. The first transformation step, changing data type, has been recorded here. So this is like Excel VBX or macro, which will save all the steps and will apply to all the upcoming files, right? You have to change the type of delivery date as well. So we will be finding the how many days it took to deliver, or if the delivery got delayed, right? So we can test that. And here, if you see, yes, we requested customer ID and customer name. So we got customer ID along with the name. So we don't want that. We want that in two separate columns. We can do that. So you can just select the entire column, go to the split column option over here, select by delimiter. So I think it all automatically recognized that for us. But there is one loophole. We have a space delimiter space option. So just press OK and they should be helping us with the customer ID. So let's rename the customer ID to just customer ID and this to customer name space name, right? And that's done. Here we have product, which is fine. Quantity is fine. Traffic is fine. Leads is fine. Orders, and here comes the money part. So we have revenue, cost to company. So we don't know the profit yet, right? So to calculate the profit, what you need to do is subtract revenue from cost to the company, and automatically you will get your profit. So in some instances, you might get a negative value. Don't worry about that, because that can be a discount offer or some 50% off, 75% off that you regularly sell out your products which are selling in less numbers, so that you can just, move out the products from the stock. So that can be done. And order status. So we have order status as delivered, in transit, not delivered yet, or order cancelled, right? So we might have to rule out some status here, right? So we are calculating profit here. So we don't want the profit for cancelled orders or not delivered. Okay, maybe, okay, not delivered orders. This might be considered as the cost to company and revenue because it takes some delay to refund the amount to the customers. So we can just add a filter to this particular column, and we will unselect not delivered products and order cancelled products. So not delivered happens when the vendor is not available to deliver the product to the delivery agencies. So in that case, the order gets automatically cancelled, and the order will be the money will be refunded to the customer. So we will rule out these. Now the data is clean. Now, as we thought to calculate the profit, select these two columns, first revenue, then cost to company, because we are subtracting cost to company from revenue, right? So we will go to add to column and standard, and here we have some options. So we will subtract that. So we will get the profit here. So now you can name it as profit. Done. So we just move that column to the money part of this particular data set. So profit, cost to company, and revenue are the money parts. So we will change data type from just values to currency, right? So then that should be converted into the dollars format. Now the first one, we don't need this source name, so you can just rule out this. You can just remove this column, and there you go. Now you have a clean data. You have the order ID, order date, delivery date. Yeah, we forgot the another part of this particular data set transformation, where we wanted to find out the number of days it took to deliver the product. Okay, I think we changed order ID, so we don't want this. So the first, okay, let's change this to the whole number as it was. Okay, so order ID, fine. Now we wanted to find out the number of days it took to deliver the product. So we will select the delivery date first, and then the order date second. Go to add column, and we will select subtract in days, and we should have that. Now let's change the subtraction name to days to deliver. And you can move this column, right? Select the whole column and hold it, drag it, and you can move this column along with the dates part of this data set, where we have the ordered date and delivered date, right over here, and you will find how many days it took to deliver a certain product. Now let's recheck once. Order ID, order date, delivery date, days to deliver, customer ID, customer name, what product did he or she order, and what quantity, and the traffic which we received to the website, the number of leads we got out of those traffic numbers, the number of orders we got out of those leads, and what's the revenue we got out of those orders, and what was the cost of the company, and what is the profit that we made out of that order, right? And we also have the order status. Remember, we only considered two types, right? We considered in transit and delivered statuses only. We ruled out cancelled orders and not delivered orders so that we have accurate results of our profit made and revenue made out of this, right? Now I'm completely satisfied with my transformation and the cleaning of my dataset. Now let's go to home, and here we have the option of close and load. So we will go with that, and this particular dataset should be loaded to the data visualization where we have selected Excel, right? So we have the orders data for 2020, correct? Okay, let's not add date here because after all, we will have some more data for 2021, 2, 3, and 4, right? So let it be the way it is. And if you just check the filter here, we have only 1 year. And if you just check the filter here, you will have only 1 year. And if you just check the filter here, you will have only 1 year, 2020. And if you go to the delivery date, which let's say if you have an order placed on December 31st, and it got delivered on January 5th or something. So you'll have a little bit of a part of 2021 data, which is completely all right, not to be worried about. So the main important thing is audit date. So we want the audit dates of 2020. So that is loaded here, right? Now you can just select the whole data set over here, and you can add or insert some pivot tables here, right, from the selected range. And let's go with the default option, which creates a new sheet and everything in a new location. Right here you have it. Now let's say you wanted to make out some insights from this data set. Let's delete the other sheet which we don't want, and let's name it as pivot. Now the products will be loaded to the columns, and profit will be loaded to values. So you have a data set over here, sum of profit from beds, chairs, cupboards, sofa, teapot. So here you have the pivot table, which has sum of profit, bed, chair, cupboard, sofa, teapot, and grand total. Sum of profits made from these, and these. Now select this entire data and go to the insert option here. Go to the pivot chart, and here automatically here you can see that it is suggesting or recommending us to go for the bar chart, which is a lot more better. Just select OK, and you have your pivot chart over here, right? And see the grand total here, 2248,114.15. Now this is only for 1 year of data. Now what we will do is go back to the downloads folder, select the remaining years, which is 2021, 2, 3, and 4, add that to the file location. So let's quickly go to our folder here and go to downloads, select the folders. I'm going to cut them from here, go to Audits Data, and paste them here, right? Now our job is done. If we go back to the data here, go to Home and Data. Okay, so now that we have added the data to our folder, go to the Audits Data, and here select the data segment and just select Refresh All. So everything is refreshed. Now let's check the audit date filter, and we will have all the 5 years from 2020 to 1, 2, 3, and 4. And let's press OK for that. And if you go to the pivot table, you can also see the changes here. Just press Refresh All, and there you go. You have the updated data right over here. Now that saved a lot of time for you, and now that time can be utilized to plan a strategy and focus on the lower parts of your business and improvise them and bring a big change to the revenue. So how to load spreadsheet data or Excel data to SQL? Let's quickly get back to MySQL Workbench. So here, let's say you wanted to create a table and load the data. So if the data is minimalistic, maybe the data about 10 rows or 15 rows, you can manually create a table and insert the elements into your table using such insert commands. But this is like mine, which is in the Excel spreadsheet and has about 10,000 rows. Would you like to, write 10,000 insert commands? No, right? It would be really time consuming. So for situations like this, MySQL Workbench has enabled developers to load the data from spreadsheets within a few steps. But before we get started, let's check our column headers. So here you can see it is not compatible with the MySQL Workbench or SQL commands, right? So it has a space and it has a word row and it is a keyword in MySQL, right? So we don't want that confusion. So for that reason, we will try to modify this maybe using an underscore, right? Similarly, for the row ID, you can eliminate space and use an underscore. And when it comes to order ID, the same. So just let us quickly change all the column headers so that they are SQL compatible. There you go. So we have replaced all the row headers with underscores and made them SQL compatible. So let us save it. And when you're saving it, just make sure that your Excel file data is also having the SQL compatible name. So here we have load CSV to MySQL. So here we have the name with space, right? So let's try to change that to lowercase.
Excel data, and there, right now it is SQL compatible. Now quickly let's go back to MySQL Workbench. Here we have it. Now you can just create a new table. Just right click here, or you can also do it from here. Create a new database, and the new schema will be the name of your data set. So let's type it as Excel data, or just Excel, and apply. Now this is the schema. Apply. Now you have Excel right here. Just drop down, and here you can see the tables. Right click the tables, and here you have the option of import data wizard, right? Just click on that. Now browse your folders and have it. So yeah, another notification for you guys. So you need to save your Excel spreadsheet in the form of comma separated file, right? Let's quickly go back and do that. Open your spreadsheet, go to file, save as, comma separated file, save. There you go. Now let's get back to Workbench, and now I think you will be able to find it. Just open, next, drop table if exists. Make sure you do that to be on the safer side, and check all the names here. So we have a problem with row ID, but that is something which you can fix down the line. And before you go to the next step, check all the other names as well. Every other name on the column header is fine. Just the first one we can just add to the table, not a big deal. And next, it should start importing. There you go. The data file got imported. Of course, it took a little while because it's 10,000 rows. That's normal. Now let's quickly go to the next step, and here you can see 9,987 records imported successfully. Just click on finish, and I think it should be shortly done. Let's close the schema, go to the query table, and yeah. So you can quickly refresh so that you will have the Excel data over here. Now let's use the database, that is Excel. On it. Now we are in Excel database. Now the table we are looking for is select star from the data name. The data table name is Excel data without a space, semicolon. Just quickly run it, and I think we should be shortly able to see all the data sets right over here. Yeah, about the first column ID, we can simply use the alter table function or query to change the name. Let's quickly do that with the table name, alter table, rename. Okay, what was this? Can you copy that? Copy field name, rename row ID to. So a small syntax error there. So I think they should be sorted. Yeah. And now let's quickly run this, and I guess it should be done. Now let's quickly run the select command again. There you go. So we have the row ID, order date, shipment mode, customer ID, customer name, etc. And everything is as per the expectations. And that's how you can load Excel data to MySQL Workbench. Okay, let's switch to Power BI first. Let's deal with the type of sources and then switch to Excel. So now we have landed to the Power BI desktop. So here we have a wide variety of options. Excel workbook, you can get the data from hubs, you can get data from SQL servers, and you can also enter the data manually. We have another option called Dataverse. It's another story for another day. And you can also customize your inputs here. You can get some data from web pages. You can do some data, website crawling and get the data. So apart from that, coming back to today's subject, which is about importing data from an Excel sheet. So Excel can be a little tricky sometimes. So here we can see an Excel data file. So here we have sales data for 4 years, 2020, 21, 22, 23. And let's say we wanted to import all these 4 files into one desktop, Power BI desktop. Can you do that? Yes, we can do that. And another way, here we have as Excel datasets and a combined Excel sheet where we have multiple tabs. The same 4 years of data, which looks something like this. 2020, 21, 22, and 23, correct? So 4 years of data separated by 4 different tabs.
So can you combine this? Yes, you can also combine that. So we'll check out two possibilities. So let's quickly go back to Power BI window and go to get data, and here we'll try out the first one. So go into more, and here select the folder option. So file and folder, connect. Now browse the folder. So we have the browse option here. Go to downloads where we have that folder, go to Excel, select that and press OK. And another OK, and we should be getting the data shortly. Now here we have combine, load and transform. We can just go with combine and load, but we don't want to have any errors in our data sets. So for safer side, we will go to transform data and we will shape our data manually. And for more tutorials on explanation on transform data, we have a exclusive video on transform data in Power BI. You can check out that. So here, go to the first one, the binary one where you have the binary. Just right click it and make sure that you remove any other columns than binary. We don't want them, right? So an extra column is the custom column, and here you go. And let the name be custom. We need the name for that. So Excel, we need a function where we can import Excel workbook. So this is the one, Excel workbook, and open a bracket. Then just double click on this content, or you can use insert and close the bracket and press OK. There you go. Now you have the table over here. You can just expand it. So this prefix OK. Now again, just select the name of the sheet and rest everything you can delete. We don't need any of those. You have it. Now expand the data. You can use the original columns as prefix or not. I will not choose to do that. Press OK and your data should be loaded shortly. You can see we don't have the names of the columns as the column headers. You find them in the first column. When you're in the first row, you can, okay, let's remove this column. We don't need the name column. We need the row ID first. There you go. Now you can click on this option over here where you can find a small table, and the second option use first row as headers. And that's how you get the data imported from all the different sheets into your data set. You can once check the filters just to make sure that we don't have any of the column headers from 4 different data sets as one of the element, right? So we don't have it. So okay. Now this is one way of importing data, and another one, let's say go back to home and we wanted to import a few more data sets like the other one where we had the combined one, right? So you have the applied steps, right? You can just go on eliminating them just for demo purposes, so that we go back to the home page where we didn't have any of the data set, right? Now let's go back to the source level. We can also remove the source level over here, so you can even close the source level and close the query settings, so data, or you can completely close the Power Query editor. Yes. Now let's import the Excel. So this might take a little while, worry not. Go to Excel workbook, and here just select the Excel datasets, and here we have the combined dataset. Remember where we had 4 different tabs. So press OK. Automatically it will give us the Power Query option where we can load or transform the data. Now you have 4 different tabs. Now Power BI or Power Query will give you an option of choosing which particular years you want to work with. Let's say I want to work with only the latest 2 years, that is 2022 and 2023. Then I can directly go to load or transform. Let's go with transform as we did previously. And here you can combine the data sets all together. You can just use the data merging option and combine these 2 data sets. So here we have the merge queries option, and you can just merge. Here we have the first table, which is 2023. Here you just have to select 2022 from the drop down.
the data here and just press on OK, and you will have the data sets merged. For more explanation on how to merge data in Power BI, we have a dedicated tutorial on how to use merge in Power BI, and that's how you can import data to Power BI. Now I'm on my Excel spreadsheet and I wanted to download this particular data from a website. Now it would be not ideal if I go on typing each and every individual element from this particular website into my Excel spreadsheet, right? That would take all day, or if in case the dataset is a lot bigger than what it has been shown on the website, or it might be next to impossible, right? Basically, it's way too hectic. Now, there is a simplified way where you can do the same, right? You just have to go to the website where you want to download the data from, copy that URL as it, and now back to Excel. Here in the data section, go to import option where you can find the option which says from website. Just click on that. Now paste that URL. Now press OK, and it might take a little while to import your data and add it into your rows and columns. Now it will show you multiple options or whatever the data is available here, and you can select the data or table which you want to have. So this is not the table what I want to have. This is the one. So let's check the third one. This is not the one which I'm looking for. I'm looking for this particular data, this particular table. Just click on it and say load. In a few minutes, the entire data will be loaded onto a spreadsheet. There you go. So that's how you can import data from web pages into your Excel. So for today, we will deal with this particular dataset, which is New York Airbnb Open Data 2024. So this happens to be the latest Airbnb dataset uploaded to Kaggle on Jan 5th, 2024. So we will download this particular dataset, and let's presume that we are going to conduct some data analysis using this particular dataset, and we find some errors or discrepancies in this particular dataset, and we'll try to clean it, right? So I have already downloaded this dataset and I've already extracted that particular zip file, and here we have it. Let's try to open it. Following data conversions in this file. Convert a large number of scientific notations. Do you want to permanently keep these conversions? You can just you can just convert if you want, and you cannot convert if you don't want it, but I'll go with the convert option, which might be recommended in few situations. Anyhow, we will be cleaning the dataset, right? So no worries on that part. Now if I expand the second column, which happens to be the name column, we already have some irregular discrepancies in the data. If you go back to the website, you can see it is a combination of, okay, let's scroll a little. So you can see it's a combination of name, rating, and the configuration of that particular suite room, right? So it happens to be the name of the hotel, rating, and the number of rooms you have in there, or the configuration of that particular hotel, right? By some error or by some way, Excel is unable to recognize what exactly was there in the dataset, and it converted that particular data into a special symbol. And remember, you cannot work on this particular column. You might think I'll use text to columns, right? You can say, let's try it. Okay, let's try it. You might wonder, I can go with text to columns solution, and I'll use the delimiter as other and paste that particular symbol here, but it's not going to recognize it. Okay, even if you copy it, let's say I copy this value and try the option of text to columns by selecting the entire column, and I'll give the delimiter as other, it's not going to paste it. You don't have it, right? In such scenarios, you might go crazy, and you might not even have a solution for it, right? But what if I tell you a simple substitute function can help you here?
right? Seriously, there are endless possibilities when it comes to data cleaning, and the solutions are really simple, and you cannot believe how easy it was, right? So this is the first column, and again, if we go down to a little bit, if we dig down a little bit, you can see here the review date, and you have neighborhood hotel names, and the latitude and longitude, that means the location data, and room type, is it a private suite, or the types of rooms. Try to understand your data, try to read your data, right? That's when you understand what are the possibilities or what are the insights you can build using this particular data set, right? So read your data properly, and here you have ratings, right? Ratings is something which we can work with the cleaning process, and yeah, so here you can find a few places where there is no rating, right? The rating is not provided here. And if you come to the same row, right, if you go across the same row, and if you come to the column B, you can see we have a rental unit in New York, and all of a sudden we have 1 bedroom, 1 bed, 1 bath, right? So we don't have a combination of rating here. And if you check out the cell B30, you have the rating and the configuration, right? In such scenarios, if you try to split the cell, you might end up with having discrepancies in the data set, right? So what you can do is, wherever we have the rating as no rating, or let's say no rating is equals to 0 or a blank cell, right? We can replace these particular no rating with blank cell, and imagine that these are the blank cells that you might encounter in real life scenario, and you wanted to eliminate those particular blank cells and rows because they might cause some discrepancy, and you might end up getting a wrong report, right? So let's try to also work on that particular solution where we have blank cells in the data set and we remove the entire row or blank cells. Okay, we can have a use case on that part as well. And here we have another column that says license, and we go down, we have the configurations here, right? So that's it with the data. Okay, and here if you check out, we have a column called price, right? So it gives you the pricing details. Let's say I come from a different country, right? Let's say I come from India and I pay in terms of rupees, or I come from UK and I pay in terms of, let's say, pounds, right? And you come from United States of America and you pay in terms of English dollars, United States, right? This causes a lot of discrepancies. And for a report where you are trying to convert, or where you're trying to generate an exact report what you want, and you have some discrepancies in the data set, it might end up giving you a wrong result. But for now, it's correctly formatted in terms of whole numbers, no decimal places, no special symbols, no currency symbols, right? So it's just plain numbers. So let's say I don't want those symbols and we have the exact number over here, and let's say in case we have some decimal values, you can also add and remove those decimal values. So you can change the in case if you're facing that issue with the currency format, you can change or remove the currency format and change the decimal values to the whole number. And yeah, so let's get started. So that was the brief overview of the data set, and let's get started with working or data cleaning, right? Coming with the first one, which happens to be the name column, column B. We have a new column. Let's try to add a few more. You might want that. There you go. Now, since we are creating a new column and trying to eliminate the special character, let's not name this. We have multiple symbols, right? So let's try to use that. First, let's copy it, the symbol we want to eliminate. Okay. And here let's use the substitute equals to substitute function. Text box, let's try to fix it with F4. Column B is fixed and the cell numbers will change, and old is this particular text. So we're going to insert a text, right? So let's try to insert that symbol in double quotes. And what you want to replace this with? Nothing, just 2 double quotes, enter. Now get across all the cells, and we have eliminated this particular symbol, which was capital A. Now we have another type of symbol, right? So if you clearly check the entire data set, we just have one more special symbol, which happens to be the lowercase a, alphabet A, and followed by that we have few full stops, right? Now let's try to replace that as well. We are going to use the same substitute function, cell address. Let's try to fix it with function key F4. Column C is fixed. The cell numbers will change 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, comma the old text, since we are keeping text, so double quotes. Inside that we have the text, close the double quotes, and what you want to replace it with? Nothing, 2 double quotes, close the bracket and enter. Now we have the name of the hotel, rating, and the bedroom, right? The configuration of that particular hotel rooms. Now drag this across all the cells, and there you go. Now you have the data in the way you wanted it, right? Now you can just simply copy the entire column, new column altogether, copy the entire column. Let's try that once again. Go to the new column, and here go to the paste special. You just need to paste the values over here, and there you go. You can copy this particular column name, paste it right here where we have the cleaned data, and you can eliminate all the remaining columns, delete them, right? Now you have another catch. You want to split this particular data cell into the name of the hotel, rating, and hotel configuration, but in few scenarios we don't have a rating, right? In this particular column B15th cell we have the name and configuration, but there is no rating, right? This might end up in the wrong data. And again, another catch is you have spaces, right? Rental unit in New York, it has space, rating, space, 1 bedroom, right? So we have spaces in between, and we have a full stop for rating. Now how could you recognize and how could you split this particular data set? We have no idea on this, right? Now let's say we want 1, 2, 3 columns, right? So we want 1 column for the name of the hotel, and 1 column for the ratings, and 1 column for the configuration, right? We have created this particular configuration, but we don't know how to split it, right? How do you split this particular cell into 3 different columns? Now comes help from ChatGPT. Just copy any of the cell. I'll copy this particular cell and go to ChatGPT, which is in my tab over here. Start ChatGPT and explain your problem to ChatGPT. I have a cell with data, double quotes, enter the data. I want an Excel formula that can split the given cell into as shown below. Right, now paste the same data and split it. First one, name of the hotel, second one, the rating, and third one, the configuration. Right, clear. Just be more specific about what you want ChatGPT to help you with, right? So I want Excel formula that can split the given cell into 3 different columns as shown below. right? Just enter, and ChatGPT should be able to help you. So it is telling you to use the mid and search functions, and it has already given you 3 different formulas for three different occurrences. Let's try the first one, which is with the name of the hotel, right? Just place it over here, and obviously you will get the value error because the cell address is different. So we are supposed to give B2 as the cell address. Let's try to fix the cell address. So the column B will be fixed and the cell numbers will be changing. Copy that particular cell address and paste it over here and press enter. Now you have the name. Now drag this across all the cells and you have the cell names, hotel names, right? Now let's go with the second code. Copy that, paste it over here, and same process. You will have to change the address to B2. Let's try to fix it using function key F4. Column is fixed, cell numbers will change. Copy that, replace A1 everywhere in the formula. Now you will have ratings in a few cells, and in a few cells we have the configuration, which happens to be an irrelevant data because there was no rating provided by the user in that instant. So we will remove that, don't worry, we will have a separate process for that. And again equals to, so we will replace A1 with B2. Try to fix the column using function key F4. There you go. Copy the cell address, replace all the A1s in the formula, and get it. Thank you ChatGPT, which help you with a beautiful formula, right? So places where you get stuck, you can use some AI there, right? So there must be some mistake that we did. Undo it, and I think we messed up the formula somewhere. So let's try to copy the code as provided by ChatGPT and place it exactly where it's supposed to be going, and replace B2. Try to fix the formula. B, paste it here, paste it everywhere it's supposed to be. Press enter. Okay, there must be some mistake. Let's check the formula properly once again. I have a reference dataset of this. Let's try to open the reference data and check the formula. So I think it's with the prompt. So we gave the prompt in this way. So it has double spaces somewhere. So I think let's check the formula once again. Go back to the original dataset, Control Z, and here I think we have single space. No, we have double space. That's the problem. Okay, so we can ask ChatGPT for a different formula and try a different formula in this particular location. In case if it's not working, then equals to the formula. So in place of A1, we will have B2. We can fix the address, F4, copy, place it right over here, and this over here, enter, right? Okay, it's not working properly. Okay, we changed the formula a little bit with addition of mid, search, and length. Now if we enter this particular formula, I think it's going to work. Just replace A1s with B2s everywhere with fixing and enter. There you go. Now you can drag the same dataset across, same formula across all the cells, and you should be having it. Now this is done. Let's try to copy all the data. You have copied it, now delete it, and now you will be pasting the values only as required. Okay, let's try to insert 3 new columns. Okay, so I think we have the option of selecting the entire column and then deleting it, and then let's try to copy, and now right click, insert copied cells. Now we still have the formula, right? So we don't want the formulas anymore. Let's try to work around it. Copy the cells, insert 3 different new columns here, and copy these 3 F, G, H columns and go back to here, and now try to paste the values, only values. And in this scenario you don't have any formulas embedded in this particular data. Now what you can do is just quickly delete these cells which you don't want anymore in your data set. Okay, so I think you don't want E, F, G, H, I, J, K. So I think we mistakenly inserted the data twice. So let's check the original data just for reference. So I would always recommend you to keep a copy of the dataset that you're working with, so that anytime you have a problem, just go back to the original dataset and have a look at it. Right now, I think we don't even want this particular column over here. So we have the name of the hotel, rating, and now if we come back to the rating section, remember the blank cell elimination process we were discussing about? That's the one. So you can quickly select the entire data set and go to sort and filter option and filter, and here you can select the rating section and deselect everything and go with the last one, new and rating. Okay, now you have only the new and no rating options over here. You can just quickly select the entire column and delete it, which will end up giving you the approach of having blank cells. Now quickly remove the filter option. Now you have some blank cells, right? Now what to do with the blank cells? Simple. Control A, go to Control G, go to special, and here you have blanks. Select that, and there you go. Now all the blank cells are selected. It might take a little while because we have around some thousands of rows. The blank cells are selected. Now press Control and hold it there, and then press it. It's the minus symbol, right? Now you have different options. Just select the entire row. You can just eliminate entire row with any discrepancies. It might take a while again. Just give Excel its time to delete the unnecessary blank cells and rows in the dataset, so that we have a completely formatted dataset. There you go. I think we're good. And now for verification, if you check the configuration section or the rating section, you will not have any discrepancies which fall into, or they are spilling into the rating section. The configuration section should not be spilling into the rating section, and that's how we do it. So far it's good enough, and I think there is one problem over here, right? So I think this particular row is having some errors with this particular cell splitting function. Okay, that's not a problem. So we can quickly check for that discrepancy, and we did the filters option right. So quickly filter out, and it should add a new filter. So if it has anything else than numbers, you should be having in the end. So yeah, I think we have a couple of cells with some irrelevant entries. You can just quickly select those cells and eliminate them as well. I'm unselecting everything and selecting only the cells that have some text data, so that you can have those few rows, maybe around 7 to 8 rows, and eliminate those rows. There you go. And now if you quickly remove the sort filter options, we have the dataset ready. And now we will also learn the trim function before we go any ahead. Okay, in some scenarios we might need that. Let's say I have, okay, let me insert a new column. Let's say I have some irrelevant blank spaces and spaces in between here, which will cause a new problem for us while we are performing our data analysis jobs, right? In these scenarios, if you use the trim function, it will eliminate any improper spacings. Just try trim, tap to select, and enter. And if you drag the same formula across all the cells, you can eliminate any extra spaces. Here you see there are no spaces for the data that you have entered. You have trimmed out any excess spaces in between the text, in the beginning of the text and at the end of the text, right? So this is again a good option for us. You can just quickly undo everything so that you don't have to worry about the extra spaces. Right, there you go. And that's one way of removing extra spaces from your dataset. And let's say if you want to keep this in the form of uppercase, let me insert a new column. Let us remove this, and let's say I want in uppercase. Just tap to select, there you go, and you have it in uppercase, right? Just drag the same formula across all the cells, you have it. And let's say you wanted the same in lowercase, you can just type in lower, tap to select, and there you go. And in case if you had the same problem, let's say the name is all in upper or lower and you want it in proper case, you can just press proper and select the function proper, and there you go, you have the proper case, right? That's another way of doing things. Okay, in the text cases. And now so far we have dealt with splitting text into columns and converting the uppercase to lowercase, and also trimming the extra spaces, and also using the substitute function. And yeah, we have also dealt with the currency format, and we have a few more. Let's say we wanted to work with data. Okay, I think this particular data set does not have the date column. Okay, we do have it here, last review. Okay, so I think it's uniquely formatted. It does not have discrepancies with date, with AM, PM, right? Okay, we'll try to look at that from a different perspective, different data set altogether. Don't worry about it. Now, another common factor. Let's say I have some duplicate entries. Let's go back to the bottom section, and let's say I have a duplicate entry of these three rows. Copy and paste it over here. Now we have some duplicate data entry. Now you can select the entire data set, go to data option, and here we have something called remove duplicates option, right? If you click on that, it will remove, it will select all the columns, okay? And remember to check this particular function, check on my data has headers, select all the columns, don't forget any of the columns, okay? What it does is it will check all the columns, and if there is an entry which is similar to all the columns, right, all the column headers are same to same, and all the entries in each and every cell are under the column header are same to same, then it considers it as a duplicate entry and eliminates it. So far, according to our knowledge, we should be having at least 3 duplicate entries. Let's see. When you click on OK, duplicate, I think so it has already eliminated it. So I think we did paste it properly, but that's how you can eliminate the duplicate entries in your data set. Let's try to do that once again, and select all, remove duplicates. Yeah, one did not paste the values properly previously, but that's how you can remove the duplicates. One duplicate value is found and removed. So that's how you can eliminate duplicate entries in your data set. And here, so far so good. We have learned the formatting thing, we have learned the split to cells, we have used ChatGPT to get our formulas, we have formatted cells from upper, lower, proper, and we did substitute functions, we did the currency formatting, and yeah, what remains is about the date formatting. So let's work on a different data set altogether. If we go to file and open this particular data set, I think that should be beneficial for us. Or let's go to, yes, this is the one I was talking about, right? Now let's close all the previous data sets. Don't save anything. And this, I think you might want to save. Let's save this for reference. Now we have this particular data set right in front of us, and you can see we have date and time formatting in 24 hours. And if you scroll a bit to the bottom, you can find we have the same data in terms of date, time, that is 12-hour timing, and AM and PM, right? Now you might wonder, you can just directly split the data set into space, by giving the delimiter as space, and you can eliminate the timing. But if you see the data set title, it's about crime, right? So if you are going to perform some proper data analysis based on time, location, and date, you might require the date in the form of date, time, AM and PM, right? You might want that time section. You don't want to miss that, right? So in such scenarios, you can take the help of custom formatting. See, here we have date, month, time and hours and minutes, and AM and PM. Just select the entire column, go to this particular formatting and go to custom, and here remove general and paste the dataset formatting you want in terms of date, month, year, hours, minutes, AM and PM. Select OK, and there you go. 000 got replaced by 12 AM, which is the beginning of the day, and the entire column is been now having a uniform date time format. So these were the few tips and tricks about data cleaning for data analysis, and should you feel that we missed out on any of the other important aspects of data cleaning, please do let us know, and let us know by your information or data or any of the help that you can help our learners to learn about a few techniques by adding that particular suggestion in the comment section below, and help our community to learn new techniques of data cleaning for data analysis.
Imagine you're managing an online store. You need to handle day-to-day transactions, analyze sales trends over the past year, and store massive amounts of raw customer feedback from social media. How do you manage all this data efficiently? This is where databases, data warehouses, and data lakes come into play. I'm pretty sure most of you are well aware of what a database is. A database is a system that stores and organizes data in a structured way, using rows and columns, making it easy to access, manage, and update information. Now, if data can be stored and managed in databases, then what is a data warehouse and a data lake, and why do we need them? So in this video, I will give you a clear understanding of what a database, data warehouse, and data lake is with examples. How are they different from each other, and what factors to consider before choosing amongst the three? So let's jump in. What is a database? A database is essentially a structured collection of data or information that is stored electronically. It serves as a centralized repository where data is organized in a systematic way, often using tables, rows, and columns. So the primary function of a database is to support online transaction processing, or OLTP, which means it handles the real-time transactions and operations of businesses or applications. So behind the scenes, a database management system, or DBMS, manages the database, ensuring data is stored securely and efficiently. So the DBMS also allows users and applications to interact with the data through queries, updates, and modifications. So in common usage, the term database can refer both to the actual data repository and the software system, or DBMS, that manages it, providing a seamless interface between users and their stored information. Now, there are two types of databases. Relational databases store data in structured tables with fixed rows and columns. This structured approach makes them ideal for applications requiring strong data consistency and complex querying capabilities. On the other hand, non-relational databases, often referred to as NoSQL databases, offer more flexibility by accommodating various data models. So these include JSON for semi-structured data, BSON, key value pairs for simple data retrieval, tables with dynamic columns for evolving schemas, and graph databases using nodes and edges for connected data relationships. So some of the examples of databases are Oracle, MySQL, and PostgreSQL, and also MongoDB. Now, what is a data warehouse? So a data warehouse functions as a specialized database
designed to store structured information gathered from multiple sources, so encompassing both current and historical data. So unlike traditional databases primarily focused on transaction processing, data warehouses are tailored for analytical purposes. So they consolidate data from different systems to facilitate comprehensive analysis, uncover insights, and generate business intelligence through reports and dashboards. So in essence, while a data warehouse is indeed a type of database, it distinguishes itself by its optimized architecture for handling complex queries and facilitating data analytics essential for strategic decision-making in organizations. So a data warehouse serves as a centralized repository designed to store large volumes of both current and historical data gathered from diverse sources. This data ranges from raw, initially ingested information to highly refined, cleansed, filtered, and aggregated data sets. The process of moving data into a data warehouse is managed through Extract, Transform, Load or ETL process, which extract data from its original sources, transform it to fit the warehouse schema, and load it into the warehouse on a regular basis, such as hourly or daily schedules. So this periodic loading means that the data warehouse may not always reflect the most current state of the original systems. So once the data is successfully loaded into the warehouse, business analysts and data scientists can utilize business intelligence tools to connect to the data warehouse. So these tools enable them to explore the data, uncover valuable insights, and generate reports that aid business stakeholders in making informed decisions based on comprehensive data analysis. So examples of data warehouse is Amazon Redshift, Google BigQuery, and IBM DB2 Warehouse. Now, what is a data lake? So a data lake serves as a centralized storage repository for data collected from various sources, preserving it in its original or raw format. So unlike data warehouses that also handle extensive volumes of both current and historical data, data lakes distinguish themselves by their versatility in storing diverse data formats such as JSON, BSON, CSV, etc. So the core objective of a data lake typically revolves around analyzing this data to extract valuable insights. So however, some organizations use data lakes mainly because they offer affordable storage options, storing data in anticipation of future analysis. So data lakes are versatile storage systems that can handle large amounts of structured, semi-structured, and unstructured data. So unlike traditional databases or data warehouses, data lakes don't need data to be organized before storing it, allowing quick accumulation of diverse data types like spreadsheets, JSON files, PDFs, and multimedia. So different users access data differently. Structured data is often used directly by business analysts for insights, while unstructured data requires expertise from developers, data scientists, or data engineers. This set of flexibility lets analysts and scientists discover unexpected patterns and insights, using the data's variety and volume to solve problems that weren't anticipated initially. So data and data lakes can be processed with online analytical processing or OLAP systems and visualized using business intelligence tools, improving data exploration and decision-making capabilities. Some of the examples of data lake are AWS S3, Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2, Google Cloud Storage, etc. So now let's recap the differences among the three of them. So if your application needs to store data, which is essential for most interactive apps, having a database is crucial. So databases are fundamental for applications in various industries and scenarios. They provide an organized way to store, retrieve, and manage data effectively. For instance, an online store uses a database to handle product stocks and customer orders. Similarly, a healthcare system relies on databases to manage patient information and medical histories. Even social media apps use databases to store user profiles and posts. So without databases, it would be difficult to manage and access data reliably, impacting the functionality and usability of interactive applications. Now, data warehouses are essential when organizations need to store large amounts of historical data and analyze it deeply to gain business insights. Their organized structure makes data analysis straightforward, accessible to business analysts, and beneficial for data scientists. So unlike transactional databases used daily for operations, data warehouses specialize in handling complex queries and generating detailed reports. So this capability supports strategic decision-making based on past trends and patterns. It's important to know that while data warehouses excel in analytics, they aren't suitable for real-time transaction processing or handling multiple users at once. So organizations typically maintain separate databases for day-to-day operations and use the data warehouse specifically for strategic analytics and business intelligence. Now, data lakes are a budget-friendly way to store large amounts of data in its original form. So unlike regular databases or data warehouses that need data to be organized beforehand, data lakes allow storing various data types like structured, semi-structured, and unstructured without immediate restructuring. So this keeps data raw, letting business fully explore and analyze both current and past information, uncovering insights that may not be obvious initially. So data lakes are great for advanced analytics such as machine learning and predicting trends, offering flexibility for experimenting with data. However, they aren't suitable for handling day-to-day transactions or meeting the fast data access needs of operational tasks, which traditional databases and data warehouses specialize in. So I hope now you all know how the three of them differ. Now, having known that, there are some factors to be considered before deciding on which platform to use. So let's look into those. Considerations like the variety and volume of data sources, the way data arrives, and how predictable its structure is are crucial. So data lakes are versatile, handling unstructured data in various formats. On the other hand, data warehouses specialize in structured data from multiple sources. Now, databases perform well with structured data from one source but may struggle with scalability. Now, the choice between these platforms depends on these factors, shaping their roles in data management and analytics. Now, in a solid data management strategy, choosing when and how to use data models is crucial. Data lakes offer flexibility by storing raw data alongside metadata, allowing schemas to be applied later during data extraction for analysis. On the other hand, databases and data warehouses use ETL, extract, transform, load processes. Here, raw data is transformed into a predefined structure upon ingestion, called schema on write. This difference shows how data lakes enable agility in exploring data and adjusting schemas as needed, contrasting with databases and data warehouses that prioritize upfront data organization and consistency through fixed schemas. Now, big data is highly valuable for businesses, evident in their investments in data management. As data grows in volume and speed, storage expenses increase. Data lakes are cost-effective because they store data as is, reducing storage needs compared to data warehouses that require extensive processing before analysis. Databases can scale storage capacity to match demand. Now, the choice between a data warehouse, data lake, or relational database depends on users' role, whether they are a business analyst, data scientist, or a part of operations, and their specific organizational needs. So operations teams focused on business insights often prefer data warehouses for structured data analytics, despite higher setup and storage costs. Data scientists prefer data lakes for their flexibility with structured and unstructured data, which supports advanced AI and machine learning. Business analysts skilled in SQL may find relational databases adequate for generating specific trend reports on business segments. So each option serves different needs based on data complexity, analytics requirements, and cost considerations. Now, organizations have different preferences between open source and proprietary software, along with the communities backing them. So data lakes are popular because many use platforms like Hadoop, and there's a growing amount of unstructured data from various company systems and real-time data streams. Another important point is how easy and affordable it is to update systems and when data sources and structures change. Unlike relational databases and data warehouses, which can be expensive to update, data lakes make it simple to adjust, making them flexible for changing data needs.
So in the window, here we have some data set. So we have row ID, order date, ship date, etc. So these are the rows over here. Let's quickly select the entire data set and remove any filters that we have. So the filters is gone, and at the last you can see country, region, product, category, subcategory, and extending further we have sales data, quantity ordered, discount, and profit. So now let's proceed and try to build one single dashboard. Okay, now imagine yourself in a situation where you're working for this particular store or a company which sells products, and you have a team meeting with leadership, and you are supposed to be hunting for simplicities in complexities, and you need to present an interactive dashboard which gives a visual representation of what exactly is happening with the company, the sales, the quantity ordered, profit, etc. Right? And if you show this particular data set as it is in the form of named rows and columns, your leadership might not be able to understand it.
or they might not be able to justify what exactly needs to be done in the future to keep the numbers same or improve the sales, right? So in that scenario, an interactive dashboard could be beneficial. So in today's session, we're going to create the same and creating a chart, that is an interactive chart, or a dashboard which is interactive. Everything lies on one single point, that is the pivot tables and pivot charts. If you're good with pivot tables and pivot charts, you can create interactive charts, you can create interactive dashboards, and much more. So the process is simple, but in case if you need a quick overview of how exactly a pivot table is created or performed, then you can check out the link in the description box below, which will give you a complete detailed description and to understand how to create a pivot table and a pivot chart in real time and move further, right? Now we will continue with this particular topic for today, which is creating a dashboard. Now click anywhere in the cell, select the entire dataset using Ctrl A and go to Insert option over here and choose Pivot Table, right? From the table range should be the option. Here you can see the table range has been selected, and you also have two more options which will help you understand where exactly to create your pivot table. So we will be creating that in a new worksheet. So click on a new worksheet and press OK. There you go. You have the pivot table here. And let's say we want a few charts. So here we have a region-wise sales, country-wise sales, and shipment majorly used, subcategory, category, segment, and let's say we also want quantity wise, country and quantity, right? Or let's say, okay, country and quantity. So how many number of orders basically you receive from each country, right? So let's say we want all these charts. Now how many number of charts do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Remember, creating a chart which is interactive relies on pivot table. Now, so far we have created one pivot table or one pivot chart or one pivot sheet, but we want 7 pivot charts. How to do that? It's really simple. Just hold Ctrl and drag that sheet and you have a new pivot chart, right? You can do that few more times. 7. So we have 7 pivot tables as we required. There you go. And now let's get back to the first sheet and let's see the first option we are looking for. So we want region-wise sales, right? We have 5 different regions: North, South, East, West, and Central. And we want region-wise sales in a pictorial way. For that, let's go to the options over here. We have the row names or the metadata. You can drag region into either columns or rows, wherever you want. I'll choose just drag and drop it in the columns. And now go back to sales and you can drag sales to rows, sales in each region, right? Now you can go back to this particular pivot table, go to home, eliminate any, and go to pivot table analyze, and here you can see pivot chart. Click on that and now you have all charts window on your desktop, screen. You can choose the one which you feel is good, right? So I'll prefer a bar chart, column chart here. Click on OK and there you go. Now you can edit this particular data set and chart, and you can also remove any of the things you don't want. So for example, I don't want legends, so I'll remove legends, and this is what I have here. You can also edit from a few more things, right? Now I can simply copy this particular chart and go to the dashboard. So let's create a new sheet and name it as dashboard. Margin center. You can add a color. So now here you can paste the first chart. Now you can rename this chart title. So you can rename this as region wise sales. So therefore you have the first chart over here.
You can also increase or decrease the size of the chart by just dragging the corner points. And let's go to the second pivot table. We have the second pivot table right here. What was our second request? So the second request was country wise, right? Now, close this. Choose the country and drag it to columns or rows. Let's go with rows this time. And sales. Go to pivot table, analyze, pivot table chart, and here you can choose a pie chart since you're going with the country wise, and click OK. Now you have the pie chart over here. You can rename that as country wise. You can copy this and paste it onto the dashboard. In case you want to, keep the size of the pie chart and the column chart in the same, width and height, you can do that. Just go to format. Here you can 5.6 and it can be 9.9. And similarly, you can go with 5.6. This can be 9.9. Just so that you can accommodate a few more charts in the dashboard. You can align them. There you go. Right now, our next request is subcategory shipment. Sorry. So go to shipment. So this is the fifth sheet. So we need to go to the third spreadsheet where we have the pivot table. So close the format shape, and we have shipment here, ship mode. So select the ship mode, drag it to rows or columns. Sales to here, and we have or you can count it, right? You can change it to count. Okay, so you have standard class with the highest number of sales happening. So many sales which are happening in your store, choose the standard class of shipment, right? So very least people choose first class or same day shipment, which is highly expensive, and standard shipment will take minimum pricing, and most of the customers have chosen that. Now you can choose the same data here. Go to pivot table, analyze, and here we have pivot charts, and out of this you can select any one. Let's say if you want to go with the tree map, or if you want to go with the bar, or any one, you can go with that. So let's go with the bar graph. You press OK, and here you create it. Now rename this particular chart as ship mode. Now you can copy the same chart and paste it onto the dashboard. You can close that. If you go to format, you can do the same setting, 5.9 and 9.9. 5.6 and 9.9. There you go. We have everything lined up. And this space that we have over here, we can add a few more things which will come under slicers and filters. So we'll have to wait for that until we can finish the rest of the charts. Now we will go to the fourth sheet. So what was the fourth request? Let's check our list here. So subcategory wise sales. Now we can check the categories, subcategories over here. Yeah, we have the subcategory. Select that and drag to rows or columns, and sales to values. Okay, and there you go. And if you want to sort, you can also sort by right clicking and sort it to minimum and smallest to largest to smallest. There you go. So the highest number of sales are happening through mobile phones. Next comes the bookcases, next come copiers, etc., etc. Now select this and go to pivot table, analyze, pivot chart, and you can choose any one of those. We can go bar chart or the column chart, and you can also rename this as subcategory wise. You can copy it, paste it on the dashboard, and you can also make few arrangements if you want. You can resize it, 5.6, and this will be 9.9. The next request is about the category-wise sales and segment. So we have the category here, drag it to rows, and sales here. You can keep it the way it is, or you can go to pivot analyze, and here go to charts, choose the one you want, and proceed. Copy it and go to dashboard. You can paste it over here. There you go. Country wise and segment quantity. So now you have country over here. I got country to rows and sales to columns, or you can, let's go with sales. Since this is a sales dashboard, this should be beneficial. Now we have, we can also sort it again, sort to largest to smallest, and we have France with the highest number of sales. Now you can copy that or go to pivot table analyze, and here pivot chart. You can go with pie chart. You can rename it as country wise. So there you go, and copy this, paste it on the dashboard. I think we already did a country wise sales, so I think we can proceed with the next type of chart, which is segment wise. Let's go to the same sheet where we created the country wise sales and close the format, delete the chart. Instead of country, we can select segment. So which segment has the highest number of sales? Paste it over here. Format to adjust the size of the chart. There you go. So we have region-wise sales, country-wise sales, ship mode, subcategory-wise, category-wise, and segment-wise sales. Now we have a dashboard, but to make it a little more interactive, we might require a few filter-like options, which are also called as slices. So when you add slices onto the sheet or the dashboard, what you can do is you can select the options you want. Let's say I want the region-wise sales in Belgium, then you can identify that. Let's say you want Australia's or Austria's shipment modes. What kind of shipment mode is most used in Austria? You can find out it. And let's say you want to find out the Finland segment-wise sales, then you can find out. This is only possible when you try to include a slicer into the dashboard. Now let's go ahead with it. Now if you select any of the charts, let's say I want to go with the first one. Now go into insert, and here you can see filter options, right? So here you want to insert slices. Now here you have a slices right now. Okay, so you can select the slicer you want. So I want the slicer for region, I want the slicer for country, I want the slicer for ship mode, which is right here, and I want subcategory wise slicer, I want country or category wise slicer, so category, and segment wise, which is here. So I want 6 slicers. There you go, I've got the 6 slicers created. Let's minimize to make it look a little more better. There you go, and we will paste the slices right here. You can also modify the size of the slicers. Let's try to make them fit here, and the next one should be right here. There you go. Now let's drag this here. The last slicer in the last section. There you go. Now we have one dashboard, but is it interactive? I guess not. So how to make it completely interactive? So you might have a doubt. Let's say I want to click on machines. Now only 1 out of the 6 charts is reacting. Let's say I want to click on papers.
it is giving me the data for phones and etc. And if I click for Belgium, you can see only one chart is being interactive, right? Now, what should I do so that every chart which is on the dashboard gets completely interactive and shows all the data in real time? That can be done. All you have to do is select any of the slices, right click and go to the option which says report connections. So select all the pivot table which are present in your chart right now: sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3, sheet 4, sheet 5, sheet 6 and sheet 7. Press OK. Now all the charts are interconnected with each other, and now if you click on any one of the options, so let's say I want the data for Austria country, and every data changes. Correct? Report connections. You need to do that with all the slices. Press OK. There you go. Now, if you select Finland, Denmark, Austria, you can see the charts are changing, right? Every chart is now interactive. So that's exactly how you create an interactive dashboard. Now you might be having a doubt. Okay, it's working for the existing data, but what if I add some new data? So here we have data until 2022, and this is the new data until 2023. Now, if I add this particular data to the end of this particular data set, right here, and remove the row headings, and go back to dashboard, go to pivot chart. Yeah, on data dashboard, we need to go to data, and here click on refresh all. Then you will get the updated data set, and now you have the updated results as well. And with that, we have come to an end of this session on sales dashboard in Excel, or real-time interactive dashboard using Excel, which is about integrating AI into your day-to-day operations in Excel. Now let's quickly switch to the Excel workbook. Now here I have a simple basic Excel workbook, and to demonstrate the power and potential of integrating AI into your Excel spreadsheet, we are performing a small minor operation over here where we just have few results, right? The students, their department and their percentage. Now we are going to calculate the result if they pass or fail. Now you might be telling me, or you might wonder, this is just a very simple if formula. Why do you want to integrate an AI into this? Now the specialty is, let's say you are a beginner in business analytics or data analytics, and even though if you're a beginner you might figure out the formula, but let's say you don't have any idea on generating a new formula altogether. It's like asking a question to ChatGPT. So here the AI editor that we are going to integrate with Excel is related to ChatGPT, and it's built on ChatGPT. So basically it will give you a query editor where you can just write your query in very simple terms, like you're just talking to Excel, right? In the same way like you talk to ChatGPT. Ask AI editor to give you a formula to identify column D numbers and give you a result in column E. So let's get started on how it can be done. So it's really simple. Go to the home bar, and here you can see add ends option. Just click on that, and here we have the AI aided editor. In case if you don't find it, just you can just download any of the GPT for Excel. So just click on this button over here, and you will get a search window. Just type down AI editor or something. So you can just get one of those. Just press enter. So I'm using the first recommendation, AI editor formula editor. But you can choose any one of these, right? ChatGPT or Excel. We've got multiple ones. So I'm using the first one. It's already added into my workbook. So let's quickly go to the AI editor formula editor. You might have to create your Microsoft account and try to log in, right? So here I have the AI generator, right? Now you can just write it down in your own terms. You can use your local language, you can use Excel, anything. Just write it down the way you want it, right? You can just type down, give me an Excel formula to identify
if the students passed the exam or not. Result percentage greater than or percentage greater than or equal to 35% is pass, and percentage less than 35 is fail is your parameter. Are your parameters. Just submit it and it will give you a query or a formula which you can just copy and paste into the Excel cell or workbook. Here we have one. You can just copy it the way it is, just paste it over here. So in place of A1, you're supposed to use percentage. Enter. Now you have the results. Pass, fail, right? So it is, we did not specify the column number here, right? In case if we have specified the column number or column header, which is basically D over here, so we named it as percentage. So it did not, and another thing to recognize, we did not convert this into table. So basic few things, but overall, you are getting a readily available formula which is completely flawless. You can also experiment this particular feature of AI-aided formula editor with some complex advanced Excel tricks as well. Should you feel that we should prepare one of the tutorials on advanced Excel formulas which are AI-aided formula editor based videos, please do let us know in the comment section below and we will get that done for you. And with that, we have come to an end of this session on integrating AI with Microsoft Excel. So here I have already created a sample payslip generator. So here we have used some data validation methods to select the employee details. Let's say I want to go with Brian, and here we have his employee ID, his full name, and the month March, right? And apart from that, the number of hours worked, and here the total number of hours he logged in was this, and number of times his client call got cancelled or he was on a sick leave, casual leave in the month of March, and the total rate for each and every event. So if he's logged in, he'll get about $45, and in case if he's on a leave due to a client call cancel, he'll get $20, for sick leave $30, casual leave $25, and public holiday is $30. And end of the day, we can just multiply these two values to get his final salary, right? So if we drag this cell across overall here, so we'll get a salary for March, right? So this is real time. So you just select the employee name, and here you just select the month which is about present in this particular sheet here, and you will get all the details, right? And here is the timesheet for the month of March, and all the employees who logged in and what are the events happening, right? So this seems interesting, but how did we create it? And how come we have all the employees here without any duplications when you can see there is a complete duplicate entries or 2-3 times entries over here, right? How did we filter this out, and how did we export this data into a payslip generator, and how is it looking up at all those values, and how is it summing up the salary, right? So we have multiple formulas and functions implemented in this particular payslip generator. So without further delay, let's try to recreate this particular paylist or payslip generator. So firstly, we will create a sorted and filtered list. Let's quickly rename this as sorted and filtered employee list. So what we're going to do is, firstly, we will try to import entire list of all the employees present in this particular organization by using the unique function. You guessed it right. So we are just fetching the unique values one time, only for once, into this particular list. And we will also, if possible, it's not mandatory, but here I have sorted them in the alphabetical order, right? So that it is a little bit easier for you to track. Now, let's try to name this as employee, correct? And here I will use the unique function. UNIQUE, just tap to select the function, and the array is here. So we have converted this particular table into an actual table using the Control T function in Excel, and I'll select this particular, you can see that highlighted downside arrow, right, in the bold black color. So that means it is pointing to select the entire column. Just click that line and there you go, your entire column has been selected. Now this is one way of or one part of extracting the unique functions. Now another one is to try to sort these employees list in the alphabetical order, right? So I'll be using the sort function over here. Press tab to select. Now close the bracket over here and press enter. Now you have the entire list of employees in the alphabetical order, and there is no chance for any duplication in this particular list, right? So this is part one. You can just quickly save your file so that you don't miss any track, right? And the next one is the activities. So one, they have logged in. Second one, they have logged in, and by some reason the client call or the business meeting has been cancelled, so they are sitting idle or they don't have anything to do. Maybe they are logging off early, right? So that is the second situation. Third one is an actual sick leave. Fourth one is a planned casual leave, and the fifth one is a public holiday. So mostly many organizations 5 events. Now we will copy and paste these activities or events into this particular sheet over here, which has sorted and filtered list of employees. Now we are going to calculate the month here, so you can add month, and here you can deal with the same March data that we have used here. You can just copy and paste that value over here as well. So you can also manually write it down as March 2024, April 2024, anything, correct? Now we are dealing with this particular March data, so we will proceed with March data as well. Now the last one, this can be named as Pay Slip Generator, right? So if we check the payslip generator over here, what we have here is the first one, employee name, right? So you can first add that particular employee select option over here, right? Select employee, and here you will name, or you will try to add the employee name. So if you check this particular sheet too, I have the data validation option enabled here. I can just select the employees from the drop down. So let's try to create a drop down over here. Equals to, or you can just go to data option here, just click the cell and go to the data option over here, and here you have columns. Click the drop down option and go to data validation. Now here, instead of any value, go to list, and here you can give the list of employees that you recently filtered. This is one way of doing it, but what's the downside of it? Let's say I add a new employee over here. Okay, let's cancel this operation right away, and let's say I add a new employee right over here, maybe as Jonathan. He's a new joinee, he's an intern, or he is a new joinee, something like that. So when I add Jonathan over here, the data validation from this particular section would not be able to identify him as a new joinee. The list will end at this place, which is this one, right? So we don't want that to be happening. Now we need to operate on a different approach for creating this particular data validation option. So the approach is really simple. If you just get into this particular sorted list over here, and if you check this list, you can see we have the first column as employee, starting from Snooper to all the way to the last Jonathan, right? Now what we need to do is create a new formula. So just enter into the formula option right over here and use the define name option so that you're defining a new formula altogether. And here you can type it down as employee. So you list of employees. You can write an underscore so that the formula doesn't get confused. So here we have, so where it is referring to, right? So it is referring to this particular column, so A to A. So just add an hashtag over here so that it will automatically update if there is any new addition to the list. Now here we'll create a data validation. Go to data and data tools, data validation, and instead of any value, go to list, and here you will type the source as equal to employee. There you go. Maybe we have to do a light change over here. Okay, now go to sort. So here we generated a formula. So okay, let's try to review that formula over here. List. Okay, and so let's go to the employees list. Select the first cell over here. There you go, and define a name. So the name will be EMP list, sorted and filtered employees. So here you will be adding a hash. So we have written the hash after this. Now we want that to go along with the entire spell from second cell to the entire existence of that particular list, right? In case if there is a new addition, you can enter that new addition and consider that as an employee, right? So I've done that. Just press OK. There you go. Now go to the payslip generator and here create a data validation option. Let's clear this. Now go to data validation, and here you will be selecting the list, and here you will be writing EMP list that you just created. Press OK. Now you have the employees list. And in case if you add a new employee at the end, he or she will also be considered as an employee. Now part of the job is done. The next is a few more details like the employee number and employee name, and let's check the month. Correct. So now how would you generate the employee number? So employee number is like fetching. When it comes to fetching, nothing is better than a lookup function or an index match. Let's proceed with a lookup function. I'd go with VLOOKUP since it's my favorite one. So this B2 will be my lookup value, and the lookup table is this particular table. Go to a corner and give that. This is the table you are looking at. You want the second column which states to the payroll ID or employee ID, and I want an exact match. Close the bracket and there you go. Now select the employee number or employee name here, and you will have the employee number right here. And here you want to add the employee name, which is this particular cell. Whatever is present in that particular cell is your employee name. And here you want to add the month, which is this particular month which we are currently. Correct. So far so good. Now we want to create the payslip generator. So first, if we take a look at this particular one, here we have the activity, and here we have the number of hours and salary. Now let's copy the same, paste it in our payslip generator right here. Do some formatting if you feel like. There you go. We have our formatting ready, and here as well. And here we will add our hours and rate and salary. There you go. And I think we already predefined our rates. So copy and paste the rates right here. Now we need to calculate the number of hours logged in. And for that we will be using a simple SUMIFS function equals to SUMIFS. So you need to pay a little attention to this particular SUMIFS function because everything relies on how you are freezing the cell values. So you might be a little confused. So you can understand what I mean during the execution of the SUMIFS function. So SUMIFS and now the sum range. So the sum range is nothing but the hours table right over here. Just click on the hours, comma. So after hours, we will be selecting the employee, correct? So the person who is working, which is this particular column. Just navigate your cursor to the location where this cell B2 and B3 are intersecting, which is a black line over there. So you can see that particular mouse icon, which looks like a lower pointing downward arrow key. Just click that downward arrow key and your column will be selected. And that's next one. Now comes the critical part. So you need to go back to the payslip generator over here and select the employee name. So employee name is existing in cell B5. So select B5, try to freeze it. Function F4 so that this value doesn't change, because we are going to drag this formula across the next 4 activities. So when you drag the formula should be pointing to B5 but not succeed to B6, B7, etc. right? That's the major thing which you need to make sure. And after that, you need to find the activity, right? So go back to the timesheet data, and here is the activity or status. Point your mouse pointer to that particular location where G3 and G2 intersect so that you get the downward arrow key. Just click that. There you go. Comma. Now comes another major part, payslip generator sheet. So now we are on the payslip generator. So we need an if condition. So it needs to identify if the activity is what's present in cell D3 or D4, D5, D67 based on the table what we have, then print it the way it is, and if not, just the way it should be, right? So you will understand that more clearly when we start with the if condition. Just select the if condition, press tab to select, and cell location D3, if D3 is equals to the activity which is logged in, then it should be nothing, just blank. If not, then it should have logged in, which is again D3. Now close the brackets, so close the functions. There you go. Now press enter. There you have it, number of hours. Now just drag this formula across all the rows and you have it. So now you have a real-time payslip generator. Just change some employees to check if our formula is working, and it's working fine. You can also eliminate the leading zeros, but let's keep it, right? Every minute counts. Now the final one, the salary slip generator. So E3 cross or star into the rate. Enter. Now you can drag the same formula across all the cells to find the total salary. Now you can also do a final customization over here. Just copy and paste the cell and drag this, and you can merge total salary. You can even bold this. Here you can have sum of all this. Enter the final salary. You can also do some formatting. So there you go. That's how you can create a real-time automated payslip generator in Excel.
So, Microsoft 365 Copilot is one of the latest AI products launched by Microsoft. So, the Microsoft 365 Copilot will be your AI assistant for all your Office suites from Microsoft. So, it can help you ease up your process of making PowerPoint presentations. It can help you write down the notes on Microsoft Word and many more. But today, we will be using this particular 365 Copilot for our data analytics using Excel. So let me remind you, this particular AI tool works with the versions of Microsoft Office 365 and later, right? Now, there should be a new feature added upon to your Excel on the top right corner of your home button. But again, if it's not, it's completely all right. You can use your Microsoft home button where you can find the Microsoft 365 Copilot. So let's navigate to the home button. Yeah, now I'm on my home button, and here you can see a small icon which is completely new out of nowhere. This is your Copilot, right? And you can just click on it and you can fire your Copilot. And today's point of discussion is about Copilot with Microsoft Excel. So when you are starting Excel, there are some prerequisites when you're working with Copilot. So currently it is in the preview mode, so it is capable of using some dataset which is in the tabular format. I have converted this into a tabular format. It's really simple. Control A to select all the cells, and then Control T to convert this table. In fact, the option my dataset has headers, and okay, so your dataset will be converted into a table. And another prerequisite is when you pop up the Microsoft Copilot, it will ask you for a dataset which is under 1000 kilobytes. So my dataset here is about 800 kilobytes, which should be here. So the only process is you just have to click on this particular option which says attachments, and go to the dataset that you want to work today. So I'll be selecting my sales EU copy and just press open. It will take a little time because it's completely new, so it might take a little time for that. So the only catch is Microsoft Copilot is a little slow compared to the other competitive Copilots or AI modules. It's not a big deal. They will catch up soon. Let's wait for some time while the dataset loads and then you can fire some of the commands. Let's say I have given my command here, please help me create a regional wise sales report for this data set. And you can also give a few more commands, right? So it's loaded right now. You can see the icon here. Now you can write down, give me country wise sales report, and just fire the command. You can also perform all your data analytics, what you regularly do, right? When you have a sales data set, you might be wondering what it can do and what it cannot. You just have to build a story about the report, what you want to create, and then just, write it down to the Copilot, and it will generate the report that you are looking for. Currently, it is working on the country-wise sales report, so it should be giving me the report shortly. It's okay. So there are some problems with this. So maybe it's the data set, data type. So here we have country, and the data is general. So you might want to change that to text format or character format. So you have the text data type here, and just okay. Now save it back. Now you can ask the Copilot once again. Okay, or let's try to do a different one. Okay, now here we have the order date in column C, right? Now let's say I wanted to find out which day did they visit, right? Is it a Friday, is it a Saturday or Monday, right? So just try to ask the Copilot. Let me write it down. Can you help me find out which week of the day was an order placed? We have a column named order date. Column is C. We need a new column that tells me the day of the week when an order was placed. So let's fire the command. Now it should give us a column D, which is an empty column right next to order date, or it should give us the steps to do the same. Just fire the command. It might take a little while. Okay, here we have it. Certainly I'll create a new column D in your data set. Great, this is what we needed, and so on. Let's try to ask another query. Can you tell me name of the customer with highest sale record in the data set? So the previous query which we fired at will not be reflected on this particular data set, but it can be reflected on the data set that we shared with the Copilot here. So currently I don't have a direct connection with my Excel over here. I think it should be taking some time for getting me that update over here. But anyways, it will be updated in the dataset that it is currently dealing with. That's not a problem. Now let us see what's the answer. I apologize, but it seems that I'm unable to extract any text content from the uploaded file. It's okay. Let's try to file. There are some discrepancies, but it should be resolved soon. But let's try some other thing like region-wise sale. So let's say you are an Excel expert, so you can do it within a few fraction of seconds. You can just apply filters and get that data. But there are a lot of people new to Excel. So for them, the Copilot from Microsoft could be a boon, right? But down the line, there are improvements rolling out. So I could predict that it could be a lot faster, and you can have seamless integration with your Microsoft Excel and your Copilot, and things could be a lot easier, right? So far we have the result over here. So it is giving us a few results, and it is finding a little difficulty to extract a few. That shouldn't be a problem in a few couple of days where the new updates roll out. So proceeding ahead, let's try to give it another query or so. So let's check the data set. So here we have the categories and subcategories. I think we can give it okay, can you give me the category wise profits? So here we can identify which category is performing really good and giving us highest number of profits. So I think let's check out if we have a profits column. Yes, we do have a profits column over here. So let's check that. Brilliant, right? So it's giving us distilled reports in one prompt. So that should be helpful for any of the data analysts which are aspiring, right? And which don't have any idea about how Excel really works. Okay, it seems that I'm able to extract text content from uploaded files. Okay, let's try to copy this and write it down as, okay, is it category? Okay, let's copy this as well. I think it's about the case, right? Category, subcategory. Okay, let's fire subcategory. Category sales report. Okay, it's giving us the previous answer to the previous query. Okay, I think this should help. It's unable to extract a lot of answers so far currently. There should be some discrepancy, but down the line it should be fixed. Unable to extract any text content from the uploaded file. Okay, so basically that's how you can work with your Copilot in Microsoft 365 Excel. So there are some discrepancies so far, so it should be fixed down the line. So that's how you can use Copilot in Excel for your data analytics. And with that, we have come to an end of this session on Microsoft 365 Copilot for Excel. And if you have any queries regarding any of the topics covered in this session, or if you require any of the resources that we used in the session, like the dataset that we used, which is in tabular format and under 1000 kilobytes, please do let us know in the comment section below, and our team of experts will be happy to resolve all your queries at the earliest. Let us know your experience working with Copilot in Excel, and we can learn a thing or two from you as well.
Hello everyone, I am Mayank and welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. Are you want to get really good at using Excel? Well, Google Gemini can help make it super easy. Excel is all about handling data, organizing it, doing math with it, and making it look nice. With Gemini, you can learn all about Excel step by step, whether you are just starting out or already know a bit. Google Gemini can teach you everything from the basics like how to write formulas to more advanced stuff like analyzing big sets of data. All you have to do is ask Gemini questions or tell it what you want to learn, and it will explain things to you in a way that makes sense. Plus, you can practice right there in the chat by following along with the examples. So if you want to get really good at Excel without any hustle, just start chatting with Gemini and you will be an Excel wizard in no time. So yeah guys, this is our Gemini prompt. So here first we will write how to learn Excel using Gemini, right? Just for the clarification. Okay, so it will give some prompt. See, here you can see there seems to be slight misunderstanding. Gemini is the large language model you can interact with. Okay, so learn Excel basics. You can do you can learn data analysis with Power Query and like this. So here we will write, give me week-wise Excel syllabus. Okay, so it will give you week-wise Excel syllabus. So okay, so this is week by week Excel syllabus, basic to intermediate. Okay, not advanced. You can learn advanced too. So in week 1, what you can do, you can object and navigate Excel interface, understand basic spreadsheet topics. You can learn introduction to Excel environment, working to cell rows, and even you can particular modify the selected text. So in week 1, you can learn these type of things, entering data, text, number, dates, and these. And in week 2, you can learn building formulas with references related and absolute, and you can learn lookup functions, VLOOKUP, index match. Okay, in week 3, you can learn conditional formatting, and in week 4, you can learn a little bit of data analysis like this. Okay, so here we can write. So this is like you are chatting with someone. Okay, so you can write here, give me brief about the week 1 syllabus briefly for the same. Okay, so see, it elaborate particular thing for you. So see, master the interface, data entry and editing, formatting fundamental, formula fun. Okay, so what if you want to learn particular only logical function? Okay, or you want to learn building formulas with references, or you want to learn lookup function, or you want to learn date and time function particularly. So here you can ask Gemini, give how to work with date function in Excel, explain me with example. Okay, so till then let me open the Excel file for you, Araf. Okay, so yeah, so see, the date function is Excel is a handy tool for creating specific dates or working with existing ones. So here is a background. So year, month, day, example, right? So enter today date in a cell, let's say cell 1, A1. Okay, so Excel is now here. Okay, so what he's saying, so what it's saying, enter today's date in a cell, let's say cell A1. You can type directly, that is 2024, this. Okay, let me copy it directly. Okay, and paste it here. Okay, why it is not? Okay, or use today function. Yeah. Okay, fine. Or else you can write today function, right, like this. So if I want to write here equals to today, enter. See, you can see the same date, exact date. Or in another cell, that is D1, either enter the following formula. You can use this formula, date, year, A1, month, this. Okay, so what it will do? So this part extract the year cell from A1, which has already did this, then month from cell this, from cell this. So this is how you can learn any formula using Excel. Okay, so I will write, give me example of data in which I can learn basic formulas of Excel. Okay, so we will sort some try to formulas of Excel. So this is our particular data set. So as you can see, export to sheets. So either you can go directly to the sheets, and you can say sheets and this Excel are both same. Okay, so after that what you can do, first let me try to copy it. Okay, if possible. Okay, I'm not sure. No, it came in one cell only. Okay, so I can directly, so it's creating a spreadsheet. Fine, open sheets. So yeah, so this is the data. So now what learning with formulas. So this data allows you to learn practice. Okay, what I will do, I will just copy everything. We copy it and paste it here. Fine. So now the thing is that I want to learn sum function. So calculate the total quantity of each product sold by using the sum function on the quantity sold column. Okay, so what you have to do, formula in cell E2 for choco chips cake, right, equals to sum B2. Okay, so I can write here in which column? E2 column. E2 column equals to sum B2. B2. Enter. It's 50. As you can see, 50 is here. Okay, so this is how you can learn. You can learn average function. Okay, let me copy it directly from here, and you can paste it anywhere. Okay. Okay. Average of C2. Let's see if I. Okay, fine. Why it's coming like this? Okay. E5. Okay, I will write here. See what's the issue. Okay, what I can do equals to average of average. Okay, my bad. Average of this, comma this, comma this, comma this. Okay. Okay, so because of dollar, it's happening. Okay, so this is how you can learn. Or you can find across all using a function on the price per unit column, formula in cell E5. E5. If I will copy it. So this is how you can. Okay, because of dollar it's happening. Okay, see how it will work now. See, because of dollar it's happening. So now the average of C2 to C5 is 2. Okay, so this is how you can learn. You can multiply, you can apply VLOOKUP. So these are some additional tips from the Gemini. Okay, so I want to create a chart. Give me, explain me with example. Okay, so this will give you some data. See, data is a export sheet. So we'll copy later. Okay, fine. So these are some additional tips are here. So these are the data. Okay, copy it and paste it here. Okay, so now what can I do is, see, select the data, highlight the data you want to include in chart. This typically includes category, labels, product names. Okay, in our example, select cells A to D5, A2 to D5, from here to D5. Okay, it's mean all. Right, select data. Then what you can do, you can choose a chart. Go to Insert tab on the Excel ribbon and locate the chart section. Go to Insert. Then, okay, these are some charts. So what you can do, I want this chart. Okay, 2D column chart. Okay, I selected this. The best chart depends on the data, but you want to. Here are some options: column chart, line chart. Okay, let's select column chart. Okay, insert. Where is the chart? Where are you? Column chart. Okay, so here you can choose recommended section. Okay, so these are some recommended by Excel itself. Okay, so stack chart is there, clustered column chart is here, and the stack bar is here, then clustered bar is here. So we will choose this stack column. Okay, so as you can see, this is your data is ready. Okay, chocolate chip cookie, cupcake, bread lovers, muffin. So this is how you can learn Excel using Gemini. You can ask anything from beginner level to advanced level from Gemini. It will give you through. It will explain you with example. Okay.
Welcome to Simplilearn. In this video, we are focusing on ChatGPT and its groundbreaking role in data analytics. In a world where data is the new gold, understanding and analyzing this wealth of information is crucial. But as the volume of data grows exponentially, traditional analysis methods are being pushed to their limits. Enter ChatGPT, a revolutionary AI developed by OpenAI that's transforming how we approach data analytics. But what makes ChatGPT stand out in the crowded field of data analytics tools? How can it not only streamline complex processes, but also uncover insights that were previously hidden in plain sight? Stay tuned as we unravel the capabilities of ChatGPT, share real-world applications, and show you how it's being used by analysts and businesses alike to make smarter, data-driven decisions. And whether you are a data scientist, a business professional, or just a tech enthusiast, curious about the future of AI in data analytics, this video is for you. So let's dive in and discover how ChatGPT is not just revolutionizing data analytics, but also how we understand and interact with the vast universe of data. And don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe and ring the bell to stay updated on all our future explorations into the fascinating world of technology. Now let's get started and unlock the potential of ChatGPT for data analytics together. So guys, an Excel data analyst always looks for ways to improve their efficiency and gain deeper insights from the data. That's where ChatGPT comes in handy. So ChatGPT is an AI-powered language model that can assist you in various tasks, including Excel-based data analysis. And for that data analysis, let's dive into some demos to see how it works. So guys, as you can see, this is the ChatGPT 4 and you could see this has the support of DALL-E, browsing and analysis, and usage limits may apply. Like we have the version that has some usage limits. And for the data, I have downloaded the data from the Kaggle. I will provide you the link in the description. If you want to download the same data, you can. And I have that in my downloads. So this is the data that we'll be using. So the first thing we'll be doing is data cleaning and preparation. So firstly, let's explore data cleaning and preparation. Before diving into analysis, it's essential to ensure our data is clean and ready for processing. So for that, we will write a prompt in ChatGPT and ask him to clean the data. ChatGPT has the feature to insert the files, provide the Excel file to the ChatGPT, and we'll ask him that can you help me identify and remove duplicates in this Excel spreadsheet. So let's ask him, can you help me identify and remove duplicates? Duplicates from this Excel spreadsheet, from the provided Excel spreadsheet. So you could see that ChatGPT has started generating the response and he is telling us that he can definitely help us with that, and he is analyzing that. So you could see that ChatGPT has provided us the response. So let's first go to our spreadsheet. So this is the spreadsheet: order number, quantity ordered, price of each quantity, and order lines. So you could see that first ChatGPT has encountered an error, and that is with the character encoding mismatch. And then he has loaded the spreadsheet successfully with the second attempt, and you could see that he has provided like the smaller or the briefer version of the spreadsheet. That is, the dataset consists of sales data with columns such as order number, quantity order, price each, order line, sales, order date, status. So he's asking us, could you specify how you would like to identify duplicates? For example, should we consider a row a duplicate if all its values match another row exactly, or are there specifically columns we should focus on to determine duplicates? So we should, or here we will be focusing on the column section. So here we want to identify column section. So is asking which columns they should identify duplicates. So we want the duplicates in order number. So the ChatGPT has started analyzing the spreadsheet. So you could see that ChatGPT has produced the response that they have identified a total of 2,807 rows in the spreadsheet that have duplicates based on the order number column. So this indicates that multiple rows share the same order number, suggesting there might be different items or transactions within the same order. So would you like to proceed by removing these duplicates while keeping either the first or last occurrence of each order number, or do you have another approach in mind for handling these duplicates? So before identifying the duplicates, what we'll do is we'll first get rid of the extra spaces. So we'll ask ChatGPT that first find the extra spaces in the spreadsheet and help us remove them. So you could see that it has started analyzing it. he is asking us that would you like to proceed with any further cleaning or data manipulation? Yes, we want to proceed further with data cleaning only. And now we will treat all the blank cells if there are any. Now treat all the blank cells if there are any. So the spreadsheet contains blank cells in the following columns with the respective counts of blank entries. That is, address line 2 has 2521 blank cells, then the state. So depending on your preference or the requirements of your data analysis, we can treat these blank cells in several ways, such as filling them with a placeholder value that is not provided using a specific value that makes sense for data. That is, example, a default state or territory, but potentially leaving them as if blanks carry meaningful information in the context of your data. So what we will do, we will provide a placeholder. Provide a placeholder instead, that is not provided or not applicable. Okay. So you would see that ChatGPT has responded that it has replaced the blank cells in the columns, that is address line 2, state, postal code and territory, with the placeholder not provided. So you could see there's a verification sample showing the updates. So this is how you could clean the data. And now with ChatGPT, you can quickly identify and eliminate duplicates in your Excel spreadsheet using built-in functions and formulas, saving your time and effort. So that would be done by the ChatGPT, and you can download the Excel file from the ChatGPT only. After that, you can just ask him that provide me the output or the resulted spreadsheet. So if we talk about now data analysis and visualization, let's delve into that. So Excel offers powerful tools for analyzing and visualizing data, and ChatGPT can help you make the most of them. So for this also we'll write a prompt to the ChatGPT, and we'll write, for example, we'll write, please create a pivot table and a corresponding chart to analyze sales performance by region. So let's see, like this prompt, what output does ChatGPT show to us. So let's ask him, please create a pivot table and a corresponding chart to analyze sales performance by region. So you could see that ChatGPT has started analyzing the data and the spreadsheet, and you could see that the pivot table below shows the sales performance by region or the territory. So this table indicates that the EMEA region has the highest sales performance, followed by regions where the territory was not provided, then APAC, and finally Japan. So now let's create a chart to visually represent this sales performance by region. You could see that it has provided a chart, that is a bar chart illustrating the sales performance by territory. So you could see the guys that it has provided us the analysis, and ChatGPT can guide you through the process of creating pivot tables, charts and other visualizations in Excel, enabling you to gain valuable insights from your data with ease. So let's move to advanced analysis and automation. So lastly, we will explore advanced analysis and automation. So Excel capabilities extend beyond basic functions, and ChatGPT can help you leverage its full potential. And for this also, we'll write a prompt to the ChatGPT that can you assist me in building a forecasting model to predict future sales based on historical data present in the spreadsheet. So let's see what ChatGPT respond to us. So let's ask him, can you assist me in building a forecasting model to predict future sales based on historical data. So let's see what ChatGPT respond to us. So you could see that building a forecasting model to predict future sales based on historical data involves several steps. So for this, you have to prepare the data, select a model, train the model, evaluate the model, and make predictions. So let's start by preparing the data. We'll aggregate sales by order date to create a time series of total daily sales. Then we'll choose a model based on data's characteristics. So we will grant the permission to ChatGPT to proceed with the steps. So he started analyzing the data. So you could see that the data has been prepared into a time series of total daily sales. And before choosing a forecasting model, it's helpful to visualize the sales time series to understand its characteristics such as trend and seasonality. So ChatGPT has plotted a daily sales data, and then he has given the visual trends and the possible seasonal patterns. And the next steps would include testing for stationarity, model selection and parameter tuning, model training, and then forecasting. So you could follow all these steps with the help of ChatGPT and could create a forecasting model. If you want, we can move to the next step. So you could provide a prompt to the ChatGPT that move to or proceed with next step. So step by step, ChatGPT will provide you a forecasting model, or it will help you create a forecasting model. As you can see, it has started analyzing it. So the augmented Dickey-Fuller, that is ADF test, gives up a p-value of approximately 0.0033. Since this p-value is less than the common significance level of 0.05, we can reject the null hypothesis that the time series has a unit root, meaning the time series is stationary. So you could see that he is asking us, shall we proceed with the SARIMA model parameter selection? Yes, here is the model parameter selection. So you could select any based on the trends and the bar graphs plotted by the ChatGPT. So you could see, guys, that the ChatGPT has analyzed the spreadsheet and provided the response that the grid search for the optimal SARIMA parameters based on the lower ACLI information criterion suggests the best fit model uses the parameter 011 and for ARIMA and 01112, that is for the seasonal component. So you could see that it has provided the model and the parameters. Now it's asking us, shall we move on to forecasting future sales with this model? Yes, proceed with that. So you could see that with ChatGPT's assistance, you can build complex forecasting models in Excel, allowing you to make informed decisions and plan for the future effectively. So ChatGPT is a valuable tool for Excel users and data analysis, offering assistance in data cleaning, analysis, visualization, and automation. And by integrating ChatGPT in your Excel workflows, you can enhance your productivity and uncover new insights from your data. So you can try ChatGPT for Excel data analytics today and take your Excel skills to the new level. And you could see that there's an error in the analyzing, and he has encountered an error while trying to plot the forecast with its confidence intervals. So this type of error can occur due to data type issues, particularly when handling data indices in forecast. And despite this hiccup, the forecasting process using the SARIMA model was completed and we were able to generate forecast for the next 12 months. Unfortunately, due to the plotting issue, we couldn't visually display it. So we'll ask him, can you try once again? So you could see that this time ChatGPT has provided us the forecast for the next 12 months. That is, the forecast have been successfully plotted along with the historical daily data. So here we have our forecast model, and with the ChatGPT's assistance, we can move with other analysis also.
Hey everyone, welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. Today we will learn about data transformation in Power BI. That said, if these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. So what exactly you mean by data transformation in Power BI? So data transformation can be a little similar to data cleaning. So before any kind of data analytics, you might be receiving raw data from a website source, a SQL database, or an Excel file, or multiple sources, right? Once after you receive the data, whether it is batch mode data or streaming data, you are supposed to clean it, right? You might have to clean up the discrepancies like the blank rows or the blank cells or any irregularities in data, such as wrong data type, right? Such discrepancies from the data should be eliminated in the first stage of data analytics. So that's exactly where data cleaning and data transformation comes into the picture.
So you have various tools for data cleaning and data transformation like Excel, SQL. But if you are a Power BI user, then good news for you. Power Query in Power BI can assist you in terms of data transformations. So in this tutorial, we will be discussing the fundamental, the most important day-to-day data transformations which a data analyst takes care of in the process of data analysis is what we are going to discuss today. So let's quickly switch to Power BI. But before that, let's have an overview of what kind of data we are exactly dealing with today. So we are dealing with Superstore dataset, and that's in Excel format. So this is our Superstore dataset, and we have 4 tabs here. The first one is Orders tab, where we have Customer ID, Order ID, Date, Ship mode, and Customer name. And in the second tab, we have Stores dataset, which has the details about the customer, from where he or she is, the state, city, postal code, and which category or subcategory did they purchase, and order, sales, discount, profit, everything, right? And here we have some information about any of the orders which were returned and some people over here. So these are the 4 tabs that we are dealing with today. Now that we have an overview on the data that we're dealing with, let's quickly now switch to Power BI. So now we are on the Power BI window. You can just discuss changes. There you go. Let's quickly import the data from our downloads. This is the dataset that we want to deal with today. Now, it might take a little while to connect to that particular dataset and load the data onto Power BI. Just a couple of minutes, since the dataset is a little too heavy. It's about 10,000 rows. So let's wait. Shouldn't take long. There you go. The data got successfully loaded. So you have the option of loading what kind of data you want. You have 4 tabs as we just discussed. You can load the Orders tab, and you can load the Stores tab. And in case if you want the Returns tab, you can also load that. And if you want all of those, just load all of those, right? Now, I just want the 2 tabs, Orders and Stores. Now here I can just directly load to get started working on this. But in case I don't want any kind of discrepancies, in case if I have a doubt that this data might not be cleaned, I shall go with data transformation. So ideally you should go with data transformation. Check your data first before any kind of analytical processes. So let's go with that. Transform data. And shortly we should be having the Power Query window open on our desktop screens. So there you go. You can see the complete dataset has been successfully uploaded, both the Stores and Orders datasets. Now let's quickly check the data from our dataset. So here you can see we have orders date, right? But I can see 42682 and 42533. This is not in the form of date, correct? So this is the simple step that we discussed, changing the wrong data type. So you can just click on the lower arrow button over here, and or you can right click, and here you have an option to change the type, correct? So it is considering it as a whole number, which is wrong. So you can change it to date. Replace current. So now we are trying to change the order date from a data type of whole number to date data type. So there is some error. If you click on error, or if you just navigate onto it, Power BI should be able to show you what error was it. And just in case if it's not working, okay, we are unable to parse the value provided. So you can just remove that and try it in a different way. Change type to date and time zone. Date. I think this should be
helpful. Or if it's not working here, let's quickly check what could be the error. Take time. And now let's try to refresh the data. It is taking a little while. We also have another information that to deal with. We have the first row as row headers. So we should be declaring Power BI that we also have a row header over here. It's taking a little while to refresh. Meanwhile, let's quickly check into the stores data, and here we have customer name. So let's try to apply second type of data transformation, which will be like, let's say, split column. We have the complete name of the customer. Let's try to split it into first name and second name. So by delimiter, and we can give multiple options over here. Leftmost delimiter, let's say a person has three parts of his name: first name, middle name, and second name, or the last name. So, but we just wanted to split into first and second name. So we would go with the first leftmost delimiter and split the data set. Press OK, and it should help us to split the data, first name and second name, and we can also name the columns separately as first name and second name instead of customer name. It's taking a little while than the ideal time, but it's completely alright, since considering the 10,000 rows of stores data and 10,000 rows of orders data, it is alright, not a problem. Now let's try to take a look at the orders data set if it has successfully changed it. No, it is still showing us an error. I don't know what's wrong here. It's maybe incomplete. Let's quickly refresh all instead of preview and check if it can help us. So there you go. After refreshing, the first order date is changed to date data type. So what we missed is when you change the type, you're supposed to add a step. So what exactly I mean by that? Now we are trying to change the second one as well. So just wait for a while and it will give us a choice if we want to add a new step or not. That's when we select the option yes, please add a new step. So what do I mean by steps? So applied steps, you can see something over here, right? So every alteration, every change, or every modification that you're doing, every transformation you're including onto your data will be recorded as a macro. So that can be implemented if you are loading a similar data set for the next batch. Let's say this is 2022 data, and if you're trying to analyze the 2023 data, and every column is similar, and you can just follow these applied steps and the same implementation will be automated. You don't have to spend time in doing the same process once again. There you go. So this time it has recorded this step and it automatically has taken a new step over here. Change type step 1, change type step 2. If you don't want the step to be added, you can just select the red X mark over here. It will remove it. And similarly, when you go back to the stores data set, here you have the first name and second name split successfully. And now let's say you want to have unique customer data, right? In that scenario, you can just even remove duplicates from this particular column. Just remove duplicates and you'll just have unique data. It's possible that one customer might have come here to buy the same product, buy the same product on different dates, or one customer might have done a repeated purchase. So it's possible, but again, if you just wanted to know if there is a way to eliminate duplicate entries, then you can do that. So for now, let's not delete the customer IDs here, because one customer might have visited the same store for multiple times and might have purchased a different product, or might have made the same order with multiple products. right? So there is a possibility for that. Let's not disturb the data set. So I just wanted you to know if there is a way to eliminate the duplication from the data set. Yes, it is. Now let's also check another possibility of data transformation. So let's say you wanted to add a new column and identify or include some mathematical operations. For now, let's say I have sales, quantity, discount and profit, but I don't know what's the rate, right? So here the sale is for $261 and quantity is 2, but I don't know what's the rate of one product. So I can include that. You can just select the last column, or where you want a new column, just go to the add new column here, and here you can just choose the custom column. Should be somewhere over here. Yeah, this is the custom column. And now if you click on the custom column, you can rename the custom column to rate of product, and here you can choose the mathematical operations to be applied on the columns. So sales column, insert or double click, divided by quantity. Okay, now it should give you the rate of each product, individual product. It is taking some sizable time. It shouldn't take so long. So there you go, you have the rate of product. And now let's say you want to combine multiple data sets. For example, here I have stores data set, but my stores data set doesn't have any data related to orders, and orders does not have any data related to customers. Now I want to combine these two. Is there a way? Yes, you can do that. Now let's get back to stores, and here go to home option, and here you have something called merge queries. So now the stores data set has been selected in the first data set. Here just select the drop down and select the second data type, which is orders. So here you can see stores was the current one, which is in the first place. Now select based on which primary key you want to combine both. So I want to go with customer ID because both of my data sets do have customer IDs. So I'll go with customer ID, and both data sets will be combined. At the end, at the last column, Power BI will show me a new table, not a new column. It will give me a table combined with all the columns in one column. You just have to expand the column and select which columns from the second data set you want to include in your overall data set. So let's do that practically. So here you can see I just have tables. If I select the expand column option over here, you can see I have a lot of columns here. So just deselect everything. I do have row ID, I do have a customer ID. What I need is order ID, order date, shipment mode, and customer name. I do have it. So that's all I need. So just press on OK, and I should have them included in my new data set altogether. It might take a little while. So there you go, we have the new orders ID, order date, ship date and ship mode added to our data set. Now just click on close and apply. And your data set is all ready for data analysis. Apply changes, so it is taking a little time. So at the end, you just have to click on the apply changes and your data will be ready for analysis. So that's exactly how you can perform data transformation in Power BI desktop version. So there you go, the data set got successfully loaded all over here, and you can just drag and drop them onto the visualizations part and you can work on your data. So now you can see some data on my spreadsheet. So we have a row ID, order date, and a ship date, ship mode, etc. So this means that this particular data set belongs to a sales data set for a store or something. So what I have done is, if you look out the videos on our channel, we already have created one of the interactive dashboards using the same data set. So we try to extract month-on-month sales, region, category, subcategory sales, country-wise sales, shipment type sales, etc. Right? So I have kept the data as it is and all the pivot tables as it is. Now let's say we do not know how to create all these pivot tables and pivot charts and slicers, etc.
We just know that we have the data and you're new to this and you want to analyze your data. How do you do that? ChatGPT is here for the rescue. So before we get on to ChatGPT, let's quickly remove all our reference pivot tables. About pivot table, so I'm quickly deleting all these. We're left out with only the data, right? And again, you can do this dashboard using ChatGPT 3.5, or in case if you have a premium version, which is ChatGPT 4, you can directly attach your dataset onto the ChatGPT prompt and ChatGPT will do all the analysis you need, right? But for now, let's experiment using the ChatGPT 3.5 version, which is basically open source and free to use. Now let's quickly hop onto ChatGPT. So there you go. We have ChatGPT version 3.5. We are not switching to 4. So now let's quickly explain what we are up to. Hi ChatGPT. Just keep it simple, as if you're talking to your friend. The data set belongs to Superstore sales, or is about the data set is about a Superstore sales report. And I need to create a dashboard for month-on-month sale. So this is the prompt, and basically I just explained in a brief way. I'm not giving a detailed information, but hope this works. So basically what you are supposed to do is give the requirement one by one, but I'm giving it in a single prompt so that I'll get the results in one single prompt. Let's go for that. So what you're trying to explain ChatGPT is that you have a sales data set and you're using Excel for storing it and manipulating the data and trying to build some innovative, interactive, visually appealing charts, and you don't know how to do it. So you explain that to your ChatGPT and what are the things you are looking to build, what are the charts you're looking to build. So I'm looking to build a month-on-month sales report, which can be a quarter-on-quarter, month-on-month, year-on-year, date-wise, however the way you like it, right? So make sure that your data is properly formatted first. So here, let's check out that your date column is formatted to date data type, right? Sometimes what happens is the representation of date changes to user by user. Let's say this particular data set or this particular inventory has been allocated to 5 different people to enter the data, right? Somebody might use this type of, here you have, let's create a new sheet and try to, let me elaborate what I'm trying to explain. So let's say person 1, person 3.
So let's say I use this type of formatting, 15th December 2025, something like that, and somebody else uses 15/12/2025, and another one uses 15 December 2025. And also sometimes few people also intend or may follow a date pattern which looks something like this: December the 31st 2025, right? And it's not wrong. So many people will have different conventions of writing their dates. So you need to make some data cleaning. And okay, if you are coming back to data cleaning, we have listed a video in our descriptions for data cleaning in Excel, and that would help you in various data cleaning operations that are used in day-to-day lives of a data analyst. So that should help. So basically what you are looking for is, so instead of general, go back to the data types, and here you can check out the data type options, and you can either give a short date, long date, or in the case you want to go for some additional formatting, you can also go to more formatting, and here you can check out the custom formatting options. Here you can give a customized option. For now I want to go with date, and the date I want to go with is this particular one, which gives me date, month, and yeah, click on that and you should be good to go, right? So make sure that all the dates in your spreadsheet are following one single date pattern, so that when it comes to month on month, quarter on quarter, and year by sales, that will help you a lot. Okay, it will just give you a filtered option. It will give you year on year first, then quarter on quarter next, and if you expand the option of quarter on quarter, you will have month on month, and if you expand the month, then you will have date wise. So you will have a better understanding when we perform this operation in a practical way in real time. And then we have the next type of chart where we want to identify country-wise sales. Then we have region-wise sales. So let's say I have one country here. Let's say I want sales from France, and I want to know what are the sales happening in central region of France, north region of France. So you'll have region-wise sales there, and category-wise, which category is giving you the maximum profits or the maximum sales, and inside the category, which is that subcategory or which product is that which is giving you the highest number of sales. You can identify that, and based on that you can plan a business. You can get up with a business strategy there. And shipment modes. So which type of shipment mode which should you invest in much, so that you can offer better services to your customers. So everything counts. So this is what I want to extract from my data set. So this is my requirement. You have explained this to your ChatGPT through the prompt, and just enter. Now ChatGPT should help you break down the requirements, and ChatGPT should help you how to it'll tell you how to do the process. So here it will tell you the line chart. So basically it's a rule that month on month sales or quarter on quarter sales, basically wherever the time is involved, the line chart is the best to represent your numbers. So now it basically tells you how to represent your charts in what type of chart to be selected. That's good. But now can you help me create the first chart in Excel? There you go. So it tells you how to create it. Ensure you have a column for dates and other corresponding values. So basically it is telling you to have a properly mentioned or properly defined metadata or column headers. Then select the data, go to the insert tab, choose the line chart. Okay, and let's say you wanted to create an interactive dashboard, right? So to create an interactive dashboard, or to basically create a dashboard, you need pivot tables, and you don't know how to create a pivot table. You can ask ChatGPT to help you create a pivot table.
help me create a pivot table for the first type, for all the types, okay, or for the data set. Certainly. So it will mention you the steps to follow to create a pivot table. There you go. So what's the first step? Highlight the range of cells that contain your data set, including headers. And go back to Excel, and you can just click on any cell and Control A. All your data set has been selected, or these days you can just select one of the cells and go to Insert menu and Pivot Table. And now from the table range, Excel will automatically select the entire range of the table you're looking for or you're working on. And in case if you are having any doubts on that, you can just select all the range and go to the same insert option and select the pivot table. Click on OK in a new worksheet, and there you go. You have your new, pivot table. Let's delete this. Now remember, we wanted to create the month-on-month sale for the first pivot table and pivot chart. So, and remember about the date formatting. So we will be looking on that. Now we will drag order date onto rows here, and you can see here. So this is what I was talking about. So Excel has automatically segmented your dates. We have about 10,000 rows in this particular data set, and it has segregated all the 10,000 rows into 4 different years: 2020, 21, 22, and 23. And if you expand the selection of year, it has segregated again into quarter 1, 2, 3, and 4. Right? And if you expand quarter 1, you have month-on-month sales in quarter 1, month-on-month sales in quarter 2, and month-on-month sales in quarter 3, and so on. Right? So this is why I was requesting you to have a proper data formatting for all your dates, right? Which could be really helpful when you want to extract the quarter-on-quarter sales and date-wise sales and year-wise sales, right? So now we wanted to find out month-on-month sales, right? Or year-on-year sales. So where is the sales? Yeah, here we have the sales parameter. Just drag that onto the values, and there you go. Now format this into the currency type. So the currency is dollars, American dollars, and you can eliminate the leading zeros here if you don't want them. There you go. Now you have the whole number here. You can also do the same for this. You can select the entire table. Go to pivot table. Okay, let's check the options provided by ChatGPT. So basically we have created a pivot table. Now we want to create a pivot chart. How do I create a pivot chart? So again, it's making really clear statements and really clear steps. So it's again making sure that you create a pivot table first, right? So we have a pivot table, and highlight pivot table data. Click anywhere on your pivot table to highlight the entire range. Insert pivot chart. With the pivot table selected, go to the Insert tab on the ribbon, and then click on Pivot Chart and open the Insert Chart dialog box. Choose the type you want and customize the chart. Select the chart. So customizing the chart will look onto it. And fields, if you want to keep a few fields, you can, and if you want to eliminate a few fields, you can also do that. Refresh data. Let's say, why refresh data? See, ChatGPT is so brilliant, right? So let's say I have the sales data until 2023, and now we're in 2024. Let's say we update 2024 onto this particular spreadsheet, and now we have that particular data in the original spreadsheet, but that is missing here. In that scenario, what you can do is just go to data, and here you will find the refresh all option. Once you click on this, you can find the 2024 data updated here. For now, we have not added yet, but in case if it's added, all you can do is just refresh your sheet and everything will change. so brilliant suggestion from ChatGPT, and save and share in case if you want to share. So let's follow the same steps. Select any cell in the pivot table, select all the sheets, go to Insert tab, and here recommended charts, or go to the charts option and select the chart that you are looking for. So we are dealing with time, so I would go with the line chart. Just click OK. But in case if you want to create an interactive dashboard, just go to Pivot Table Analyze, and here you have the pivot charts. And again, it will give you the same option. Just select the line chart here and press OK. So you have your line chart over here. So again, if you are editing this, so you can remove the legends if you want, remove anything else, or you can customize that. Okay, there you go. And if you want to edit the name of the chart, you can also do that. So I will do this as MOM sales report. Okay, accordingly I'll change the sheet name. There you go. Right, now quickly we will create the other charts as well. So the process is the same. You can hold control and drag this particular sheet, and you have the next sheet. So the next requirement that we had, that we requested ChatGPT, was the country-wise sales. So everything will remain the same. What changes is, okay, let's close this, and here instead of order data, we will have, okay, let's remove this from rows and quarters, months, right, country. So we will drag country into rows, and there you go. Now we have countries. Now country wise, so you can select the cell, go to Pivot Table Analyze, Pivot Chart, and you can select the bar graph. So it automatically gave you the first suggestion as bar graph. Click on that, and you have the bar graph over here. And you can also edit the chart. You don't want the legends, you can remove them, and edit the name of the chart to country-wise sales. So, and quickly drag and drop the sheet again, new pivot table, and here you wanted category-wise sales or segment-wise sales. Close this particular thing, delete this, and instead of country, you're going to add segment to the rows and remove country, and you have segment-wise sales. Select any cell on the pivot table, go to Pivot Table Analyze, Pivot Chart, and here you can use any of the available charts here. Let me use the funnel chart, or histogram. Bar chart will be better. Press OK, and there you go. You have the bar chart. Same. Edit your, customize your chart. Change the name to segment-wise sales. Hold control and drag the sheet. Now you have subcategory-wise sales. Instead of segment, you will be selecting the subcategory. You can remove segment, and you can see the chart also changed here. And again, you can do the category wise sales. So this was segment wise sales. You can quickly change the segment to category, and you have it. We quickly go back to, so we have done the category wise, subcategory wise, region wise is remaining, and shipment modes. So quickly drag and drop the region, remove subcategory from the list. There you have the region-wise sales. Edit the name.
And the last one, which is about the shipment modes. Remove region, and there you go. I can create a new dashboard over here and name it as dashboard. You can do some customization to your dashboard, like selecting these cells. Giving it a color. There you go. Now you can quickly copy and paste all these charts to the dashboard. Starting from the month-on-month sales. Copy. And paste. So I'll quickly do all the pastings as soon as possible. There you go. You can also manage the size of these charts so that everything fits onto one sheet. So for now, let's try to unpin this so that we have a little better visual appearance. Okay, not a problem. And now we need some filter, right? So something which can make it a little more interactive. That's when you add slices. And let's say you don't know how to add slices. Back to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT, how do I add slices to my dashboard? There you go. So it is telling you to add everything in a step-by-step way, and it also is talking about the interactivity, right? It is asking you to connect all the slices. It's telling you to report the connections, right? If you just add the slices based on one single, okay, basically you need to select one of your charts here and select a pivot table or pivot chart, go to the pivot table or chart and associate with the slicer and insert, and go to the insert tab and insert a slicer. I'll tell you that. So basically it's telling you in a very beautiful way, step-by-step manner, right? And even after adding the slicer, it is telling you to connect all the basically all the charts or all the dashboards and charts you created in this particular tutorial, and connect all those charts to that particular slicer using the report connections option, and you can get the interactivity, right?
So in a very beautiful manner, it has explained you. Let's try the way it has explained to us. Go to the dashboard, select any one of it, and go to the insert option. And here you have the slicer, right? So now you have all the slices over here. So basically we wanted what type of slices. So I have created a month-on-month chart. So I'll go with order date slicer, which is here. Then I have created segment-wise sales. So I want segment slicer, country-wise slicer, category and subcategory-wise slicers, region-wise, so region slicer. And do I have anything else? Let's scroll down. That's the last one. So where is the shipment here? Yeah, ship mode. Country, region, category, subcategory, segment, order dates, and ship mode. So I will have multiple slices in one go, right? Now you have to arrange your slices in such a way that they are interactive and they look like they are sorted in one place. So let me do that quickly. We have some space left here in the bottom place of the dashboard. You can also keep your slices there. So what basically ChatGPT meant was, if you try to use the slices here, it will, the changes will reflect only in one of the pivot charts, not on all the pivot charts. So to get that interactivity, to get that connectivity between all the charts, you need to do a small setting which is called as report connections. So select one of the slices over here, right click, and here you have something called report connections. So when you report connections, you have all the pivot charts and pivot tables that you just created. You can just select all those pivot tables that you created and press on OK, so that all these pivot tables are connected to that particular slicer. You can just expand this and check if all the pivot tables are selected. Press OK. Do the same for all the slicers. I'll quickly do that. So there you go, we have interconnected all the charts. Now let's say I want to find out the sales that happened in the latest year. Just go to the filters, select any of the dates, 2023, and you have the data. And if you want to select any particular country, then you can also do that. I want to go with United Kingdom, and in United Kingdom we have all the data here. Let's say I want to check out only for the phones. There you go. Now you have an interactive dashboard which will tell you the sales that happened on the date of 16th of November 2023 in the region United Kingdom for phones, right? And segment is home or office, shipment mode was standard class, and major sales that happen are from North region, and the category is from technology, right? And that's how you create an interactive dashboard using ChatGPT in Excel. So each and every step has been mentioned very clearly by ChatGPT, and you have all the data in one place. So let's quickly remove all the filters. And there you have the entire dashboard, right?
Welcome to our video on Essential Excel Functions by Simplilearn. If you are new to Excel or looking to improve your skills, learning these functions can really help. Excel isn't just making spreadsheets, it's a powerful tool for analyzing data and managing projects. In this guide, we will cover some basic but important Excel functions like sum, average, if, count, and SUMIF. You'll see how these functions do and learn and how to use them with practical examples. This knowledge will help you with daily tasks and make you more confident in using Excel. So let's explore these functions together and see how they can make handling data easier and more efficient. Let's get going and make the most of your data with Excel. Why learn basic Excel functions and formulas? Functions and formulas are crucial for mastering Excel. By learning even a few essential ones, you can outpace many around you. They are fundamental for daily Excel tasks. To deepen your knowledge or explore advanced functions, consider exploring a comprehensive database of all existing Excel functions. Microsoft consistently updates Excel, introducing new functions like XLOOKUP in Microsoft 365, enhancing your data management capabilities. So now let's move on to the demo part. Okay, so first we will understand the sum function in Excel. As we know, the sum function in Excel is used to add up the numbers. It provides a quick way to calculate the total of several values, whether they are typed into a function directly included within a range of cells. So these are the cells. So you just have to type the numbers in this cell and give the function over here, and it will give you the desired result. Let's check how. So first we will understand the sum function. I'll just write it over here. So the first step is like open your Excel file in your computer and select any column or row. So like here I'm selecting the column. For instance, you might just put them in cells A1 till A5. So in the A1 part I've mentioned sum for your understanding. So we'll start with A2. We'll type all the values over here. So just type any values, like I'm typing 40. Then we have 78, then 35, and then we have 67. From A2 till A5, we have typed the values. And using the formula in the formula bar, it will add all the numbers from cell A2 till A5, and it will display in this particular cell. So just select the cell where you want your answer to be shown and just insert the formula over here. The formula for sum function is equal to sum A1 till A5. So we just go back to this bar and just select this particular cell. And here in this bar, just type the formula A1 till A5. But then here we have A2. So we're just going to change it to A2 till A5. Alright. And just press enter. So here you get the value 220. Which is the sum of all the values which we have mentioned over here. So it was pretty simple, right? Now let us understand the if function in Excel. Okay. So the if function in Excel is used to perform logical tests and return values based on the results of these tests. This function checks whether a condition is true or false and then returns one value for a true result and another for a false result. It is extremely useful for decision-making process within your dataset. Let us now understand what are the steps to use this if function. So just input your data and put any numeric values in the cells from B2 till B5, okay? So 56, 90, 36, 23, and here I want my result to be shown. So I'll just insert the formula here in the function bar. So, okay, just check out the formula for if function, which is equal to if A1 if greater than 800, above 300, 300 or below. So let's see how it works. We're just gonna enter the formula. Okay, so this will tell Excel to check if the value of B2 is greater than 300. If true, it will display above 300, and if false, it will display 300 or below. Let's check it out. Okay, so there's a mistake. I'm gonna paste the formula here again. So in place of A1, we will mention B2. We'll just type B2 over here. If greater than 300, above 300 or 300 below. Just press enter. So we'll just enter the formula over here, and in place of A1, we will provide B2, alright? So we just type here B2. That's it. And we just press enter. So you can see the result has come to 300 or below because the value is less than 300. And you can also drag and fill handle from B1 down to B5 and apply the same logic in other columns as well, and it will give you the same result. Let us now understand the next function, which is the average function in Excel. The average function. And okay, so what is this average function used for? Basically, the average function in Excel, it will calculate the mean or average of numbers provided to it. This function is particularly useful for quickly finding the central values in a set of data, which can be helpful in various statistical analysis. Let us now understand the steps to use the average function. So the first step is like you just click on the cell wherever you want your value to appear. Alright, so just provide any values. Suppose let's provide some bigger values, like bigger numbers like 430. Here we type 278. Then we have 98. Then we have 79. And here I want my value to be shown. So I'll just insert the average formula, which is, let's check out the formula, which is equal to average. What is the column we have chosen? From C2. So we'll just type C2 over here till C2 till C5. C5. Alright, and we will just press enter. So as you can see, the average function value is shown over here. So after pressing enter, the Excel will compute and display the average of all the cells in the selected cell. The next function is the minimum and maximum functions in Excel. It's very simple. Let's discuss what is the minimum and maximum function used for. The min and the max functions in Excel are used to find the minimum and maximum values within a given range of data. These functions are useful for quickly identifying the smallest and largest numbers in a data set, helping you to analyze different ranges efficiently. So let us now understand what are the steps to use this formula. It's very simple. Just type any values over here. 500. Next we have 389. Then we have 200, 190, 198. And here I want my value to be shown, the minimum value. So in the function bar, I'll just type the function, which is equal to min. And in the bracket, you just mention the column, which is starting from D2, right? So D2 till D5. So just type the formula over here. And after pressing enter, you can see the minimum value shown over here is 198. And it's similar for the maximum function as well. So for the max, let's use some different values. And I want my function to be shown here. So same, you have to use the same formula. Just type in place of max, in place of minimum, we are using the max function. So just type max and then the column name, which is from, I think, E. So just type, so in place of, we will just write E. Okay, sorry. We just type E2 till, I think it's still E5, right? E5. That's it. and just press enter. So you can see the maximum value shown over here, that is 800. So it's very simple. The Excel will display the largest and the minimum value using min and max functions. The next is to understand the trim function in Excel. Let us now understand the trim function in Excel. So basically, this trim function in Excel is used to remove all the extra spaces from text except for a single space between words. This function is specially used for cleaning up the data that comes from other sources of data that has been entered inconsistently. Let us now understand the steps to use this trim functions. It is same as we have seen for all these functions. The only difference is that this trim function will exclude the spaces. So assume your text data with some extra spaces in cells. Suppose over here I type any sentence, any text, okay, like hello, and then I provide some extra space, everyone. And suppose I want my value to be inserted over here to remove all the extra space, or if you want some bigger text you can do that, but let us now check how this trim functions work for this text. Just click on the cell where you want your clean text to appear, that is F6, and using the function over here, just write equal to trim, and then in place of, you just have to mention over here, which is F2, which is F2. Just press enter. Now you can see that I've provided some extra spaces over here, but here using the trim function, it will remove all the extra space and just make it in a clean manner. So you can also drag the fill handle from B1, like from this F2 down to G2 and all of that, and then you can use the trim function in other column as well to clean up the text. The second function is the concatenate function. So let's discuss the concatenate function over here. Okay. So this concatenate function in Excel is used to join two or more text strings into one string. It helps in combining data from different cells, which can be useful for creating full names from first and last names, combining addresses, or any situation where text needs to be merged. So let us now look the steps how to use this concatenate function. So just assume that you have written your name. Suppose I've written Andrew in this column H2, and here I have written Garfield. Now if I want to combine Andrew Garfield together, so just by using this concatenate function I can make it happen. Alright, so if I want my result to be shown in this particular cell, I'll just click on this, and then in the function bar I'll just enter the formula, which is equal to concatenate, and then I have to mention the cell name, which is H. This is H2, right? H2 fill, and this one is I2. So I'll just mention the, and here after mentioning, okay, I have to provide some space over here. So I'll just put comma and then some space, then comma, and then here I'll just I2. Alright, and here I'll just press enter. So you can see in this particular row, Andrew Garfield, both name has been combined, concatenated together into a single name. So this is how we use the concatenate function. And the next function we have is the count function in Excel. Let us now understand how to use this count function. Okay, the count function in Excel is used to specifically count the number of cells that contain numbers in a range. It's a crucial function for quickly assessing the numbers density in a dataset, especially when dealing with mixed data types. We'll just assume that you have added transaction counts in column J. starting from column J2 till J5. So the transaction counts are as follows: 7, 89, 90, 100 till J5. And then click on the cell where you want your count to appear, say J6. And then you just go to the formula bar and just enter the formula over there, which is equal to count bracket. This should be J2 till J5. And just press enter. And you can see the Excel will display the number of cells that contain numbers in column J, which is 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so this was all for count, concatenate, trim, max, min, average, if, and sum functions. Next we have is the count A function. Let us now understand what is this count A function used for and how is it different from count function. So this count A function in Excel counts the number of cells in a range that are not empty. It is useful for determining the size of data sets that include various types of data, such as numbers, text, or even logical values. So it will just count the number of non-empty cells in a specific column. Just click on the cell where you want the count to appear. Okay, let me just tell you the difference between count and count function is that the count function generally used to count a range of cells containing numbers or dates, excluding blank. Whereas this count A function will count everything, including numbers, dates, text, or a range containing a mixture of these items, but does not count blank cells. So suppose if I enter 56 and I leave it blank, and then I enter 98, and then again I leave it, okay, and then just enter 56, and I want my formula to be shown over here. So I'll just go in this formula bar and just enter equal to count A, and then from K column, this is K column, right? K2 till K5. Okay, and I just press enter. So as you can see, it's showing 3. 1, 2, 3. It will not count the extra space or the empty cell we have left behind. And also one more thing, that we can also type text over here. It's not necessary to type only the numbers. You can also type the text. For example, I type apple. Here I type banana. Okay. Here is the function. Just press enter, it will count 3, which is 1, 2, and 3. So this count A function is used both for text as well as the dates as well as the numeric values, but the count function is only used for the numeric values and a date. It will not count the text over here. Now let us understand the count if function in Excel. We have now understood count and count A function and what is the difference between both of these functions. We will now understand the count if function over here. So let's understand the count if function. Okay, so this count if function is used to count the number of cells in a range that meet a specified criteria. This function is valuable for filtering and analyzing data based on specific conditions. To count the number of transactions that exceeds a certain amount of value, a threshold value, for example 5. Just click on the cell and suppose you want your values to appear in column L2. So suppose I type here 89, 7, 3, and 5. And here I will enter the formula, which is equal to COUNTIF, and then from L2 till L5. Okay, just close the bracket. and here you just also have to input the threshold value. Suppose I take the threshold value as let's say 3 or let's say 5. Okay, let's take it 5. So this is my threshold value greater than 5. So it will display only the numbers which are greater than 5. And I just press enter. So you can see it's showing 2, okay? Because 7 and 89 are the only two values which are greater than 5. So you can see that using any threshold function, even if I could have written over here, let's say 3, so it will show 3 because the numbers greater than 3 are 5, 7 and 89. So this is how COUNTIF function works. We will now understand the last function, which is the SUMIF function in Excel. So what is the SUMIF function used for? Basically, the SUMIF function in Excel allows you to add up values in a range based on specified criteria. This function is extremely useful for performing conditional sums, where you can want to show the sum numbers that meet certain condition. So to calculate the sum of transactions where the number is greater than 5, click on the cell where you want your total number to appear. Let's say over here I select, which is M6, and you just have to enter the formula. Before that, just write any number values like 7, 5, 3 and 10. And over here, just mention the formula, which is equal to sum if, and the column name is starting from M2 till M5. Value should be greater than 5, comma, this is M2, right? M2 till M5. That's it. And we'll just press enter. So it's showing 17. So based on this formula bar, the formula will check the values from M2 till M5, and if the number is greater than 5 and sum only those number. So as I've mentioned the value 5, so it will only calculate, it will only sum numbers which are greater than 5, which are 10 and 7, which is equal to 17. So this is how the SUMIF function is used. We have come to the end of our video, and this was all for the top 10 most important basic Excel functions.
Today we are going to talk about Microsoft Excel interview questions. So here I'll be discussing some important questions that you will come across when you face interview for Excel. And we will start with the basics, the beginner level, and most of them will be discussed here will be the beginner level at the beginning, and then we'll discuss it at the further level. Okay, so the first question that you might get asked is, what is a cell address in Excel? So a cell address is a combination of column, letter and a row number that identifies a cell on a worksheet. Basically, each cell will have an associated column number, column letter and a row number. So you have to keep in mind it will always be a column letter and a row number. Each Excel sheet will have, suppose for instance, if you take row 5, rows will be in numbers and the columns will be in letters, column A, column B, column C, column D and so on, and the numbers will be for the rows. So for instance, if you take this particular cell, the cell address is D5, column D and row 5. So this is the cell address. Now let's move on to the next one. Now you will be asked, what is relative cell referencing and absolute cell referencing in Excel? So relative cell referencing is usually the relative references change when a formula is copied to another cell depending on the destination's row and column. Okay, so this is called relative cell referencing. Absolute cell referencing, irrespective of the cell, you don't have to depend on the value of the cell destination. There is no change when a formula is copied. So this I'll explain it in the next slide. The basic difference is this type of referencing is there by default in Excel. Relative cell referencing, you just insert the formula. You don't need to put a dollar sign in the formula. Whereas absolute cell referencing, if you don't want to change in the formula when it's copied across cell, then absolute cell referencing requires you to add a dollar sign before and after the column and row address. So see, for instance, this is relative referencing. If you see this particular cell is having we put the value as A3 into B3. So what it will do is it will multiply A3 and B3 and it will give the product. This is relative cell referencing. Whereas absolute cell referencing is again the same thing, but you have to put a dollar sign before the column and the row number. So here you are specifying this as A3 into B2. Okay, A3 into B2, and it will give you this particular answer. Irrespective of that, it will calculate what is there in this and it will give you the answer. Okay, now we need to move on to the next point, is basic question. When you scroll across an Excel sheet, sometimes you have a header on the first row, and if you scroll down you will not be able to see the first row. So there is a process there is a trick to freeze the panes in the Excel. So you just need to have the rows locked. So how do you freeze panes? This is the question. So what you need to do is you need to select the view tab, go to the view tab and go to freeze panes. It's a basic thing and you will see this. If you see here, select the third row and click freeze panes. So you just select this and click freeze panes. Okay, so you're going here and you're going to the third row and you are going to view tab and you're selecting freeze pane. So what happens is first two rows will be locked. Okay, these two rows will be locked. Similarly, for if you want to freeze the columns, okay, it's the same thing. I am going to select this particular column and then click on view and then click freeze pane. So what happens is the first two columns are locked. A and B will be locked. And if I scroll right, you will always see the customer name and category column. So these two we have locked and the next will be scrolled. So this is the function of freezing panes. Okay, now coming on to the next one, and you will be asked, and you have an Excel sheet or a spreadsheet and you want to restrict, you want to protect the data from anyone or from someone from copying the cell for your worksheet. So how do you do that? You need to select that particular data that you want to protect and then click Ctrl Shift F and then you will see the protection tab. Okay, you just need to go to the protection tab and select lock. Okay, and you will be asked to put a password, wherein you will be getting the review tab where you need to select the sheet, put a password and just save it. So I will show you across in one of the examples here. So this is particular data that you have and you need to protect. You select it. So here, as I said, I selected it and then I just press Ctrl Shift F. So here you see the protection tab. Click the protection tab and then click select and then lock and then click OK. And then you need to go to the review tab and then click on the protect sheet. And you need to select this protect worksheet and contents of locked cells. So you are selecting these and you are protecting the content, and you just need to put some password. Okay, and then click OK. Okay, so this is how you protect the data on a worksheet, and you are selecting this area, Control Shift F, and just put up a password and select locked sheet. So this is how you protect the sheet from anyone to copy it, the content. Now the next question that you might be asked is, what is the difference between a function and a formula in Excel? So you will be asked this question and you need to remember this. Formula is like an equation which is typed in by the user. You are typing it. Suppose A1 plus B2. You are typing this formula in one particular cell. Okay. Whereas functions are predefined calculations. It is like a formula which is already there in Excel and you can use it. So as it says here, it consumes more time and it has to be typed in manually. This is as per the need basis, and this is particularly, it's very quick and very efficient. You have inbuilt formulas in Excel, the sum and multiplication, product, and various other things that you will come across. So this is the basic difference between a formula and a function in Excel. Okay. Now the next question that you might be asked is, or you need to know basically, is the order of operations used in Excel while evaluating the formulas. So what is the order? You need to remember this acronym, PEDMAS, PEDMAS, or in other simple terms you can use this also. Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. So these are the acronyms, PEDMAS. Now let's see what happens first. And you in math, when you do some calculations, you have order of operations. Okay, BODMAS is the one of the order of operations. Now in Excel, similarly in Excel, when you put up a formula, Excel will calculate it in a particular order, and this is called the order of operations. And the order of operations is, first it will calculate what is there in the parenthesis. It will perform this function, and then it will see if there are any exponents in it, and if it is there, it will do that calculation the next, and after that it will see if there is any multiplication or division. So PED, and then it will see if there is any addition. Okay, and then the last one will be the subtraction. So Excel knows this, and you have to know this so that when you put up a formula, you will know what is going to happen first and you will not mess up with your formula. Okay, this is the order of operations. It is one of the important questions in the interview for a beginner Excel level. Now the next one is, how will you write the formula for following? Multiply the value in a cell A1 by 10 and add the result by 5 and divide it by 2. It is quite simple. Okay, so I'm just giving an example in this slide, and you might be asked something else. So you will be given a task to calculate or put up a formula for this. So when you are asked, multiply the value in a cell of A1 by 10. So this is particularly thing. Okay, A1 is the particular cell that is being given, and you are multiplying it. Okay, you put it in parenthesis, and then add the result by 5. So it will calculate the parenthesis first. Okay, and if it sees if there are any exponents, you have to think in that way, if there are any exponents in it or not. And then first it will see the parenthesis and then exponent. There are no exponents here, and then it will do the multiplication and then the addition and the division. Okay, so you will get this particular answer. And if you put it simply in this way, your answer is wrong, because it will multiply it into 10, add 5 and divide by 2. So you have to check which one is right, and you have to make sure that you are putting the right parenthesis. Okay, so this is the formula for it. Okay, the next question is, there is a difference. What is the difference between count, counter and count blank? These are three particular important things that you need to. These are similar, but they are quite different when you actually see it. Okay, so first we will see what is count. Count is basically, it counts the number of cells which have numeric values. As the name suggests, it is count. It will count the number of cells which has numeric values. Okay, if you see this column, and we are at A11, we are putting it as count equals to A10 to A2 to A10. So you're taking this range and you're finding out what are the number of cells which have numeric value. If you see this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 cells have numeric values. It counts the cells which has numeric value. And the next thing is the counter. Okay, what counter does? It counts the number of cells which has any form of content. It can be anything. It can be a number, it can be a alphabet, it can be anything. It will see what are the number of cells which has any form of content. Okay, for example, this is the same example we here taken here, and we have put the function as counter A2 to A10. Now see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it sees that there are 7 cells have some content in it. It is numbers and letters. It can be anything, but it has some content. So counter is the function for this. Now the next one is count blank. Okay, as the name suggests, it will count the number of blank cells only. So again, the same examples, count blank A2 to A10. Okay, it will see what are the number of blanks. Okay, if you see, this is blank and this is blank, so 2 cells are blank, so it will count the number of blank cells only. Okay, now the next one is what is the shortcut to add a filter to a table? Why do we use filter? And it is one of the basics function in the Excel where you need to do some sorting, and it can be done by using a filter. What is the shortcut key? It's very simple, Control Shift and L. This is the key that is used to put up a filter. You just press this Control Shift L all together and you will find the filter and you can sort it. Now the next question that you will come across is how do you create a hyperlink in Excel? So it's quite simple. There is a simple shortcut, Control K. You press these two together and you will get the option. You will select it will select the cell where you have to insert the hyperlink. Hyperlink basically it redirects to any other document. It can be a web page, it can be a Word document, it can be another Excel sheet or so on. Okay, so these are the things. Okay, now another important question that is how to merge multiple cells text strings in a cell. So how do we merge the text strings in multiple cells into one cell? There is one particular simple function that you can use which is called as concatenate. Concatenate function is used to merge text strings present in multiple cells. Okay, and it's a very simple thing. You just need to put this equals to concatenate, and then if you, for example, this is the formula, concatenate text1, text2, text3, or this is concatenate A1, B1, C1. This is the data in our 3 cells. Excel is fun in A1, B1 and C1. So now if you want to put them all in one, and you can merge it in one cell using the concatenate function, and it's very simple, concatenate in parenthesis A1, B1, C1. Okay, and you will get it all merged in one particular cell. Okay, so this is how you use the concatenate function. And you can also use the AND operator to combine cell values. It is the same thing. You can use the AND operator instead of commas. Okay, and I will show it to you in the example here. Okay, now we have this. I'll just copy this thing to okay, and let's make it simple. And now I want to put this here, equals concatenate and A1, B1, C. I just close it and I put enter. So you see this all the different text is merged in one particular cell, and it will, you can perform various merge functions using the concatenate function. It's a very simple thing, and it is a frequently asked questions in the interview. Okay, the next question it is a very important one again, and a very basic as well. So how can you split a column into 2 or more columns? You have some particular text or a sentence written or data written in your cell or a column, and you want to put them across in two or more or many number of columns. So how do you perform this function? It's very simple. Again, you need to select that particular cell. So for instance, we have it here is India is a democratic country. India space is space a space democratic space country. So it's a different text here, and you want to split this particular sentence into different columns. Okay, you need to select that cell and then go to the data tab and then choose text to columns. There will be an option wherein you need to select text to columns. Okay, and you will see this screen. Okay, and you need to select choose the delimiter here, and what we are specifying here is first it is delimited, and then we are selecting a delimiter as space, because we see that it is space here which is very common and we want to split it. So you will see a preview here which shows what your output will be like. India in one column is a democratic country, so the delimiter is space here, and you need to select this and then click next. Okay, so you will see the options. Select the columns data format and choose the destination. Now you see the data view, and you need to select the destination where you want to put this output as, and you select that and then click finish. And this one, what it does, it splits the text into multiple columns. Okay, so you see this, you have selected this as the output, and it starts here, India is a democratic country. So you will come across some data which is huge, and there are spaces or obliques or anything that is differentiated it with, and you need to put them in different rows or different columns. So this is the function that you need to use to split the text into different or multiple columns. Okay, the next question can be very simple one, or most widely used in fact. And what is the use of VLOOKUP and how do we use it? So what is this particular thing in Excel? VLOOKUP function is used for looking up a piece of information in a table and extracting some corresponding data or information. So you have some set of values in one particular column, and you want to retrieve or extract the data corresponding to that particular column or a cell in the whole sheet. Okay, so the syntax is something like this. It is, you need to go to one particular cell where you want the output as, and you type the function VLOOKUP, and you are selecting the value where it is the cell exactly where you want the output to be, and you are selecting the table here, and you are specifying the column index and range lookup. So value, this indicates the value that you have to look for in the first column of a table. Okay, and then the table basically this refers to the table from which you have to retrieve a value. We will show this in the example in the next slide. And the column index, it provides the column in the table from which we are to retrieve a value. Okay, you will specify the column index, which one you are looking for. The next thing is range lookup, which is optional. True with if you put true, it is approximate match, which is default, and false if it is exact match, if you are looking for the exact match. So what is the use of VLOOKUP and how do we do it? Okay, so find the product related to a customer name Richard. Okay, you have this sheet, and in this one you want to see what Richard has bought. Okay, what is the product that he has bought, and you can do this with the VLOOKUP function. Okay, so you just go here and you type in the function VLOOKUP. You are naming it as Richard, and first thing is the value, it is H4. Okay, and then the next thing is the table. Okay, table is A2 because this is the table. Okay, and you're looking for customer name Richard. Okay, and then you're selecting this, the whole column index, which is E15. That means you are selecting this whole table till 15. Okay, E15. You're selecting this, and then the next thing is optional, which is giving you the range lookup. Okay, what it does is it's optional. It is you're looking for an exact value or an approximate. By default, it is approximate match. So how it performs the function. Okay, so it gives you the answer as camera. It goes and lookups for Richard. In this particular, it will give you the output here, and the A2 is the table that it will look for, the customer name, and it will search for Richard, and then it will give you the output as camera. Now the next thing will be VLOOKUP, different from lookup function. How different they are. VLOOKUP lets the user look for a value in the leftmost column of a table. So as we've seen in the example, it allows you to look for a data in the leftmost column of the table and returns the value in a left to right way. Okay, it sorts in left to right way. Whereas lookup function lets the user look for data in a row column and returns the value in the another row or column. It will give you the lookup function in the next row or column. Okay, not very easy to use as compared to the lookup function. Okay, as we see, it's a bit complicated when you compare it to the lookup function. It's quite simple, and it is used to replace the VLOOKUP function. Okay, so this is the different lookup and VLOOKUP function. Now Excel is basically used for reporting, mainly used for reporting to management. You have to extract different kinds of reports, and what are the report formats that are available in Excel? This is one of the important questions again for a beginner level, and there are three formats basically: compact form, outline form, tabular form. Okay, these are the three formats that are available, report formats that are available in Excel. Okay, the next question is about a function, which is how does if function work in Excel? Okay, the if function in Excel, it actually performs a logical test, and you will give a condition, it performs the test and returns a value. If the test evaluates to true, and another value which you again will specify if the test result is false. Okay, for instance, we have here a simple example which is shown in the slide, and what we are doing here is return record is valid if age is greater than 20. We have age here specified, and salary is greater than 40,000, else return the record is invalid. So we are giving two conditions, and it actually checks and evaluates whether these conditions are met, and it will give you then output whether record is valid or invalid based on the two conditions that are specified. Okay, and F2 to axis, which is these column, we are specifying it should be greater than 20, and G2 to G6, which is the salary column, and we are specifying the condition to be greater than 40,000. So based on this two things, it will check and perform. If these conditions are met, then it will give the desired result. Okay, so this is the function that is used in Excel, if function. Okay, the next thing is SUMIFS function. Okay, again the SUMIFS function adds the cell value specified by a given condition or a criteria. So you are giving a condition and you are actually doing another function which is performing the addition. Okay, it will add the cell values based on a condition. Again, it is shown here the total sum of salary where salary is greater than 75,000. Again, for example, the salary column is G2 to G6, and we are doing a SUMIFS function. What the result will be, it will perform the addition of salaries which are greater than 75,000. So it will see which values are greater than 75,000, and then the output will be, it will be adding these salaries which are greater than 75,000. Okay, now coming to the next slide, we will discuss another important function, COUNTIF, and we'll find the data result based on the data that we have, and the COUNTIF function So we have a slide, the data here, and using the COVID data, find the number of days in which the number of deaths in Italy has been greater than 200. Okay, it's not shown here for some reason, but I will show you in the Excel sheet. Okay, so this is the data that we have, and we will try to find the function. So we'll use the COUNTIF function, and COUNTIF function is again simple. COUNTIF, you are specifying the column, that is the source that you are looking for, that is G2, the column G, and it is 2. It starts from 2, row 2, G2 till G35777, which is the end of the column. And what you're looking for is Italy. You are specifying it in quotes, Italy, and then the next column that it will look for is the E column, the number of cases. Okay, here we have the number of cases, E22. Again, we are specifying the range, and what we're looking for is number of cases which are more than 20. So we'll perform this function and it will show you the output. Okay, I'll show you to you in the Excel. So here is the sheet, and I will try to get the answer here, and so we are performing count F. Okay, count F, and you are giving the brackets, parenthesis, G2, which is the countries column. Okay, countries column, you are specifying the whole range, 3, 5, 777. It is basically a long list of data, and you're specifying the range. And what you're looking for is particularly any country. You can pick up like Algeria. Okay, Algeria, and you specify it in quotes. Okay, comma. Then what is the next target that you are looking for is the column E, where it is mentioning the number of cases. Okay, so you specify the column range for the number of cases, which is again E, and then the 3,